Greetings, Madam. Greetings, Madam.
Hi, I'm Zotile.
Hello, Madam. We have 3 special delegates debating today that have logged in. Can I request them now to switch on their videos? Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Thanks.
Good afternoon, honorable members. Can I kindly request you to switch on your videos? I see we have Honorable Masango, we have MEC Ngongo, and we have MEC Masego. If the honorable members can kindly switch on the videos. MEC Ngongo. Honorable Masango. MEC Masego. Oh, there we go.
Honorable Masango is okay. Zotile, good afternoon, Honorable Masango. We're happy. Thank you so much.
Okay.
It looks like MEC Maseko still needs to settle in a bit. Hopefully, we'll still be able to assist him before the debate starts.
Lastly, MEC Ngongo, if you can kindly switch on your video.
MEC Ngongo, good afternoon. What I am seeing is the light is behind you. So I'm not sure if there is a window behind where you're sitting. If there is a window behind where you're sitting, so yeah, it gives too much light behind you. So if you're able to turn around and have the window, or rather face the window, so that the light is shining through to your face, then you should be able we should be able to see you properly.
Is it okay now?
No, not yet. When you appear as if you are floating, it's because the light is behind you. So you just need to make sure that the light is actually focusing on you, not on the whatever that is behind you. So if you can
All right.
just to try and switch the places if you can, and yeah.
Thank you, Mother. It looked like Honorable Masango was still driving, so I'll follow up with him behind the scenes. Thank you.
Thanks, Zotile.
Recording in progress.
Let's allow a moment of silent prayer or meditation. Thank you. You may take your seats. Honorable delegates, a very good afternoon to you all, and thank you very much for your presence. I would like to remind delegates that rules, in particular, sub-rules 21, 22, and 23 of Rule 103 would apply. Honorable delegates, before we proceed, I would like to welcome a little later the Minister of Sports who will be joining us, the Deputy Minister, as well as the MECs. I see MEC Kaula from KwaZulu-Natal is here. We welcome you. And also the Deputy Speaker from Mpumalanga Provincial Legislature, and all special delegates and SALGA representatives in the House. Honorable delegates have been informed that there will be no notices of motions or motions without notice. Before we proceed, I would like to say that this is a very historical day because this will be the first budget for the full term that our Honorable Chairperson will be presenting in the House. And therefore, Honorable delegates, we shall now proceed to the first order, and that is a policy debate on Budget Vote 2, Parliament Appropriation Bill B16 of 2025. I now have the pleasure to call upon my chairperson and your chairperson, the Honorable Msweni Tsipane. Honorable Chairperson, you have 25 minutes.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson, and greetings to your good self. As the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, and greetings to the House Chairpersons, Honorable Ryder, as well as Honorable Khatebe, our Chief Whip of the Council of Provinces, Honorable Mima, Honorable Permanent, as well as special delegates, the representatives from SALGA present here with us today, our esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. This 2025 budget of Parliament coincides with the 70th anniversary of the Freedom Charter, a founding document of our Constitution. In reflecting on the Freedom Charter, we celebrate its role in uniting diverse communities in their fight against oppression and unjust. The Freedom Charter serves not only as a historical landmark, but also as a guiding vision for future generations, reminding us that the pursuit for freedom and equality is an ongoing journey that requires vigilance, commitments, and action. As we celebrate years of our Freedom Charter, let us honor its legacy by continuing to advocate for the rights and dignities of all people, ensuring that the ideals it represents are realized in our society today and in the future. This then forces us to have constant interrogation, representation, and re-articulation of the aspiration of the public as we grapple with sources of tension, contestation, and possibilities for progress. This significance of Parliament as a theatre of contestation and oversight is the necessity for the developing a necessity of developing a revolutionary strategy for social change as envisaged in our Freedom Charter. The Italian political thinker and writer Antonio Gramsci elucidates this as a war of position that can disable any cohesive apparatus of state. True to this aspiration of the Freedom Charter, this parliament gives rise to a more consensual or consensus-based society, where no individual or group is reluctant to a subaltern less valued or less listened to. In ending a state of subalternity, it means the state becomes ethical, creating a moral plural society united in differences as a means to achieve social change. This honorable delegate speaks to building a more effective voice through parliament that re-articulates the people's aspirations and expectation of government. It represents a set of circumstances that forces a better knowing and thinking of the politics of emancipation through a study of Africa's struggles for liberation. Thus, the space for parliamentary democracy, to which delegates should be attendant, aims to give credence to all voices in general and the marginalized in particular, understanding the history of erasure that denied our people thought and politics itself as envisaged in our constitution. It is a transformative and restitutive space positioned as an intentional negation of colonial history as a pivot towards the reenactment of a politics of liberation that confronts the experiences of the rest of the earth, as often animated by radical scholars. To this extent, bringing a situation of debates, politics, and their relationship through our plenaries in ways better understood and more helpful to the people we serve. This means we cannot be a parliament of general interest, located outside and above the people we serve, as some often preempt. Rather, we are an ethical parliament of particular interests, which elaborates a point of view within the terms of the peoples themselves, whose main content is resolving the socio-economic challenges affecting our people in the now. We choose a vantage point of a former colonized against the vestiges of accumulation through dispossession that characterize society today. We choose a vantage point according to Black feminist thinkers, which confronts a history and present that still offends the deeper sense of our humanity. We choose and align this parliament through meditations with the work of literary scholar and activist Edward Said, who underlined the need to undo discourses about the Black oppressed. Honorable delegates, this seventh parliament is to this end constituted in a defining moment as a space and site of struggle between the interest and the ways of knowing of the former settler colonizers and the interest and the ways of the forces of resistance, Africans in particular and Blacks in general. In this regard, the duty and expectations of delegates and members of parliament is not to linger on analysis without understanding and unmasking the complex ways in which the pursuit of our mandate is deeply embedded in the multiple layers of imperial and colonial practices. It is the duty of this parliament budget debate to make serious reflections of these foundational and constitutive problems marked by the interlocking multiple challenges of poverty, unemployment, inequality, health, crime, education, housing, ecology, as well as in the world that militates against the poor. It is thus a clinical call to understanding the long historical process that brought us to where we are today. A duty to redefine in different ways the current conjuncture as a liberation of the periphery through thinking South Africa from the perspective of the poor. In so doing, an enormous task to keep society focused on these issues in ways that promote and defend democratic possibilities against transitional cooperations in a global multipolar capitalist order. Honourable members, just to reflect on the work of the NCOP, Honourable Deputy Chair, in reflecting on the work of this House during the period under review, 2024-25, as a period of transition, the National Council of Province, whose primary mandate is to ensure that the interests of our provinces are considered in the national sphere of government, and also provides for the representation of the different categories of municipalities in Parliament. Focus was paid to oversight, lawmaking, public participation, and cooperative governance matters. We had 18 sittings as this House. We also posed up over 1,100 questions to the executive, and we also considered 15 committee reports with a strong emphasis on service delivery, ethics, and judicial matters. We passed House resolutions and facilitated robust budget votes debates across the various departments. Public participation was undertaken through the processing of petitions, notwithstanding the need for improvement in this area. Cooperative governance was supported by monitoring provincial and local government performance, including interventions as directed by the Constitution. We debated and adopted 24 bills, including key reforms such as the Climate Change Bill, the Bella Bill, and Housing Consumer Protection Bill, as well as several money bills to support fiscal planning and service delivery. In respect of international relations, we considered international agreements and participated in multilateral bodies to advance parliamentary diplomacy in addressing global challenges and conflicts. As presiding officers, in support of the myriad of strategic planning sessions and prioritization work, we developed standard operating procedures to promote synergy in the leadership and coordination of the key functions of the NCOP. Cross-functional technical teams which draw on resources from across the NCOP and shared services are in ensuring that through a more systemic fashion, the full spectrum of expertise and support is accessible to the presiding officers and the House at large. This we are undertaking to strengthen qualitative outcomes through the monitoring and evaluation of our key programs and activities. Thus, closer attention is being paid to monitor and track progress internally, particularly considering the perpetual litigation against Parliament, wherein some of our operational systems have fallen short and have been subject to public scrutiny. The previous judgments made, such as the Doctors for Life International, the Land Access Movement, Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act, are some important outcomes where detailed limitations in our processes were highlighted. We trust that this intervention strengthens the monitoring and evaluation by the presiding officers as means to enhance institutional effectiveness. We shall foster a renewed culture of collaboration, synergy, and collective ethical teamwork within a more functional political arm as well as administration, operating across both horizontal and vertical planes. Furthermore, deriving from Section 70 of the Constitution, which deals with internal arrangement proceedings and procedures of the NCOP. The rules amendment process is underway to regulate and manage the business of the House and committees in ways that strengthen democracy and more attendant to the new dispensation of the 7th Parliament. What then are the emerging issues that influence our work, honorable delegates? Through a reading of the economy, it is increasingly public knowledge that global growth is projected to drop to 2.8% in 2025 and 3% in 2026. The swift escalation of trade tensions are cautioned by the United States tariffs regime and its benevolent imperialism are expected to have a significant impact on global economic activity and impact jobs in the citrus, automotive, and steel sectors. It is for this reason that we are calling for diversification of our markets and expanding the investment pool against the syndrome of dependency in support of our economic interests. The opportunities and possibilities that are brought about by the Africa Continental Free Trade Area should be our primary point of departure to explore mutual beneficial trade relations. And I was quite happy yesterday, I came across the Minister of Agriculture. He was en route to China precisely to address the issue of expanding and opening other doors of trades so that we try and circumvent the issue of tariffs that have been posed to us. So that expansion is necessary for us as South Africa because we are the biggest suppliers as well, particularly on the citrus. So therefore, that then puts us in a better position so that we don't drop significantly insofar as our economic growth is concerned as a country. So that is commendable. So I've already shared with the Portfolio Committee of Agriculture, shared by Honorable Modise, that this is happening, and therefore as they interact with the department, they will have that sense of appreciation so that we have a better insight and understanding that will inform our oversight. I thought maybe I must share that with the House as I speak on this matter. Right. Honorable, pardon? Right, Minister. Thank you. Honorable delegates, the medium-term economic outlook for South Africa is forecast to grow at an average of 1.4% in 2025, improving to 1.8% by 2027. Government's economic priorities remain on strengthening macroeconomic stability to reduce living costs and grow investment, executing reforms to promote a more dynamic economy, building state capability in core functions and supporting growth, enhancing public infrastructure investment. Several of South Africa's challenges can only be addressed through improved international and regional cooperation. Therefore, several emerging risks, including extreme weather patterns, cyber security, failures, and natural resources crisis require great collaboration and cooperation on international and regional levels. The key achievements for 2024, honorable delegates, despite the challenges around the lack of facilities and a decreasing budget, Parliament through its plenaries and committees continue to adapt business processes with physical and hybrid proceedings, as well as strengthening its interface with the people in pursuit of its lawmaking, oversight, and public participation programs. The 2024-25 financial year marked a transition period for Parliament, laid a groundwork for the 7th democratic Parliament amid a complex and evolving internal and external environment. The transitional year unfolded within a broader context of South Africa's celebration of 3 decades of democracy, a period during which Parliament has progressively matured through successive terms, each shaped by shifting national priorities and governance demands. The 7th Parliament now faces a new political landscape following the 2024 general elections and is tasked with consolidating and extending oversight and accountability mechanisms that are evolving. We are preparing for long-term transformation into a digital-enabled organization. To do this, we must accept a potential of data, artificial intelligence, and process automation to enhance member support, decision-making, and public engagement. Key core performance initiatives undertaken in 2024-25 include the ongoing refinement of the oversight priority model and committee planning framework. Equally, as outlined by the 6th Parliament, a country outcome dashboard as well as a pre- and post-legislative impact assessment needed to be enhanced. In addition, the institution tracked the implementation of the Commission of State Capture Recommendations plans as well as the development of an e-petition systems. The restoration project its implementation stage is at 80%. In terms of the planning phase, notable were delays that we experienced in terms of finalizing the documentation for the old assembly, given its heritage requirements. Now, for us to accelerate progress on the restoration plan, the design work for the old assembly, it has already been fast-tracked to unlock subsequent procurement and constructive activities. The continued stakeholder engagement with the South African Heritage Resource Agency is being prioritized to streamline approval processes and avoid further delays. However, Parliament continued to achieve a clean audit for the previous financial year. The priorities for the 7th Parliament, honorable delegates. Our priorities are foregrounded over 30 years of progressive transformation, which is aimed at tackling the persistence of the legacy of apartheid colonialism. The medium-term development plan provides targets and measures for each of government's strategic priorities. Parliament will need to strengthen its oversight mechanism to ensure a more responsive and accountable government. This includes the manner we respond to matters of public interest, timeously, effectively, and in a much more credible way. In the period ahead, we'll also have to focus on facilitating meaningful public participation and involvement in legislative processes through collaboration with the civil society to ensure that government action reflects citizens' needs and concerns. The strategic plan of the 7th Parliament was tabled in December 2024, setting out the impacts and outcomes of the institution over the next 5 years. The 2025 annual performance plan, as well as the budget, equally specifies the planned performance and expenditure estimates of parliaments for the financial year to achieve the outcomes as set out in our strategic plan. On international engagement, honorable members, Parliament continues to operate within the global context and participates in international bodies such as the Inter-Parliamentary Union, the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, the Pan-African Parliament, as well as SADC-PF for continental, regional, national, and global governance. Our strategic orientation is the pursuit of the Africa-centered agenda that promotes self-sufficiency and independence for a better Africa and a better world is to be reborn. What we seek in thinking the present and future is the full expression of an African parliament rather than the parliaments in Africa. In this stead, the Pan-African Parliament must provide a platform for the re-engineering and also for repurposing of parliaments. In so doing, we will have to enact ways that elevates African personality, African identity, and Africa's reawakening through a restitutive and reparatory discourse. Accordingly, South Africa will be the first African nation to preside over and host the G20 summit. The hosting of the summit under the theme of solidarity, equality, and sustainability will be a significant milestone, allowing South Africa to influence discourse setting and amplify the voices of the global South. In turn, Parliament will have to host the G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit from the 1st to the 3rd of October. In this way, opportunities shall be provided for public representatives and broader public to understand and be exposed to global common challenges and ways that government are responding. On the context of vote to honorable members, the 2025-26 budget for Parliament is set against the backdrop of the fiscal situation, putting more pressure on Parliament to manage its budget downwards. In addition to the reduced budget, the composition of vote 2 carries structural challenges, skewing the appearance of resource availability. Over the period ahead, the composition of the budget should be reviewed to reflect the availability and use of resources in sync with our current challenges and rising expectation within evolving environment in our broad mandate. And therefore, the total budget allocation for Parliament for 2025-26 financial year amounts to 5,084,640,000 rands. The total allocation received from the National Treasury amounts to 3,586,862,000 rand. Of that amount, 500 million rand is allocated for the refurbishment of the parliamentary buildings because of the fire damage. The budget is accordingly allocated as follows. In terms of Program 1, which is administration, an allocation of 2,688,210,000 rand has been allocated. On Program 2, which is legislation and oversight, an allocation of 992,066,000 rand has been allocated, which then marks a significant shift and increase in funding model that speaks to current priorities and commitments that are made. In terms of Program 3, which is associated services and transfer payments to political parties, an allocation of 885,312,000 rand has been allocated. We also have the direct charges to members' remuneration to a tune of about 519 million rand and 83,000 rands. Therefore, we've also made provision for the Parliamentary Budget Office, which is a separate entity in terms of the Money Bills Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act, which receives a transfer payment under Program 3 and will need more funding over time through a thorough-going process that strengthens its mandate and its operation. As I conclude, honorable members, may I take this opportunity and thank the presiding officers of both houses for the strategic support and leadership, notwithstanding the support that we are getting from the Chief Whip of the NCOP as well as the programming whips of our respective provinces, as well as whips of the committees and the chairperson of the respective select committees for the roles that they have played to ensure that the work of the NCOP is done in NSD. And having said that, we want to take this opportunity once again, also thank Advocate Pindela for playing an important day-to-day management role in managing the business of the House. And we also want to thank our fellow comrades in the caucus, the ANC Women's League, the ANC for the confidence shown in me in making sure that I steer the ship forward of the NCOP. And lastly, we want to thank all the political parties represented in this House for being part of making sure that we hold the executive accountable, starting from our GNU partners, Honorable Badenhorst, and for making noise as well. The DA, we've got Honorable Farmer over there.
It's President's Alliance.
No, PA, Progressive Alliance. And we also have Utata Pa Siabulela Tata ukubambisana nani, sibonge futhi naku EFF, sibonge naku MKP party, sithi siyabonga. Together we stand strong, and together we shall conquer the challenges we are facing as a nation. Siyabonga.
Kwaza, Chair, Kwaza.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, for your report. I think you forgot to mention your thanks to the IFP, but we are here.
How many are you?
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. We now move on to the next speaker. And Honorable Chairperson, you took 3 minutes of your closing comments, so we'll keep that in mind for later. I now call upon the House Chairperson for Member Support and International Relations, the Honorable Hadebe. Honorable Hadebe, you have 15 minutes.
You take 5 if you want.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, the Chairperson of the NCOP, Mem Swenisipane, the Chairperson, the House Chairperson Ryder, Chief Whip Mumang, and the Programming Whip Mulukume, permanent and special delegates to the NCOP, representatives of SALGA, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, Dumelang. We gather here today to participate in the budget vote 2 of Parliament, fully aware that this pivotal moment coincides with the commemoration of the 70th anniversary of the adoption of the Freedom Charter. This is not merely a numerical milestone. It is a profound reminder of our nation's enduring commitment to the values of freedom, dignity, and equality that have shaped our democratic journey. The Freedom Charter adopted in 1952 was not only a clarion call for liberation, but also a blueprint for South Africa. We continue to build a society grounded on the will of the people. The Charter's visionary proclamation, "The people shall govern," has been the cornerstone in shaping institutions such as our Parliament. It forged a path towards transparency, accountability, inclusivity of our governance. Our Parliament as an institution stands as a living testament to these ideals, embodying the hopes and aspirations of all the South Africans. The former president of the ANC, Oliver Tambo, one of the most revered liberation leaders, was unwavering in his belief that in the transformative power of the Freedom Charter. Among his powerful clarion calls, Tambo declared, I quote, "The adoption of the Freedom Charter was a daring act of the people, asserting their vision of South Africa that belongs to all who live in it, black and white. It is not a blueprint for government, but a profound declaration of principles for which we are prepared to die for, unquote. Former President Oliver Tambo, the charter was more than a mere text. It was a revolutionary manifesto, a contract with the future, and a binding pledge among equals. And he recognized that the struggle for freedom required a moral courage and an unwavering sense of justice. As we deliberate on this budget, let us draw inspiration from the unwavering courage of those who drafted the Freedom Charter 70 years ago. Let us honor their legacy by strengthening Parliament through deepening our democratic practices and elevating South Africa's standing in the global community. In so doing, we are not only paying tribute to our past, but also secure the promise of a just future for generations to come. The NCOP's role in building a better Africa and a better world. As the voice of the provinces in our bicameral system, the NCOP plays a unique role in shaping South Africa's international footprint. To give effect to this international footprint, the NCOP is expected at all material times to fulfill its constitutional obligation by doing the following. 1, to exercise oversight and to ratify bilateral and multilateral treaties through ensuring that the agreements benefit both the national and provincial specific needs, as we have approved the SADC protocol 2 weeks ago. To conduct parliamentary diplomacy by hosting sister parliaments delegations, thereby strengthening legislative exchanges and sharing best practices on governance and parliamentary democracy. We have done a lot on that regard. Tomorrow we'll be hosting a delegation from the Socialist Republic of Vietnam as the NCOP. So as the NCOP and Parliament and the NA. So it shows that our footprint in the international space is there. To participate in continental parliamentary networks, lending the NCOP's voice to discussions on peace, security, and democratic renewal. Through these interventions and participation, we contribute to a stable, prosperous continent and to a world where our country's values of human dignity, freedom, and socio-economic justice resonate across every border. In doing so, we help build an Africa that is connected, competitive, and continentally integrated, in a world where cooperation triumphs over the conflict. Through the PGIR, our parliament maintains vibrant affiliations with several key multilateral organs by honoring our annual subscriptions, thereby preserving our good membership and standing and influence. Among the esteemed organizations the parliament is affiliated to is the Pan-African Parliament. The Pan-African Parliament is instrumental in promoting human rights, good governance, democratic principles, while serving as a platform for consultation and decision-making on the issues that matter most to Africa. The Parliament is also affiliated to the CPA, a body dedicated to strengthening parliamentary democracy by promoting good governance, respect for human rights, and the rule of law. The chairperson of the council is the leader of the South African delegation in both institutions. The CPA has reached the defining crossroad. For over a century, the CPA has operated as a charitable organization dedicated to promoting democratic governance and parliamentary best practices and cooperation among member states. The CPA is now at the advanced stages of transitioning from a charity organization to a diplomatic multilateral institution vested with the necessary powers and authority to advance its critical mission on the global stage. This change has been led by South Africa through the sub-branch of CPA of Gauteng and the national branch, which is the national parliament. So it means that wherever we go, we lead as South Africa. Honorable delegates, together we are shaping the future of parliamentary diplomacy and ensuring that the Commonwealth remains a force for positive change in the world. Also, we are affiliated to the Interparliamentary Union and the SADC-PF. These two structures are led by the Speaker of the National Assembly. And then what is also very important, we have our affiliation to SADC Parliamentary Forum, BRICS Parliamentary Forum, and high-level dialogue with the European Union Parliament, each of which amplifies our commitment to regional integration, South-to-South cooperation, and the promotion of the equitable world order. Honorable, our participation in this international org is not merely ceremonial. It is an investment in our nation's future, a commitment to ensuring that South Africa's voice shapes key global decisions. What is very important here Since the inception of the 7th Parliament, we have collectively achieved a series of significant milestones that have strengthened the institutional capacity and global standing of our Parliament. At the heart of this is our unwavering commitment to excellence, innovation, and elevation of parliamentary diplomacy in the service of our democracy. Earlier this year, we convened a highly successful parliamentary group workshop. This initiative was not only testament to our dedication to continuous learning and professional development, but also a strategic move to empower members with the necessary knowledge and tools to navigate the complex terrain of parliamentary diplomacy. By deepening the members' understanding of diplomatic protocol and legacy processes, we are laying a solid foundation for impactful and informed engagement at the international stage. And then what is very important, the very same PGIR has issued a document known as the Policy on Parliamentary Diplomacy. This policy, once finalized, will serve as a compass guiding our international engagement, ensuring that our actions abroad are principled, strategic, and aligned with our national interest. We cannot have the members of parliament differing with the policy of the country in the international platform in the other countries. So this policy is going to help parliament guide us, all of us, so that we'll be bound by it, so that if there's anyone who deviates from that, that person will be able to be held to account. What is also very important is that in this PGIR, we have adopted more than 30 reports last year. We also in the final stages of developing a formula for the composition of parliamentary delegations. And therefore, that will soon see the establishment of focus groups. This focus group will serve as engine of strategic implementation, accelerating our parliament's program of action within multilateral bodies, and ensuring that our path is both coherent and impactful. But what is very important is that this NCOP, this AUKUS House, in the previous 3 weeks, adopted the SADC protocol, which transformed the SADC PF into a SADC parliament. In doing so, we'll be able to oversee what our executives are doing in the various countries within the SADC, so that we do as the SADC region, we put the interest of our citizens first, more than of those of the business people, as it has happened in the DRC. But what is also very important, with the SADC treaty, it actually resonates what President Thabo Mbeki once said. The true African unity must be built on the Pan-African dream of a continent that is integrated, outward-looking, and prosperous. A regional parliament will be the institutional cornerstones of that unity. Let us seize that moment. But in dealing with the same thing again, is that we know very well that the United Nations has developed the Sustainable Development Goals. Those Sustainable Development Goals must have been dealt with by the year 2030. And then what is very important is that the United Nations said that the parliaments cannot be on the sideline. They must actually lead. That's why they say that the world is rushing and the resources upon our shoulders has never been greater. It is in our power and indeed our mandate to ensure that the voices, hopes, and aspirations of our people are transformed into meaningful action. It means that as we adopt the various budgets from the various departments, we must ensure that the principle of the Sustainable Development Goals are integrated in those budgets, because that's where Parliament ensures the oversight. But what I'm going to appeal for in this House, I therefore seek the unwavering support of this distinguished House to convene a high-level seminar on the role of Parliament in achieving the SDGs. Such a gathering is not only timely, but absolutely essential. So next year, early next year, we are going to have that seminar here so that we can check what our government has done in implementing the United Nations Sustainable Goals. But in my portfolio, there's also the issue of member support. The Member Support Forum mandate is broad and impactful. We facilitate and oversee training of members, learning and development, capacity building, tools of trade, ICT, information systems, as well as the accommodation of members at parliamentary villages. Furthermore, we ensure that our policies are inclusive, addressing the diverse needs of our people with disabilities. As a co-chairperson of the Bursary Committee of Parliament, I can proudly say that in the 7th Parliament, the Parliament has awarded 65 bursaries to the members of Parliament, 6 of which the members are studying for the PhDs, 7 for master's degrees, 2 for honors degrees, 7 for postgraduate diplomas, 2 for diplomas, 27 for undergraduate degrees, and 1 for short courses. So we are serious about empowerment of our members, because if we've got empowered members, we'll have an efficient parliament. But what is also very important, we're going to deal with in-house training. In the in-house training, we are going, in the third term, when we come back, we are going to have training whereby we are going to train the delegates on the rules of the House. You can see that as I agitated last week that I was disappointed with the way the House was degenerating. So it's high time that again, we refresh on the rules of the House. We refresh on the imperatives which the Constitution imposed upon us as the delegates here, as the freely elected representatives of the people, so that we are able to be a hope of our people in the Republic of South Africa. So, but the other training which is going to be done is the protocol skills and ethical standards. And then what is also very important, we are going to train members on the issue of the writing of petitions so that we are able to represent the constituencies where we come from. Ultimately, the in-house training represents a proactive investment in the professional capabilities of our members through focused instruction and capacity building. We aim to enhance both individual performance, collective institutional effectiveness, ensuring we remain responsive and relevant to the needs of our people we serve. In conclusion, Chairperson, let us draw strength from the wisdom of former President Mandela, who reminded us that if the most formidable challenges can be overcome in his long way to freedom, he said that when we reach the summit of a hill, you find that there are many more hills that you have to ride, you have to climb. So we are faced with challenges in this parliament, but we have the capacity to deal with that. And as the journey to amplify parliament's global influence, reform SADC governance, and empower members is undoubtedly challenging, yet it is not beyond our reach. Echoing the Freedom Charter's timeless call for peace, friendship among nations, and propelled by our steadfast dedication to the dignity of all South Africans, we have both the mandate and the moral obligation to succeed. I wholeheartedly pledge my support to the budget of Parliament. I request each and every member in this House, with what I've just said, this Parliament can only be better. I request each and every one of you to support this budget, even NCOP, even FF, it is to your advantage. I wholeheartedly like to thank Madam Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, whose integrity and vision continue to guide us forward. Profound gratitude is owed to the Secretary to Parliament, Mr. George, the Secretary to the NCOP, Advocate Pindela, the Executive Director, Mr. Mbata, and all parliamentary staff for your unwavering commitment and administrative excellence from the backbone of this institution. To my own team, whose dedication ensures our continued effectiveness, I offer my sincere thanks. Together, let us honor our mandate, rise to the challenge, and shape the legacy worth of our democracy. I support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. House Chairperson, Honorable Hadebe. Honorable delegates, at this juncture, before I call on the next honorable member to speak in this debate, we've been informed about our honorable member, Honorable Swart, whose wife passed on. And I would like to ask the House to please rise for a moment of silence. May her soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you. Honorable members, now we move on to the next contributor to this debate, and that's the Honorable Mokai from the Democratic Alliance, who has 8 minutes.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, fellow South Africans, good day. Today we debate budget of Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, totaling just over 3 billion rands, excluding the rebuilding fund. This budget is allocated against the backdrop of 31 years of a democratic parliament, which is testament to the profound and transformative journey to freedom. Parliament has uniquely evolved over the years to represent key priorities and focus areas, laying the right foundations for democracy. It is important to take note that the existence of Parliament is not synonymous with democracy, but democracy cannot exist without Parliament. This institution should always carry the interests and aspirations of all South Africans, and we, as public representatives, should carry that responsibility with honor and dignity. South Africans expect us as members to truly represent them and be in touch with issues that affect them directly. This parliament must always remain relevant and preoccupy itself with the needs and aspirations of the citizens of this beautiful country. At the core of our jobs as members of parliament should always be about the citizens of South Africa. Honorable Chair, I'm going to turn my attention to the work of the committees. The bulk of the work of Parliament takes place in the various committees of the two houses, in the NA and in the NCOP. This is where we flesh out and give expression to oversight and accountability over executive action. We have come now to know parliamentary committees as the engine rooms of Parliament. While funding has improved, it remains insufficient. Funding should address and enhance the very important function of public participation, especially with regards to processing legislation, so that quality inputs are solicited. Especially when processing legislation, meaningful oversight can be expensive. In addition, Honorable Chairperson and members, these resources should address the critical staff shortages in the committee section. Crucial vacancies such as content advisors and researchers should be filled as a matter of urgency. No committee should function without the necessary human capital. The fourth Parliament adopted an activist orientation to its work. During this term, the legislative sector developed a public participation framework for Parliament and provincial legislatures. This framework guides Parliament's response to the public's expectations and greater participatory democracy. Concerning the obligations of Parliament to involve the public in its processes, the Constitutional Court confirmed that failure to comply with this obligation rendered resulting legislation constitutionally invalid. This is a serious indictment on the side of Parliament, and earlier I spoke about soliciting public inputs. Public participation is a constitutional requirement in our democracy, and it should be treated as such. It is also a fundamental part of our cultures. Consultation is a cornerstone of South African leadership. The select committee that I chair in this House, the Public Petitions and Executive Undertakings, has also reviewed its role in enhancing public participation, and to this end, we are developing a comprehensive public education and outreach program to reach as many communities as possible regarding the work that we do. This is done in collaboration with provincial legislatures who also have petitions committees and must hold hands with us as we educate citizens about petitioning Parliament or the legislative sector in its totality. This will be done with a firm view of covering rural and marginalized communities, bringing them on board on how we can assist to make their lives better. And that is what I call Parliament in action. Additionally, the digital transformation that Parliament is undertaking is a step in the right direction. We are in the fourth industrial revolution, and our work must keep up with the advances in technology of our times. Parliament plans to implement a digital transformation strategy that will support the automation of core business processes, monitoring and evaluation capabilities, analytical use for decision-making, and predictive capabilities for proactive oversight action. There is also the e-petition system. And I'm very passionate about it, Honorable Chair, because it's going to make a seamless process of South Africans petitioning Parliament, where people can just log on to the parliamentary website and log their petitions online. And we as a Parliament will process it, but it will also give them the opportunity to track the work that you are doing on their petitions. And this system will also be extended to incorporate public submission on bills, strengthening participatory democracy by creating a digital channel for citizens to engage meaningfully in the lawmaking process. Honorable Chairperson, these advances are crucial, and as a democratic alliance, we will ensure that they are carried out. The Constitution requires that Parliament maintain oversight over the executive to ensure a government that is open, responsive, and accountable. We note in the strategic plan of this 7th Parliament, the institution aims to improve existing mechanisms for effective oversight and accountability by tracking and reporting on the responsiveness of the executive towards resolution taken in Parliament. Currently, there is no effective machinery by which Parliament can compel the executive or an organ of state to answer to it. This process should address the closed loose gaps. Our democratic dispensation provides for checks and balances in our system of government, and the role of the national legislature should always be improved for us to play an effective oversight over the executive. Accordingly, Parliament's constitutional mandate requires that it provides meaningful opportunities for the involvement of the people in legislative and other processes. This means that Parliament is placed at the center of our public discourse by creating platforms for engagement with the public and targeted sectors of society, particularly the marginalized and the vulnerable. This is our unique role, and we must champion it. As I conclude, Honorable Chair, the Zondo Commission report laid bare weaknesses and gaps in Parliament's oversight and accountability mandate and made recommendations to improve our role. The strategic and annual performance plan makes provision to improve our role and constitutional mandate supported by the budget. Ours is to make sure that this takes place to better the lives of all South Africans. Let what happened in the past never take place again, where a relatively small group of actors and collaborators defy the Constitution and redirect resources from the state for their own gain. South Africans deserve better. I thank you. Ke a leboga. Bye, dankie.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mokhai. The next honorable member to participate is on the virtual platform. I now call upon the Honorable Mokwena from the MKP. You have 9 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, and fellow South Africans. I stand on behalf of the MK Party with the deepest respect for the ideals that this institution was built upon. This Parliament is the heart of our democracy. It is the house where the voiceless should find voice, where power is scrutinized, where truth is spoken, and where hope is restored when the executive strays. Let me begin by acknowledging that there are many dedicated people who work tirelessly behind these walls. The staff who keep the engine running, even the makeshift of spaces after the devastating fire. The researchers, legal advisors, committee clerks, translators who ensure that our work reaches every corner of this country in every language. The honest MPs across benches who fight every day to make oversight more than a box-ticking exercise. We commend the fact that the Parliament has managed to maintain a measure of stability in turbulent times. We note the clean audit outcomes, which speak to some financial discipline in part of administration. We also recognize the efforts to rebuild precincts, restore the National Assembly, and modernize systems that were outdated long ago. We see attempts to professionalize the parliamentary services, build better research capacity, and roll out digital tools to connect more South Africans to Parliament. We appreciate this effort, but honorable members, this is not enough. If we do not say so in this chamber, then where will we say it? Chairperson, the reality is Parliament's duty is not simply to exist. It is to hold power to account fearlessly, regardless of who it is that is in the union buildings. Yet too often, this house has become a safe shelter for complacency, a place where the powerful are called in, give gentle words, then sent on their way while the rot continues outside. The annual report boasts an 80% performance rate, but when you unpack it, you find that performance often means more policies, more frameworks, more consultations. Where are the deliverables that the people feel? Are we to tell a mother in Lusikisiki whose child walks 15 kilometers to a broken school that we did well because we finalized a big data maturity plan? The strategic plan for 7 parliamentary rightly acknowledges that public trust in parliament is at its lowest. This is not a statistic, it's a crisis. People are no longer seeing us as their shield against corruption. They see us as a closed club. That perception is earned when oversight reports are written but not enforced, when we bark in the house but never bite. Chairperson, let us be clear. There are bright spots. The new oversight models, the pilot countries dashboard, the attempt to monitor NDP outcomes more closely, these are steps in the right direction, but steps alone are not enough when what is needed is a leap. The same ministers appear before our committees, repeat the same excuses, make the same promises, and face zero consequences when they fail to deliver. How is that acceptable for a parliament that says it is transformative? Now let's look at the numbers. Over 3 billion in requests is requested. Yes, a significant portion is rightly allocated to restoration projects, and we support that. We want this parliament fully to rebuild, fit for purpose and open to the people. But we do not support a budget that protects inefficiency and cohesiveness with the executive. We do not support a budget that pads bureaucracy while ignoring consequences for departments that defy committees' recommendations. We do not support more cultural realignment dialogues while millions remain jobless and corruption cases remain open-ended. Honourable members, the MK Party believes in an active parliament, not an ornamental one. We forces consequences when departments underperform, tracks every recommendation to the end with deadlines, accountability, and follow-through. Leads by example in cutting redundant activities and focusing more where it matters, oversight, lawmaking, and genuine public participation. Becomes a house of discomfort for the corrupt, not a place where they visit for tea. We acknowledge the good, but the good is overshadowed by complacency. Chairperson, our rejection today is not a vote against Parliament. It is a vote for a better Parliament. A Parliament that our people trust because they see it doing its job without fear or favor. A Parliament that tightens its own belt before asking the nation to tighten theirs. A Parliament that stops rewarding underperformance with bigger budgets and bigger excuses. So on behalf of the MK Party, we reject this budget in its current form. We do so out of loyalty to the Constitution, respect for our people, and belief that if we do not hold ourselves to the highest standard, we can never hold anyone else to it. Let this rejection be a wake-up call, a line in sand. Parliament must not only look transformative in its plans, it must be transformed in its outcomes. It must not only talk about oversight, it must deliver it. It must not only build new chambers, it must rebuild trust. Until then, the MK Party will stand on the side of the people who sent us here to remind you that every rand spent here must echo back in the lives of those who've paid for it. We reject vote 2 and we will not apologize for expecting better. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mokoena. We now call on the next speaker, and that's Honourable Breed, the Freedom Front Plus. Honourable Breed, you have 5 minutes.
Good day, Deputy Chairperson. It's good to be back in the House. Deputy Chairperson, at this pivotal moment in our nation's journey, we are confronted by profound and complex challenges. South Africa, much like the rest of the world, is shaped by the relentless tide of technological change and political uncertainty. From the instability in our electricity supply to rising unemployment, surging living costs, pervasive crime, and entrenched social issues, our society faces mounting pressures on every front. The shadow of COVID-19 and the scars of state capture persist, aggravating persistent fraud, ongoing corruption in public institutions, and the collapse of service delivery, most acutely experienced at the local government level. These compounded difficulties have left us with a troubling legacy, a dramatic erosion of public trust in the institutions that are meant to serve and protect our democracy. Confidence in our government, in the judiciary, and crucially in Parliament has reached a historic low. According to the most recent South African Social Attitudes Survey by the Human Sciences Research Council, trust in Parliament has tumbled from 65% in 2004 to a mere 26% in 2023. Nearly 6 out of every 10 South Africans now doubt Parliament's capacity to uphold its constitutional mandate or to deliver meaningful oversight and services. This sobering reality demands an urgent and principled response. The 7th Parliament, constituted against the challenging backdrop following the 2024 general election, has articulated 4 strategic priorities: strengthening our oversight abilities, refining legislative processes, improving the integrity of public appointments, and enhancing international engagement. While these priorities are both ambitious and necessary, they risk becoming empty rhetoric if not translated into tangible, measurable progress that restores faith in our democracy. Yet at the bedrock of any democratic society is the active trust and participation of its people. Public engagement must be elevated beyond mere formalities. Too often, public participation is treated as a procedural checkbox, an obligation fulfilled only to meet legal requirements rather than to genuinely integrate the voices and aspirations of all South Africans. It is especially significant in the context of the National Council of Provinces, where provincial mandates require even more rigorous and inclusive public participation processes. The NCOP stands as a unique forum designed to embody the will of diverse communities and ensure that provincial interests are not only represented, but also respected and acted upon. We must not allow the processes intended to amplify the public's voices to be reduced to mere rituals. We must take note that according to the previously mentioned survey, the HSRC found that 81% of respondents that said they would not vote in the 2024 general election stated their reason as disillusionment. That means, colleagues, that they are disappointed in us. Our efforts to rebuild trust must confront the conduct within our own ranks. Instances of disrespect, lack of professionalism, and disregard for parliamentary rules undermine the dignity and authority of this House. Honourable Chair, our Constitution reminds us that South Africa belongs to all who reside within its borders, united in our diversity. Parliament, as the living expression of the people's will, is not to be commandeered for private interests or manipulated at the expense of those who serve. It is our solemn duty to fulfil our mandate with integrity, humility, and unwavering accountability. Only through steadfast commitment of principled government and authentic engagement with its citizens of our nation can we hope to repair the bonds of trusts that we have frayed. Let's resolve to do this. Deputy Chairperson, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Briet. The next person to participate in this debate is Honourable Badenhorst, the Democratic Alliance. You have 8 minutes.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson, honorable members, and fellow South Africans, good day. Parliament is not a building. Parliament's not a brand. Parliament is not bureaucracy. Parliament is the people. And when the people send us here to this house, they do so with the full expectation that we will ask the difficult questions, speak truth to power, and ensure that every cent spent carries the weight of the public trust. Today we are asked to debate Budget Vote 2. But before we start talking about numbers, let's talk about some principles. Because there's something deeply disquieting about being asked to vote on a budget while the basic questions from our own Oversight Committee, the Joint Standing Committee on Financial Management of Parliament, remains unanswered. What confidence can we place in Vote 2 when the parliamentary administration remains unresponsive to repeated committee requests for something as fundamental as a costed organogram? We've asked for salary scales. We got silence. We've asked about the employment status of so-called temporary advisors in the Office of the Secretary to Parliament. Some now embedded for over 3 years with no accountability, no performance matrix, and no explanation. Still nothing. Is this the transparency the people of South Africa deserve, one can ask? I think not. And then we come to the Secretary to Parliament, an office that's become synonymous not with service, honourable members, but with secrecy. The public record, however, is very clear. In 2022, Parliament approved Mr. Kolili George's appointment based on a salary of 2.6 million rand annually. But a different number has been implemented. Advocate Pillay found a case to answer. To date, no action, no accountability, no clarity. In the meanwhile, his salary has, wait for it, rocketed to well above 6 million rand annually. If that is not enough, 6 advisors are also required at more than 2 million rand annually each. And we are expected to simply move on. Deputy Chairperson, let's follow the money now. Just over 3.5 billion rand is what Parliament will receive in 2025-26. And I'm following the budget, not the E&E. Of that, 1.5 billion rand, just over 50% goes to Programme 1. That's the administration. Just over 1.5 billion rand goes to administration. Only 704 million rand, which is less than 23%, goes to Programme 2, which happens to be the core of our constitutional mandate, legislation and oversight. Meanwhile, Programme 3, Associated Services, Political Party Transfers and Member Support, absorbs 829 million rand. Add to that the 519 million in direct charges for members' remuneration. How can Parliament be the guardian of public resources when it's unable or unwilling to realign its own? We are told that tens of millions are allocated to staff appointments, but these positions are tied to a realignment project that remains incomplete. We are budgeting for posts we cannot even describe. That's not planning, honourable members. That's theatre. And still, we hear nothing from the executive authority about return on investment. What will these appointments achieve? What are the costed benefits? Where is the proof that this money will strengthen oversight, deepen democracy, or improve the lives of the very people we serve? Parliament speaks the language of modernisation, but its spending habits remain stuck in the past. Personnel costs could continue to balloon unchecked, bloated overtime, unchecked acting allowances, and open-ended perks like cell phone reimbursements. Oddly enough, procurement for committee staff, tools of trade, crawls along at a glacial pace. Yet the money flows out anyway. One has to ask, if the laptop, cell phones, and software aren't reaching the desks of staff supporting committees, where exactly is that budget going then? Cost containment has become a buzzword without a backbone, invoked selectively, like a fire extinguisher kept on standby but only used to put out the small flames, never the blaze in the executive suite. It's more illusion than intervention, trimming the edges while the centre bloats. 3 years after the fire, Parliament still rents external venues for meetings because there aren't enough functional committee rooms. 3 years later, we're still waltzing around permit applications, signing contracts based on wishful thinking, finalising designs that never seem to be finalised, and paying consultants, but not for buildings, for beautifully animated fantasies that would make Walt Disney jealous. We are told the restoration project is 80% implemented, but let's be honest, it's nowhere near 80% functional. South Africans are not interested in milestones achieved. They want a parliament that works. And I'm always the optimist, Deputy Chair, so I'm going to refer to the green shoots as well. The clean audit is commendable. The refinement of the oversight priority model, the implementation of the country outcome dashboard, and the strengthening of executive responsiveness tracking are all important tools. But they are tools, they are not outcomes. They are movement, they're not progress. And they are not enough to offset the institutional complacency that's crept into the top structures of this institution. Let's not ignore the elephant in the one chamber that is still standing. That's our chamber. Parliament is being asked to do more with less. Over 1.1 billion has been cut from the budget over the last 6 years. Even with a 10.7% increase in this year's allocation, it still fails to keep pace with real demand, inflation, and operational needs. Meanwhile, the Parliamentary Budget Office, Parliament's own fiscal engine, is scraping by on a mere 20 million rand allocation. An office meant to bolster oversight is treated as an afterthought in the very budget it should be helping us interrogate. Why, could one ask? Why is an institution designed to ask the hardest questions left with the fewest resources? And then we asked why there are problems in the office. Honourable members, we are entering a new political terrain, one defined by coalitions, by negotiation, and by complexity. And that means Parliament must rise to the challenge. That job cannot be done with gaps in their organogram, underfunded research support, and delayed rebuilding and executive silence. This is not a call to reject the vote, MK, like you've just done. This is a call to wake up, like you should. It's a call to this House and to this Parliament to stop congratulating itself for hosting international delegations while we still cannot seat our own committees in functioning buildings. Stop boasting about transformation while critical vacancies remain unfilled, unaccounted for, and unexplained. Parliament must be what the Constitution demands of it, a force of oversight for transparency, for public participation, and for value. How can we claim to light the way for accountability while we're stumbling around in the darkness of our own house? Vote 2 is not just a budget, it's a test. The question is not whether we will fund Parliament. The question is whether Parliament will fund the future or merely subsidize its own administrative dysfunction. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Bartnos. To the next Honourable Member to contribute is the Honourable Farmer from the Patriotic Alliance. You have 5 minutes.
Honourable Chairperson, honourable members, fellow South Africans, I greet you in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Saviour, the God without whom we will not succeed. Today I rise to speak for the Patriotic Alliance in support of Budget Vote 2, the budget that funds the very heartbeat of our democracy, Parliament itself. Chairperson, Parliament is not a building. Parliament is a promise. It's the promise that the cries of our communities echoes in this chamber. It is the promise that no public servant, no department, no executive can stand above the people's representatives. But let us be honored with ourselves and with the people who sent us here. Parliament must do more to earn the respect it demands. Too often oversight has become a tick box exercise. Committees sit, reports are tabled, but the impact on the ground remains invisible. Bills are debated here, but outside these gates, the people still wait for change. Chairperson, the Patriotic Alliance supports this budget because a strong Parliament means a stronger people. But our support comes with a clear call. Parliament must be more than a speaker's list. It must be the spearhead of accountability. We must use this budget to, 1, strengthen our oversight capacity so that no official escapes scrutiny, no misused rand goes unnoticed. 2, equip members with modern research tools and expert support so we debate facts, not slogans. 3, Expand community and outreach so that Parliament sits not just in Cape Town, but in every province, every ward, every forgotten village. Number 4, embrace digital platforms that bring ordinary people directly into our work, especially the youth, who must see Parliament not as a distant fortress, but as their house too. Honourable members, too often we say we represent the people, but do they feel it? Do the mothers in the informal settlements, the farm workers in the rural areas, the unemployed graduates in our townships see Parliament as the ally or as an island for the elite? It is time we restore public trust by restoring public visibility. Let us sit in communities more often than we sit in committee rooms. Let us report back not once every 5 years at election time, but all the time. Chairperson, this budget vote must also strengthen the security and integrity of this institution. We must protect this House from threats, from intimidation, and from becoming a playground for those who want to disrupt rather than deliver. We must also protect our support staff, from researchers to cleaners to committee clerks. They make Parliament work behind the scenes and deserve to work in a professional, safe, and well-resourced environment. As the Patriotic Alliance, we say we will not stand by while Parliament is weakened by factional games or internal delays. We stand for a Parliament that works for the people, that asks the hard questions, that produces real answers, and that brings hope back to our communities. In the 7th Parliament, let us prove that oversight is not a ritual. It is our sacred duty. Let us prove that representation is not a title, it is a daily task. And let us prove that when we stand in this House, we do so on behalf of millions who cannot stand here by themselves. Chairperson, we support this budget vote because when Parliament works, democracy works. But let this budget be the fuel that fires up our oversight, sharpens our debates, and closes the gap between these benches and the streets of our communities, from Hillbrow to the Cape Flats. Let us be the Parliament our people deserve. Salute.
Thank you very much, Honourable Farmer. The next member to participate is the Deputy Speaker from Mpumalanga Province, the Honourable Masango, who has 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings to the Chairperson of the NCOP, Mary Filwe Mtsweni-Tsipane, Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Mr. Les Govender, the Honorable Chair of Chairs, and the Chief Whip of the Council, and Honorable Permanent Members of the NCOP Lochani. It is a great honor to participate in this debate this afternoon, where provincial legislatures are presented an opportunity to acknowledge and commend the crucial role that the National Council of Provinces plays in promoting cooperative governance. It is to ensure that by providing a platform for the 9 provinces to articulate their concerns and interests at the national level, as the provincial legislatures, we continue to work closely with the permanent delegates of the NCOP in achieving this role. Oversight is a critical aspect of democracy, society committed to effective governance and transformation. It ensures that government remain in touch with the people, that the problems in service delivery are recognized and addressed. In this regard, the Constitution established inheritance oversight responsibility for the NCOP because the NCOP's specific constitutional role is to represent provinces, local government in national affairs of government. Its main concerns is relation to the budget, must be the inequitable division of the revenue amongst the 3 spheres of government and the subsequent horizontal division among the provinces, as well as the conditional grant to provinces. The NCOP role is in overseeing the budget to ensure that provincial and municipal interests are properly accommodated in the budget and that the division is equitable. Honourable Chairperson, One important aspect in ensuring proper budget allocation in public participation program can be distributed in alerting the NCOP to problems, achievement, strength, its ability to oversee the executive, at the provincial and local level. However, we have noted the mechanism that we have been employed by the NCOP in strengthening public participation in provinces. These include receiving petition, representation, or submission, which allows individual organizations to voice their concerns, opinion, proposals on various issues, including draft legislation. Chairperson, despite a firm policy framework on the provisions of infrastructure, South Africa is dealing with a growing number of delays, abandoned and incomplete government infrastructure projects. These projects across the country include schools, health facilities, housing, roads, and water projects, which sit idle on incomplete from various reasons, costing the taxpayers billions of rands. The Provincial Week program therefore provide an opportunity for NCOP legislatures across the country to engage directly with citizens on challenges they experience. It further provides opportunity to receive reports from government departments, municipalities on progress made regarding service delivery. Chairperson, the 2024 Provincial Week reports indicated challenges that were identified, including, amongst others, the delay and incomplete projects that were detected. Many infrastructure projects across the provinces face significant delay, are incomplete, have been abandoned. Common reasons include budget constraints, contractor performance issues, community unrest, extortions, theft, and administrative inefficiency. Maintenance of issues, Chairperson, aging infrastructure, inadequate maintenance are recurring problems leading to frequent breakdowns and service interruptions. On financial constraints, Chair, Services Department report serve budget cuts impacting ability to complete projects and maintain existing infrastructure. The mislocations of funds, instead of funds intended for infrastructure being used for their purpose, such as salaries, have been noted. Poor project management, these are the lack of effective project management and oversight, leading to cost overrun and delays. The use of consultancies, over-reliance on consultant for compiling reports on financial statement and managing project often results in poor quality and additional cost. Chairperson, we need to indicate here, Auditor General warn us and caution that we need to advise municipalities and all provincial government not to utilize private consultants, because we have Chapter 9 institutions that have been deposited by the Constitution that are made to also facilitate and assist efficiently in terms of cost containment in addressing such. However, we do take note the huge investment by the government in the road infrastructure, water supply scheme, sanitation infrastructure, energy project, as well as the successful implementation of innovative human settlement solution to address spatial development needs. It also demonstrates that where progress were made, the delegates express support of efforts made. For an example, in the case of road paving project in Pel near Kimberley, the delegation applauded the implementation of model of the empowerment of contractors and called for it to be used as a best practice in other provinces. The Taking Parliament to the People, Chairperson program is also one of the involve the NCOP visiting community, particularly rural, marginalized areas, to engage with citizens directly. During these visits, municipalities and communities raise issues and concern, and the NCOP undertake to follow up with relevant government department. For an example, in Tabachueu, where the NCOP conducted a very extensive work, which we appreciate as a province in particular. Now, to emphasize the importance of this budget that has been tabled here, we appreciate, and also the NCOP committee often hold public hearing on specific bills issues, allowing for direct interaction between public and NCOP members. Public education, Chairperson, also plays a crucial role in ensuring that Parliament provide information, educational resources to help the public understand legislation process and engage more effectively. The NCOP aims to provide feedback to public on outcomes of the engagement, ensuring that citizens are aware of what inputs has their influence in decision-making through participation. Parliament is committed to provide information, feedback in public, fostering open communication, accountability. Reporting of feedback are often made publicly available, allowing communities once more to track their progress on issues they have raised and action they taken by the NCOP. Chairperson, the NCOP and the legislatures will continue to advocate for improved governance, better financial management, strong accountability mechanism to enhance the delivery and maintenance of public infrastructure, other services across the country. As I conclude, Chairperson, in line with the Constitution, subsection 66(2) and 92, the NCOP oversight role is limited to issues which effectively affect provinces on national and intergovernmental relations. As a legislature, we commend in providing the support and collaboration in achieving this role and ensuring that the interests of the people are put first. Siyathokoza, siyabereka, sichinga phambili. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masango, for your inputs. We now move on to the next honorable member, and that's Honorable Peter from the United Democratic Movement. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Let me greet the honorable members as well today in the name of the Holy Spirit. It is an honor to rise in this House and contribute to this budget vote on Parliament, the cornerstone institution of our democracy, which must serve as the embodiment of the will of the people, the guardian of the Constitution, and the ultimate forum for democratic accountability. Yes, we cannot perform these roles effectively without reflecting on our institutional limitations and boldly charting a new course. One of the most urgent issues Parliament must confront the slow pace of legislative process. Too often, we see bills stagnant for years, while the needs they seek to address compound in our communities, where other parliaments move with urgency and precision. We dawdle and delays. In countries such as USA, South Korea, and the United Kingdom, we see bills processed in a matter of months, often with extensive consultation, because those systems have invested in legislative efficiency, rigorous research support, and clear timelines. The South African Parliament must similarly enhance its legislative drafting capacity, institutional knowledge, and time management. It wishes to fulfill its constitutional mandate. The impact of legislation lies not only in its passage, but it's how inclusive and democratic its formulation has been. Public participation is a constitutional imperative, yet our record remains uneven. Too often, marginalized and rural communities are left out of critical deliberations, either due to language barriers, inaccessible venues, or inadequate notice. Parliament must broaden its reach and invest in better preparation, including expanding funding outreach efforts and improve the feedback mechanism. It is not enough to hear the public. We must also respond meaningful and transparency. Moreover, robust and inclusive public education on the legislative process must be prioritized. Democracy cannot flourish in the absence of knowledge. If people do not understand their right to participate, then that right becomes meaningless. Thus, improving our approaches to civic education and establishing new participatory platforms, particularly digital ones, must be integral to our work. Chairperson of this House, we must also consider the critical link between legislative work and oversight. Hayi lento yokuvela sizo-undermine ngoominister xa bazophendula imibuzo apha. baphendule ngathi baphendula kubantwana babo bafike be-downgrade izidima zabantu balendlu. Sinida i-accountability ebalulekileyo nesidima esihloniphekileyo. Lastly, we must speak plainly. Since 1994, while the volume of billions has declined, the quality of some has not withstood constitutional scrutiny. That is a shameful indictment of our legislative process. Parliament must correct this trajectory, not only to fulfill its constitutional mandate, but to protect the integrity of our democracy. In conclusion, Parliament must not be reduced to a rubber stamp. It must become what was always intended to be, a dynamic, responsive, and a capable institution that is a custodian of a democracy, a watchdog of accountability, and a contribute for the people, particularly the most vulnerable. The budget vote must not simply fund Parliament's existence, but its transformation. And therefore, the UDM support this budget. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Peter. The next honorable member to participate is the Honorable House Chairperson of Committees, the Honorable Ryder, who has 15 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Honourable members, when I stood here last year, I spoke of a vision to transform our committees into strategic, decisive, and outcome-driven engines powering the National Council of Provinces. I challenged us to harness our constitutional role as provincial champions, to reassert our leadership over our agendas, and to drive the NCOP's work away from bureaucracy and towards real service delivery outcomes. South Africans from all walks of life are democratically represented in a bicameral parliament. This means that our parliament consists of two houses, each distinct but equally important in fulfilling our constitutional mandate. These houses are the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces, or the NCOP. Regrettably, over the years, the NCOP has not enjoyed the same level of attention, prominence, and respect as its counterpart. It has, in the eyes of many, remained largely irrelevant. Yet this House, this Council, is constitutionally enshrined institution with a critical and uniquely admirable role in our democratic architecture. It is up to us to promote the relevance of the NCOP. We must help the people of South Africa to appreciate the importance of the work that is done here. The Constitution draws clear lines of responsibility. The National Assembly solely oversees the work of the National Executive, its department, its budgets, and the delivery of its services. The 9 provincial legislatures exercise similar oversight over provincial governments, while over 250 municipal councils do the same for their local municipalities. This is the beauty of our constitutional framework, a system in which the 3 spheres of government are not hierarchical, but distinct, interdependent, and interrelated. No sphere of government is more important than the other. So where then does that leave the NCOP, Deputy Chair? Why does it exist and what is its relevance? The answer lies in one of the Constitution's most essential principles, cooperative governance. This principle recognizes that no single sphere of government can deliver effectively in isolation. Without cooperative governance, service delivery stalls. Without cooperative governance, the lives of South Africans remain unchanged. Without cooperative governance, South Africa cannot move forward. No sphere of government is an island unto itself. The National Department of Basic Education may set the policies, norms, and standards, but the provincial governments are responsible for infrastructure and staffing. But unless the municipality, where the schools find themselves, maintain the roads to the school and ensure that water and electricity are connected, quality education will not be delivered. Each function is dependent on the next, and this is not limited to education alone. If the National Health Department allocates funds to provincial governments to build and equip hospitals, yet a municipality fails to manage waste removal, then the entire ecosystem of healthcare collapses. And if the root of the failure lies not with the municipality, but with the national procurement laws that delay or prevent the purchase of adequate waste trucks, then the problem is structural, not local. This is where the NCOP finds its purpose and relevance. The Constitution mandates the NCOP to serve as a forum for provincial interests within the national sphere of government. But it goes beyond that. Because provincial governments exercise a close relationship in the workings of local municipalities, the NCOP also becomes the voice of local government in Parliament. That is what sets this House apart. We are not the National Assembly. We are not designed to mimic its functions. Where the National Assembly exercises oversight for accountability, the NCOP exercises oversight for fact-finding, oversight that seeks to diagnose and resolve, not merely to call out and condemn. That is why our oversight must be softer in conduct, but sharper in focus, grounded by cooperative governance, collaboration, and consensus, driven by the imperative to unblock bottlenecks and impediments to service delivery across all three spheres of government. Unless we exercise this function fully, the disjuncture in service delivery will persist, and with it, the growing disappointment of the South African people. As was beautifully captured in the Speeding Transformation report that was commissioned by Parliament at the turn of the century, the NCOP is, and I quote, a body that protects the relationships between the spheres of government and whose ongoing goal is to contribute to the effectiveness of South Africa's multi-sphered system of government and its representativity, end quote. Indeed, the NCOP is the only place where all three spheres of government, national, provincial, and local, meet under one roof. It is the only body that conducts oversight over South Africa's entire governmental system. This is how we make the NCOP relevant and give it its purpose. This is how we ensure that this House leaves its mark on our country's constitutional order. Over the past year, I'm proud to say that we have made meaningful progress. And today I offer an honest assessment, a status update, if you like, of a work in progress. I hope to highlight where we have strengthened our foundation and where we still struggle, and how we can press forward in alignment, leadership, and delivery. Since our sessions at the start of the year, committees have embraced a logic-based structure comprising inputs, activities, outputs, and outcomes, and measurable impact. This is in line with the model proposed in Parliament's strategy document. We've shifted from activities for activity's sake to work driven by clearly defined objectives, rooted in provincial realities and focused on tangible outcomes. This approach is directly tied to our alignment with the 7th Parliament's strategic plan. Committees are now selecting priorities that map directly to the 5 strategic outcomes, these being responsive and accountable institutions, coherent intergovernment cooperation, optimized legislative reform, enhanced public participation, and strengthened oversight and delivery. This is not mere rhetoric. It is realignment in action. Committee chairpersons and members have reported that strategic planning is now integral to their work, ensuring that every meeting, workshop, oversight visit, and report ties back to the strategic plan and ultimately to community impact. The buy-in by committee chairpersons has been remarkably good, and we are finding programs that are well aligned to our vision and in line with our standard operating procedures. The work programs of the NCOP, like Provincial Week, Local Government Week, and Taking Parliament to the People, have shifted from symbolic gestures to instrumental components of oversight. Committees are now feeding insights from these interactions back into legislative scrutiny. The result is oversight that is informed by the lived experience of South Africans on the ground, responsive to context, and more likely to yield sustainable solutions. The shift has begun, not perfectly, but noticeably. Provincial delegations are reporting stronger relevance, municipalities are engaging more seriously, and the NCOP brand is renewing its credibility as the champion of provinces. In short, honourable members, our institutional machinery is improving, but the people component needs to catch up. Effective teamwork, professionalism, and discipline from selected leadership teams are non-negotiable. Now to the issue that baffles many of us, the committee budgets. We've done the strategic planning, we have the vision, yet our toolbox remains empty. The proposed parliamentary estimates leave committees without sufficient funding for meaningful oversight visits, expert engagement, and technical support. Worse, budget allocations continue to be administration-led and not politician-led. As elected representatives, it is our constitutional role to prioritize resource allocation. That role is being sidelined, and this translated into the across-the-board allocations to committees that lie before the appropriate committee. Both Honourable Frolick in the National Assembly and I, on behalf of the NCOP, advocated for a more tailored approach, taking workloads and responsibilities of individual committees into account. Yes, the economy is under pressure. Yes, there are many competing demands for funds, but that cannot justify underinvestment in parliamentary oversight, especially when we are strengthening our capacity to hold the executive to account. The administrative budgeting model does not reflect our strategic aspirations. It reflects a bureaucratic default, not political prioritization. And this disconnect undermines our credibility, weakens our message of active oversight, and in many cases renders committee work aspirational rather than accountable and actionable. To be blunt, our committees are constrained not by their vision, but by the limits placed around their budgets. Regrettably, many of the bad habits from the Sixth Parliament persist, particularly the desire to emulate the National Assembly. Let me repeat my mantra: we are not a second National Assembly. We must resist this misconception and revert to the systems and practices that defined our original National Council of Provinces. That means redoubling our focus on provincial mandate oversight, not portfolio duplication. We need to ensure provincial input is not just tokenized, but central to debates and scrutiny. We must implement systems to maintain separation between our provincial role and the national legislative senatorial function. We must remember what made the NCOP distinct and powerful: its roots in cooperative provincial governance, its embedding in the lived experience, and its role as a bridge, not a replica, of the National Assembly. To consolidate these gains, we must continue to improve systems informed by experience and strengthened by innovation. Annual committee planning workshops must be an area of focus and attention. All committees must hold their two-day planning sessions each year, complete with technical support, alignment to strategic outcomes, and stakeholder timelines. Presiding officers' meetings are a must-have to chairperson alignment, code sharing, and the avoidance of siloed agendas in committees. Each committee must submit quarterly updates against strategic plan outcomes between provincial and local government weeks. These systems will rebuild crucial administrative discipline in our House, but they depend on political will. We must collectively support them. Institutional inertia cannot remain an excuse. Colleagues, the opportunity to transform the NCOP is real, but it's fragile. It'll take more discipline, more clarity, more self-direction, and more political leadership. This project can so easily be forgotten in our already full program because of the volume of work that has to be done. I call on you now to join me in reclaiming our place, not as secondary players, but as primary agents of accountability and provincial voice. Finally, honourable members, let us remember why we are here: to serve the people of South Africa, not to preserve process, but to deliver substance, not to generate rhetoric, but to show results. We have a constitution that gives us a clear mandate. We have strategic instruments that align our work. We have the talent and the energy in this House to deliver. What we need now is political intention, cohesive leadership, and a refusal to accept the phrase, "That's the way it's always been done." We owe it to our provinces. We owe it to the local communities, striving for better roads, schools, clinics, and services. We owe it to every South African hoping for a government that is responsive, accountable, and connected. Before I conclude, Deputy Chair, I want to pause and appreciate the teams that support our work, the army of officials that ensure that things run according to plan, the teams in the office of the presiding officers, the Chief Whip and the Programming Whip, the committee secretaries, content advisors and researchers, the secretariat and the table staff, the translation teams, the ushers and the transport and security teams, the South African Police Services, and of course, who could forget the caterers, the library staff and the media team as well. So many people who make our work possible as MPs. Thank you all for the dedication and drive that you display. Honourable members, our House operates with a high degree of collegiality amongst members. The provincial whips and committee chairs and each and every member here work together, clashing on ideology, but agreeing that work needs to be done because we are all South Africans and we are all here to bring about a better South African. Thank you all for the constructive manner in which we engage one another. It is not a sprint, it's a marathon. We have 4 more years together, and the power lies with us to bring about meaningful change. I also want to thank the Chairperson, Deputy Chair, House Chair Khadebi, and the Chief Whip for the great relationship that we share. Deputy Chair, honourable members, the work continues. Let us seize the moment, lead with conviction, reclaim our systems, and build an NCOP that delivers, not just deliberates. Retswelopele Kaufela. Together we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Ryder. We now move on to the next Honourable Member, and that's the Honourable Ekwase. From the ANC, Honourable Ekwase, you have 12 minutes.
Modula Stilo Antlo, Mutlatsa Modula Stilo, Semisekolo Santlo, delegates, permanent and special members of the public, Kiali Dumedisa. Honorable Briet, it was expected of me that instead of misleading the public about public participation, you would actually inform the public that public participation is our constitutional obligation enshrined in Section 59, subsection 1, and Section 72, subsection 1 of the Constitution. Nonetheless, honorable members, we meet today to debate policy relating to one of the most important institutions in our democracy, the Parliament. It is important to note that, as Honorable Ryder has already mentioned, Parliament has 2 chambers, which is the NCOP and the NA. Often the term Parliament has been reduced to mean the National Assembly, the NCOP being looked as a by-the-way house. It is important to understand this institution of Parliament so that we are fully aware of its powers, responsibilities, and mandate. Without thorough understanding, we might make certain assumptions which may lead us to fundamental mistakes. As we meet here, honorable members, we meet in the first month of the 2nd year of the 7th administration. Our people went to elections and crafted the composition of this house called Parliament, which is the NCOP in our case. Our presence here today is proof of democracy in South Africa and that it is alive and that it has no limit other than the people themselves. Parties represented in our parliament come from all walks of life, from the extreme left to social democrats, far right and center, and so on. Perhaps this is the first appreciation that all of us must recognize and applaud. In other parts of the world, democracy is a luxury, but in South Africa, it is a lived experience of all citizens whose trust has placed all of us here in the NCOP. Our story as a country does not only begin in 1994, but begins many years ago before 1994. The reality is that what shapes us today, but certainly does not define our identity as a people. Over the past 30 years, our parliament has went through different stages that have led us to where we are. Our work has not been complete until the Freedom Charter, the Bible of the Liberation Movement, the African National Congress, is achieved. As we reflect and celebrate the 70th anniversary of this historic document, we ought to remember that it was blood that resulted in the adoption of this document in June 1955 in Kliptown. Today, not a single one of us can deny that we have a functioning, robust democracy. Within this democracy, the people of our country have opportunity to see the functioning of parliament in an open. They see and hear debate, disagree with each other, and sometimes we do agree. We all agree on fundamental issues. We agree that we must deal with poverty, unemployment, and inequality. However, we disagree on measures that must be taken to address these issues. Although the history of our country is one that is written in blood, exclusion, and oppression of Black people, it was the ANC and it continues to be the ANC that holds together the society and nation we all call South Africa. It is and it has been the policies of the African National Congress that has transformed our society to reflect in its social makeup for all its people. Of course, the ANC does not operate in a vacuum, and certainly South Africa is not an isolated geographical location. We are part of the world. This explains why anti-transformation forces have since 1994 been working hard to ensure that transformation does not happen. And honorable members, the justification that redistribution measures aimed at creating equality are detrimental to the economy. And it tells a story that we need to enforce our grounding as a country to lead transformation for more radically and for more radical approach that we have ever been before. Honorable members, this is the work this House of Parliament must oversee, enforce constitutionally, and most importantly, debate. We must move from the presumptuous notion that all of us here represent the people honestly. The ANC is the only political party that all of you can attest that its birth and mission has always been about the people. We took charge of Parliament in 1994, and our goal as the ANC was to use Parliament to transform legislation and build institutional foundation. Between 1999 and 2004, we strengthened oversight and public participation, and from 2014 to 2019, our aim was to deepen democracy and public participation. In the 7th administration, our aim as the ANC is to focus Parliament's work to be a transformative activist parliament. This goal can only be possible if there is close cooperation and coordination between the two houses of Parliament, which is the NCOP and the National Assembly. We must complement each other. What happens in the NA must inform our work as the NCOP and vice versa. Where we see there is little attention on issues in the NA, where we see we have competency, we must take up matters and address them sharply. When the people see Parliament, they must see themselves. The language in our speeches must reflect the daily struggles of our people. And also, we must share with them the joyful moments that place our nation in the global stage. Honorable members, once again, in 2026, South Africans will have another chance to cast their votes in the local government elections. Within this House, we have SALGA representation, and constitutionally, as a House, the NCOP, we are empowered to deal with matters related to local government. Section 154 of the Constitution mandates this House to support and strengthen local government to ensure that there is ability and capacity with local government to function optimally to address people's needs. This is not only a matter of assisting local government to achieve clean audits from the Auditor General. Yes, audit outcomes are important, and we condemn the use of incompetent consultants by municipalities that are not helpful in any way. We need to assist municipalities give a true meaning of the clause of the Freedom Charter that the people shall govern. That should be our vision in dealing with local government. Honorable Chairperson, let me alert this House and the people of South Africa on the importance of local government and its relationship with the Freedom Charter. Honorable members, where we are in the Western Cape, there are quite a number of challenges. Beyond these beautiful walls, our people are subjected to the most modest apartheid and spatial injustice. Working class people are driven away out of the city. They are being priced out by the city of Cape Town. People from Khayelitsha, Nyanga, Gugulethu and other places are victims of spatial injustice led by the DA. Our people spend time traveling to work, and research has suggested that people spend almost 5 hours traveling to work and from work and are spending large portions of their salaries paying for taxis. Low-cost housing schemes are built far from the city center to exclude the people. Yet the DA boasts about clean audits all the time. but their political judgment and planning is tailored from the painful history of apartheid. Another criminality in the Western Cape is shunning the service delivery issues in wards where they are not controlling, and those populated by Black and colored people. Siwa in the yards where people are supposed to walk and live, where young kids are supposed to play. We must utilize the powers of this house as the NCOP to deal with such issues. Local government is our responsibility. Demarcations must be done in ways that aligns with the goals of our country. That is to say, there must be justice and non-racialism. Honorable Chairperson, as our ANC strategy and tactics document clearly outlines, our vision of a parliament that is of the people, by the people, and for the people. We are committed to prioritizing the will of the people and ensuring that government is accountable to us. As we stated in our January 8th statement, we must build a society that is based on the will of the people, not only the will of the few individuals. The symbiotic relationship between NCOP and NA that I referred to earlier is essential in ensuring that Parliament is efficient and it also effective in its role. More honorable members, public participation is the lifeblood of our democracy. We must continue to create spaces for our communities and citizens to engage with us, to share ideas and to hold us accountable. As Nelson Mandela so eloquently put it, and I quote, "To be free is not merely to cast one's chains, but to live in a way that respects and enhances the freedom of others," close quote. We must utilize the community radio stations, take oral submission and leverage advanced technology to make parliamentary work more accessible and expand our reach to broader public. To strengthen public participation, we must employ new and modern strategies, take advantage of modern technology, and use tools that our people understand. As we back on our programs of taking parliament to the people, our core vision must be the people. We will enhance our legislative processes and ensure that the laws we pass are a process of broader consultation and consensus building. We must ensure that we strengthen accountability, especially to the executive, that we utilize other state organs like the judiciary to help us deal with issues of law. We must take serious this work, including implementing the Zondo Commission recommendations. We recognize that Parliament has done an excellent work to ensure robustness of the House by implementing rules and measures that ensures robustness happen in an honest and yet civil manner which reflects Ubuntu. It is important, honorable members, that indeed a revolution, for those who are in the revolution, is an act of love but not dishonesty. As the ANC, we continue to reaffirm that we will continue to use this House to improve the quality of life of our people, that we will continue to raise issues that reflect their daily experiences, and that we will remain focused to ensure that we are not defocused, especially on the transformation agenda, even after under the difficult challenges that we have under the GNU. As the ANC, we continue and we will continue to prioritize our people. We support this budget vote. I thank you.
40%.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ekwase. We now move on to the next contributor to this debate, and that's the Honorable Siwisa from the Economic Freedom Fighters. Honorable Siwisa, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Let me first start by greeting the Commander-in-Chief of the most progressive movement in Africa, the only movement that gives many sleepless nights on plans how to destroy it, irrespective of the massive work it does for the many marginalized South Africans. CIC and President of the EFF, Julius Sello Malema Dumela Moshabi. Commissars and fighters, South Africans, Sanibonani. Honorable Jane, can you please pay attention? Chairperson, the Economic Freedom Fighters reject the proposed budget on Parliament. We reject the budget of Parliament which fails to fulfill its constitutional mandate of representing the interest of our people as well as the interest of the provinces in the national sphere of government. Section 55, subsection 2 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa 1996 stipulates that the role of Parliament is to oversee the activities of government and any organ of state so as to realize a better quality of life for all the people of South Africa. However, Deputy Chairperson, this Parliament has been unable to fulfill this primary responsibility of holding the executive to account for many challenges faced by our people. Parliament is completely failing to play its oversight role as members of Parliament have abandoned all senses of accountability. We see it even in the way in which they respond to questions put in this House, whether it is written or oral form. Their responses have turned into mere administrative duties rather than an act on the matters that are brought to the departments. This Parliament has also demonstrated incapacity and incompetence in resolving many of the crises confronting South Africans, and it, along with its executive, has been persistent in attempts to avoid genuine accountability and transparency. There exists an absence of standards of accountability in this Parliament, which is why it is failing in its constitutional mandate to hold the executive authority accountable. Under the leadership of this Parliament, we have seen austerity measures intensified and help to the needy being reversed. Under the leadership of this Parliament, the level of unemployment has increased, the degeneration of the living conditions of South Africans, and a massive increase in cost of living. And the dream of quality healthcare and housing for all, free education, and transformation in the corporate sector has dwindled in the insignificance of the altar of the GNU coalition. Deputy Chairperson, we are also concerned regarding the funding to the PBO. The PBO plays a significant role in assisting committees to understand the budget processes, further assisting Parliament in ensuring that it allocates funds accordingly. But this office is underfunded, and the underfunding of this committee may lead it to being unable to perform its functions diligently. Chairperson, the budget of Parliament is at a shortfall of 521 million, which has already clearly affected the work of Parliament and the capacity of committees to execute their jobs. At some point, Chairperson, the executive authority needs to take this House into confidence and explain as to how Parliament came to have its reserve funds being depleted over the years. The shortfall has led to vacancies and unfunded vacancies to the total of 203. This clearly indicates that the skeleton staff that is currently in place will be overworked and miss critical information that can be crucial in holding the executive accountable. Chairperson, this cannot be raised without raising the issue of the 6 program managers within the Office of the Secretary to Parliament. What role do these people play? What are their responsibilities and duties? These program managers or advisors, whatever they are titled that they have been given, cost the Parliament 2.2 million with the already strained budget for this institution. As it stands, Chairperson, one of the so-called project managers is appointed as a project manager. Does he have the qualification or the experience to lead such a prestige program is a question that still needs an answer to. Committees are also allocated 3 million across this, irrespective of workload and size. How Parliament arrived at this is also still a mystery. Another concern, Chairperson, is the mismatching of skills in staff capacity. Now, in as much as it is clear that Parliament needs to follow due processes in enacting legislation, especially when it comes to public hearings and public participation, we are, however, concerned at the amount of time which is often allocated to perform such tasks, as the public is not often given enough time to engage and respond to inputs on bills. We are also concerned at the general slow pace of passing of bills in Parliament, and we have time and time again emphasized the importance of strengthening the Parliament's internal capacity so as to ensure quality and not quantity in all functions. This legislative body lacks capacity to draft legislation and still does not do this to date. Parliament is still using old apartheid laws and acts which will disadvantage our people. And there's been no commitment to make this parliament a people's parliament. Its processes remain exclusionary and do not include people in rural areas, like people living in Kurumani, Ngutu, Qumbu, Qwaqwa, Mudimule, Mukhwasa. People in Namakwa, Prince Albert, Victoria, Wales, and Makwasi are still excluded. Chairperson, we once again draw your attention to the deteriorating language service department, a department which has been left to collapse. There are still vacancies in this department which have been left vacant for years. Parliament needs to hire more translators in all official languages. We also hope that there will be improvement in feedback to communities after public hearings have been championed. Citizens need to be updated pertaining what contributions that they've made during public hearings and need to be consulted again pertaining the final decision taken by committees. This will build trust in Parliament by the citizens. Chairperson, there needs to be consequence management, especially towards ministers who do not produce any positive results pertaining service delivery. It cannot be business as usual when ministers are given responsibility and their actions do not yield positive results. Consequence management is commendable, but will need strong legal backing. Parliament lacks the power to compel departments to act on its resolutions and recommendations by committees. That has led to the hampering with effective governance. Should Parliament push for a constitutional amendment to gain enforcement powers, or would that interfere with the separation of powers? That is a debatable but should be considered. Parliament needs to relook the timeframes that's put forward for public inputs participation, especially when it comes to the processes of budget. Chairperson, money has been spent to transport the dome to Cape Town only for it to be found not user-friendly with faulty air conditioning and ablution system that is not maintained. To date, 8 million has been spent for the installation of a useless dome. And at present, the dome is not utilized due to not being stable enough to sustain the Cape Town weather. And the city of Cape Town has produced or has given Parliament a quotation of 3 million rands to install a substation. This is when a further 2 million was spent on furniture for the setting that took place between the 10th of February 2025 and the 3rd of April 2025. Parliament is spending more money to waste money. There is no value for money, but rather wasteful expenditure. There is not a single goal that has been reached by this fruitless exercise. The only thing that Parliament managed to do is to transport the dome, period. These are but some of the issues and concerns which the EFF has raised in the meetings with the executive authority, but to date, we have not seen any changes. As an organization, the EFF remains the most dependable force for the poor, rejected, and forgotten masses of our people and will robustly hold the Parliament accountable both in National Assembly, NCOP, and legislatures. Chairperson, I need to respond to Honorable Khatepe. It is good that people are studying and that Parliament is boosting that they are allowing people to study. But we must not forget, till today, there are some members whose monies have not been paid to the institution for them to further their studies, and they've been left frustrated. On that note, Chairperson, we reject this budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Suisa. We now move on to the next honorable member, and that's the Honorable Brits. Honorable Brits, you have 6 minutes.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Ministers present, Honorable members and fellow South Africans, good day. At the conclusion of the sixth administration, there was a considerable trust deficit between Parliament and the residents of South Africa. A year ago, we entered the seventh administration with our work cut out for us. As members of the seventh administration, it is up to us to restore that trust relationship with our citizens. We are judged by our citizens, not by our speeches, but by our conduct, by the way we guard public finances. In my maiden speech a year ago, in the same debate on Parliament's budget, I reminded members that it can't be business as usual. The findings of the Zondo Commission made it clear. State capture was not just a failure of governance, but a failure of parliamentary oversight. We were warned. In the annual performance plan of Parliament, the outcomes of this Parliament are set out to improve Parliament's performance and effectiveness through information and culture optimization, to increase government responsiveness and accountability by strengthening oversight over the executive and impactful lawmaking. These are powerful plans to achieve powerful outcomes. Some positive actions were witnessed over the past year that contributed to achieving Parliament's goals. As co-chairperson of the Joint Committee on Parliament's Ethics, I look forward to the positive achievement that will be announced by the committee soon. This achievement will be a positive step in decreasing the trust deficit. Honourable members, ethics is not only about declaring interests. It is about holding members accountable to the highest degree of ethical conduct. In this regard, the committee has received a number of complaints against members, and we give the public the assurance that the Ethics Committee, as custodian of the code, objectively enforces the rules of the Code of Conduct without fear, favour, political affiliation, or even threats. But the public has also the right to know that members do not indulge themselves in unacceptable personal conduct. That is why the Joint Ethics Committee is currently embarking on a revision of the code to expand the scope of ethical conduct. Ethics is not a checklist, it is a culture. And that brings us to the budget and the discussion. We require that funds allocated to Parliament to fulfill its constitutional obligations in working to achieve their goals are spent prudently. Every cent must be accounted for. The public deserves to know what the salary of the Secretary to Parliament is, by who and when it was determined. Internal politics in the administration of Parliament do not serve the best interest of either Parliament or the public, and it must be addressed where it raises its ugly head. Where individual officials have been acting in positions since the fifth administration without being permanently appointed, while others are surrounded by special advisors. Questions needs to be asked and remedial action needs to be implemented. An aspect of public interest is the restoration of the old Assembly and the rebuilding of the National Assembly building. The working of Parliament's 989 committee meetings, 71 public hearings, and 7 joint sittings over the past year have been disrupted at a cost that is sometimes hard to contemplate. But the rebuilding of Parliament deserves not only the public's attention, but also Parliament's detailed attention. This project has been dragging on for some time, and its speedy and effective conclusion will be in the best interest of both Parliament and the public. Yet, 4 years later, progress remains painfully slow. Members must watch this project with hawk eyes, because the public will be watching us. Honourable Legwase, your political rhetoric was misplaced today. And your attack on the DA is a stark contradiction of your praises earlier this morning in the Select Committee of Finance, when you've praised the Western Cape. But in conclusion, Honourable Deputy Chairperson, this budget must enable Parliament to do its job. It must empower oversight, not protect failure. And above all, it must reflect a return to ethical leadership. Parliament cannot demand integrity from the executive if we do not first demand it from ourselves. Honourable members, let us be the Parliament. Let us be the National Council of Provinces the people can trust again. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Brits. We now move on to the penultimate speaker in this debate, and that's the Honourable Chief Whip of the NCOP, Honourable Moimang. Honourable Moimang, you have 20 minutes.
Matata Muglastulo wa ntlo ya kgaolo ya province ya bosetšhaba, Honorable Governor, ke tse tlotlo ka e tonna ke lebise go boeteledipele jwa ntlo ya National Council of Province e teletsweng pele ke mme Refile Mtsweni Tsipane, a patilwe ke baduladithulo ba ntlo tsa rona tse pedi, re Gadebe le re Rider. Ke tlotle gape the provincial whips and part whips te baduladithulo ba dikomiti le maloko a ntlo special delegates, baemedi ba SALGA, ke re baagi ba Afrika Borwa dumelang. This budget policy debate, Honourable Deputy Chair, takes place after 1 year of historic 2024 national and provincial election that have ushered in the government of national unity, and just 3 days before we celebrate the 15th anniversary of Nelson Mandela Day, which is an annual global celebration that takes place on 18th July to honor the life and legacy of our founding father of the Constitution, Nelson Mandela. Deputy Chair Nelson Mandela was officially declared by the Nelson Mandela Day was officially declared by the United Nations in November 2009, with the first UN Mandela Day held on July 18th, 2010. Indeed, President Nelson Mandela devoted his life to saving humanity as a human rights lawyer, a prisoner of conscience, an international peacemaker, and the first democratically elected president of a free South Africa. Honourable Deputy Chair, I invite you to join the global community in observing Nelson Mandela International Day by making a positive difference in our communities. Everyone indeed has the ability and responsibility to make the world a better place. Honourable Deputy Chair, when former President Nelson Mandela bid farewell to Parliament and the people of South Africa on the 26th of March 1999, ahead of the 1999 elections, he told a joint sitting of our Parliament, I quote, "It is in Parliament that the tools for transforming our society have been created to improve the lives of everyone. It is here that government oversight has been carried out. It is here that our society in all its forms has had the chance to influence policy and its implementation, unquote. Honorable Deputy Chair, today's debate also takes place just a few days after we converged at Hoërskool Bergvlam in the Mpumalanga province to pay our last respect and honor to the life of the former Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa and African National Congress, David Tabede Mabuza, for his tireless service to our nation and the people of Mpumalanga. We join our people in mourning and remembering the wonderful memories of the illustrious life he led, and we honor his contribution to our society and this esteemed house. Today's debate, Honorable Deputy Chair, also occurs at a time when our country continues to face multiple challenges such as persistence of the deepening crisis of new liberal democracy and its institutions, which keep reinventing and perpetuating the 2008 and 2009 global economic meltdown. Indeed, Deputy Chair, our nation is also facing extremely concerning deepening levels of unemployment, poverty, and inequalities, and the proliferation of national disaster in the form of floods that continue to inflict untold human and socioeconomic miseries on our communities, especially in the provinces of KwaZulu-Natal and the Eastern Cape. We convey our heartfelt condolences to the families who have lost their loved ones. Honorable Deputy Chair, while we welcome the detailed plans aimed at addressing accommodation for people displaced by disasters in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, we want to appeal to all the municipalities and government departments and agencies to move with greater speed to assist flood victims to rebuild their lives and ensure that our people are treated with the most deserving dignity in this most difficult time. Honorable Deputy Chair, most critically, this budget policy debate takes place in the year that coincides with the 70th anniversary of Freedom Charter, which remains a firm tribute to the valiant people of South Africa whose struggle for liberty and justice has found an echo in every part of the world. I therefore stand here to join Honorable Chairperson of the Council, Mayor Tsipani, and my colleague, Honorable Khwase Rekhadebe Rerada, not to engage in debate, but to reaffirm the fundamental principles of the Freedom Charter that underpins our democracy. The people shall govern. This is not just a slogan, but living and breathing principle, because democracy is meaningless unless it is in the hands of and shaped by the people, especially the poor, the working class, and the vulnerable, as the architects of their own future. Honorable Deputy Chair, we stand here confident that this august House has over time, through internal arrangement, as articulated in the rules, became a true embodiment of the vision of the Freedom Charter as a decisive expression of the people's will and determination to put our people in the forefront of our democracy and ensure that their voices inspire our pursuit of a just, inclusive, and equitable country. This has been and continue to be achieved by ensuring equal voices and participation from all provinces and political parties in the work of councils and its committees, as well as through its public participation framework that provides a tangible expression of the people's voice in the legislative processes and other activities of the council and its committees. Through plenary debates, ministerial briefing, local government week, the National Council of Provincial week, taking parliament to the people, and the oversight work of selected committees, this august House continues to give concrete effect to its distinct constitutional oversight mandate, of which the integration of the system of provincial and local government into the national policy framework is quite critical. Honorable Deputy Chair, under the leadership of our esteemed Chair and the Presidium and the collective of chairs, We have reaffirmed these mechanisms in the 7th Democratic Parliament and hit the ground running with the successful 2024 Provincial Week program, ministerial briefings on various topical issues of public interest that affect the provinces, and hosted the annual address of both the President and the Deputy President as one of the key institutional oversight and accountable mechanism. Honorable Deputy Chair, we have observed increased and strong participation from the provinces and local government, which concretely exemplifies the core principles of integrated cooperative governance and the role of our council in advancing its constitutional mandate of representing the interests of provinces in the national sphere. Honorable Deputy Chair, the configuration, position, and role of the WIPARI in the National Council of Province is distinct from a conventional legislature where its role is a party political function. In the context of the National Council of Province, the chief whip is elected by the House and the provincial whips are designated by their provincial premiers as heads of delegation in the absence of a designated special delegate. This arrangement was consciously chosen to give rise to the dual function of the WIPARI. Honorable Deputy Chair, this is to give voice to the minority parties also in line with the Constitution, and we have party political whips who constituted the National Council of Province Whips Forum. At the core of the function of the Whips Forum of the National Council of Province is to give effect to the constitutional imperative of ensuring effective participation of provinces and political parties in the shaping of the agenda and business of the House in support of the presiding officers. We stand here inspired by the fact that despite the diverse composition of the WISP Forum, its functioning and decision-making have and continue to be driven by persuasion, consensus, compromise, rather than a blind majority. Honorable Deputy Chair, the magnitude and urgency of the strategic task of the WIPARI in the National Council of Province require deliberate and dedicated administrative and logical support. We therefore participate in this debate to reiterate our humble call for the appointment of administrative support staff to the whips and the provision of necessary tools of trade, as well as capacity building and training. This has been a clarion call by the WIPARI. I can see Honorable Mokweli is smiling. The provincial whips are the forefront of the interface between this august House and the provincial legislatures and executive. This demands dedicated support to enable them to perform their institutional duties diligently and effectively. The whips cannot be the vanguard of the provincial interest and build a strong link between our council, the provinces, and organized local government if they are not sufficiently resourced. Honorable Deputy Chair, engaging in this budget policy debate without touching on the critical fault lines and weaknesses in our work will be an omission for which history will not forgive us. While we take pride in the success of the past, we must also identify key weaknesses in our work and determine how to address them in the future. What stand out in this regard are two interrelated questions: the facilitation of public involvement in the legislative process, which the Honorable Lokwase has touched upon, and the critical appraisal of our role in Section 139 intervention of the provincial government in local government administration. The role of the National Council of Province in facilitating public involvement in Section 76 legislation has been a focus of considerable attention by the Concord, most recently in the 2024 Mukhale case, but also the fact that the Expropriation Act has been taken on review on the basis of public involvement and also the mandating procedure. Indeed, this needs a serious attention. Honorable Deputy Chair, the issue of urgently addressing the inadequacies in our public participation and involvement process requires urgent attention so that we are not found wanting in the future. It is my humble submission in this budget policy debate that we must dedicate a whole day to this critical question in the form of workshop to determine the fault lines in our approach based on the case law, review of our current public participation model, and mapped out an integrated blueprint for the future in the 7th administration. Without preempting the outcome of the workshop, a new blueprint, I submit that the presiding officers and the WIPARI, in collaboration with their counterparts in the provinces, should be at the forefront of political coordination for public involvement projects in the legislative process. This will go a long way in ensuring that uniformity and strategic cohesion among the provinces, as a mistake by one province in public participation can render the entire piece of legislation null and void if challenged in the Concord. Honorable Chair, through various interactions with organized local government during local government week, we have observed that the current framework of intervention in municipalities does not yield the intended results. According to the president of SALGA, some municipalities where interventions were implemented have emerged in worse conditions than before, and some interventions have taken longer than expected without producing intended results of improving governance and management challenges in these municipalities. This requires indeed, Deputy Chair, a deliberate diagnosis to determine whether the fault lines lie, serving as the basis for reviewing our approach to this critical constitutional function. Strengthening municipalities as the field of government at the coalface of service delivery and development is at the core of Section 139. Among the critical challenges we must accurately identify is whether there are integrated early warning mechanisms by the Provincial Treasury and COGTA to detect early signs of decay in municipal governance and financial administration as a basis for stepping up early interventions in terms of Section 154 of the Constitution, as it has been raised by Honorable Lekhwase. Honorable Deputy Chair, it is my submission that this act requires a serious and honest reimagining by this august body in terms of how do we give support in terms of Section 154, including an assessment of the efficacy and effectiveness of the support provided by provincial and national government to local government. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, through Deputy Chair, allow me in my capacity as the Chief Whip to express my singular appreciation to the Honorable Chairperson of the National Council of Province, the Presidium, the WIPARI, the Chairs Forum, of their support and hard work and the spirit of cooperation displayed by the provincial whips and the party whips in the work of the WIPARI. It is only when we work together that we will inspire national pride and confidence in our parliament and the critical role of the NCOP in our democratic dispensation. We must work tirelessly and with profound dedication to ensure that the makeup of this parliament reflects the fact that the people of South Africa have spoken in all their diversity, affirming the strength of our unity in diversity. Of course, it is important just to touch, Chair, on those parties that have voiced their rejection of their budget. I think it is important just to say that among the issues that they are raising, of the reasons for not supporting the budget is the issue of inefficiency. But paying closer scrutiny to this issue of inefficiency, the issue of advisors, to me, it sounds like an assertion of a self-referential, narcissistic, and disconnected from reality of the support that this parliament gives to its members. Their reasons for not supporting the budget is nothing short of tragic comic. And unfortunately, some of them are part of the left, but of course, not appreciating the fact that there are divisive tendencies of the working class base. They have become useful idiots of the right. What the right could not achieved by bringing the illustrious heroic liberation movement below 50 through their ego, the right has conquered. Let me remind them that Madam Zille has melted their ego and she's exploiting it with surgical precision. Honorable Deputy Chair, I think it is important just to characterize them because some of this formation, to us, they are a WhatsApp left formation, Twitter formation that spring up and see itself as the messianic torchbearer of revolution. But none of them can mobilize a street vendor or a trench miner. They are not vanguards. They are egocentric, mistaking pamphlets for power and Twitter threats for theory. May God protect our people. Because it's Africa, Morena Bolo kasi chaba saiso. God sien South Africa. God bless South Africa. Muzimu tatu Cesar Africa. Hosi Katisa Africa. I support the budget vote, Honorable Deputy Chair. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Whip of the NCOP, Honorable Moimang. Honorable delegates, it now gives me pleasure to call upon the Chairperson of the NCOP to close this debate with their comments.
Honorable delegates, once again, we want to take this opportunity and thank all the members who participated in this important debate that we had today, which speaks to the core business of the institution, which is embedded at the heart of our citizens. Because us seated here, we're not representing our jackets, but we are the voice of reason for the communities of South Africa. We want to take this opportunity and appreciate the inputs made by the members in this debate, acknowledging the spirit of cooperation that was quite audible for all to see. Members were categorically in affirming the importance and the distinct role of this House and Parliament in general. The public should be pleased, having listened and following on this debate through various platforms in the mainstream, the social and other forms of media. Clearly pronounced was a thinking together of ways and means we can create new possibilities of Parliament in becoming more effective, responsive, accountable, and relevant to the interest and the pressing needs of our people. In reflecting on the matters that were before us today through this debate, 3 component, if not 4, issues came to the fore, which forms the basis and the core business of this institution, which is around oversight. There was a common ideologies and arguments and seamless articulations around that matter, and the issue of public participation, the institutional effectiveness, as well as lastly on the issues of governance. So I have decided to sum up the issues because they are more or less interrelated in nature. With regards to the oversight, honorable delegates, our response to that is that our oversight will have to be strengthened so that we support our local government as the sphere of government that is at the coal face of service delivery, noting the comments particularly that were made by His Excellency, our President Cyril Ramaphosa, in his SONA earlier this year in relation to updating the white paper on local government to outline a modern fit for purpose local government system, and also to review the funding model, as many municipalities do not have a viable and sustainable revenue base, which was affectionately raised by the Deputy Speaker as well of Mpumalanga Provincial Legislature, and also ensuring the involvement of traditional leaders in the implementation of local government programs. On the State Capture Commission report, matters that were, the members raised matters for consideration in the strengthening of parliamentary oversight. Our interventions are taking the reflection of the Commission into account. Indeed, we agree, honourable delegates, with the need to continuously strengthen oversight and ensure that there are consequences for wrongdoing. However, rejecting this budget will not make it difficult for us to achieve this and other priorities. Parliament should also use its constitutional powers to intervene in poor service deliveries and ensure transformation and the improvement of quality of life. On public participation, honourable delegate, that remains a key component for successful development of legislation. The collaborations with various organized groupings and civil society provides the basis for cooperative governance as a public hearing, providing platforms for participation. This 7th Parliament seeks to improve access for the public to participate in the work of Parliament, including public hearings and online petitions, where Parliament can follow up on citizens' concerns and poor service delivery from the executive. And that has been eloquently captured by Honourable Mukai. We believe that this and other interventions will improve citizens' trust in Parliament. Insofar as the institutional effectiveness is concerned, in the same way, honourable delegates, that we seek government responsiveness, we must equally improve responsiveness of Parliament's administration. Parliament can only become effective and efficient with the support of the professional administration, which is focused on operational excellence. It is important to note that the legislation and oversight programs is proposed for allocation of more than 100% of the requested operational budget. This is in recognition of the fact that support to core business is vital to the effectiveness of Parliament. Each parliamentary committee is supported by professional personnel in various disciplines, including content advice, legal advice, and many more. And I want to indicate to this House, as I heard Honourable Badenhorst, that his reason for not adopting the budget is that this budget is going to fund positions that are not there, which is not the case. What we can affirm to this House is that already 35 posts have already been approved in this current financial year to be filled, particularly to support the committee work that members are engaged on day-to-day issues. So I do have a breakdown, but due to the time, I'm unable to do that. But basically, that's what would be happening. And insofar as research, already about 13 posts were approved to be filled as well. Some of them, they are already being filled. So we are in a process of making sure that members' work is being made with ease insofar as that is concerned. As I conclude, honourable members, I think we must support the development of policy governing parliamentary diplomacy. That is very crucial, Honourable Khatebe. It's important that members do not diverge from our official position, policy position.
Honourable Chairperson,
However,
your time.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, and thank you very much for steering the ship. Thanks.
Honorable delegates, I'd like to thank the Honorable Chairperson for the presentation in the budget debate. I'd like to also thank all the honorable members that participated in this debate, and also thank the Deputy Speaker of Mpumalanga Provincial Legislature and the Chairperson. Thank you very much for your inputs and your summing up of this debate. Honorable delegates, we shall now proceed to the second order of the day, and that is a policy debate on Budget Vote 37, Sports, Arts and Culture, Appropriation Bill B16 of 2025. It's now my pleasure to call upon the Honorable Mackenzie, Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, to open this debate for 20 minutes. Honorable Minister, you're always welcome in the House, and you have got 20 minutes for your debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Mtweni Tsipani, Deputy Minister of Sport, Arts and Culture, Honorable Peace Mabe, Ministers and other Deputy Ministers here present, Chairperson of the Select Committee, Education, Sciences and Creative Industries, Honorable Feni, Honorable members, the DSEC team led by Acting Director General Dr. Kumalo, distinguished guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. You know, it's been a year since my first budget to Parliament, having been given a chance by His Excellency Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa to make me part of this cabinet. In that action, he showed that second chances matter, not by word, but by deed. It was a great risk President Ramaphosa took to appoint me as a minister. And I hope this act will inspire people who have been in conflict with the law at a young age, like myself, to reach for second chances, and that we will give them those second chances as a society. This is why, to invest in all our talent, both in sport and arts and culture, as well as preserving our heritage, the department has a budget of 6.3 billion for the 2025-2026 financial year. Under Program 2, Recreation Development and Sport Promotion, we are allocating 1.2 billion. Under Program Arts and Culture Promotion, under Program 3, Arts and Culture Promotion and Development, we are allocating 1.7 billion. Under Program 4, Heritage Promotion and Preservation, we've allocated 2.787 billion, which includes an amount of 1.6 billion for the building, maintenance, upgrading, and operationalization of our much valued libraries. To keep supporting sport in our country, we'll be allocating 98.5 million towards federation support. One of the biggest changes coming for federations will be the provision of an office building for them to share. Honorable members, when you look at our sports team on the field, you'll be shocked to know some of the federations don't have offices. Some of the federations are operating out of a boot of a car. And we are changing that as the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. We'll do the same thing for our cultural and creative clusters. We are also finalizing the process of funding video assistant refereeing, VAR, to ensure that football matches from the Premier Soccer League through to the international fixtures we host are fairer and it meets global standards. It is a necessity. We see stadiums vandalized when bad refereeing happens, and the success of teams like Mamelodi Sundowns make global teams want to come and play here. But they get second thoughts because we don't have VAR. Since we last stood here, our shared since we last stood here and shared our vision for Team South Africa at the LA Games in 2028, the draft document on Project 350 has been developed. The roles of provinces and federations are also being determined so that we can send as many athletes as possible to the next Olympic Games in Los Angeles. Late last year, we traveled to the Olympic House in Switzerland to register our interest in hosting a Summer Olympic Games in South Africa in 2036. We've already engaged the cabinet clusters, and South Africa is well positioned to become the first African country to host an Olympics in nearly a century and a half. We count on the support of all South Africans to make this dream a reality. Many laughed when I uttered the words Formula One must come back to South Africa. One man who didn't laugh was a gentleman called Toby Fenter, the owner of the Kalami racetrack. When I told him government doesn't have the money to host Formula One because of more other urgent priorities, and we would not be in a position to help him pay for the track to reach F1 standards. As the owner of the track, he said it would be his patriotic duty to do that himself. Today, the FIA, which is the FIFA of motorsport, has given the green light for the upgrading of this track. We have had multiple meetings with the management of F1, with a crucial one, in fact, the most crucial one happening in 2 weeks. To those who say the country can't afford to host the F1, I'm saying the country cannot afford not to. When you set the bar high for a country, as we have in the past, you can't afford to take the bar back down. We hosted the best FIFA World Cup in the world. We put our country on the map for big events, and we should not turn back now. What will be different this time, though, is that government will not be expected to pay for the Formula One. Companies like MTN, MultiChoice, Heineken, and many more have raised their hands and they said, here we are, tomorrow now. Those who are saying Formula One is not important should consider all the countries who are holding on to the F1 spots on the calendar. They see the value in it, and it can be called a world championship if it misses an entire continent, sub-Saharan African in particular. While on the topic of motorsport, I want to thank everyone who has joined us in our mission to grow the sport of spinning. I want to thank Red Bull and CLC in particular. People were laughing when we said we're going to make spinning big, but already this sport has left the townships and is now, people like Sam is vowing the likes of Max Verstappen with his skills in Austria. We are also keenly exploring the potential of bringing a Live Golf event to South Africa as early as next year, especially given the platform that this exciting new tournament format also gives to performing artists on world-class stages after the golf clubs have been put back in their bags. We've had no massive golf tournament except for the very good Nedbank Golf Challenge. Golf has not, unfortunately, broken through to the masses. It's still a Richmond sport, though, and we hope to achieve that with Live Golf. It's not only golf, it's culture. We hope to eclipse Australia's attendance of more than 100,000 people at a single event over 3 days. As part of investing and cultivating our domestic talent, during the 2025-2026 financial year, the department has allocated a total of more than 627 million through the conditional grant to support, amongst many things, equipment and attire for schools, clubs, and hubs, the training of people through coaching, technical officiating, at administration courses and employment. Thousands of schools participated in the schools sports program and the National School Sports Championship, while hundreds of community leagues are supported through grant funding. You cannot be competitive at Olympics and elsewhere if school sport is not working. I want to thank companies like F&B who are about to put major investment into school sport for boosting league competitions. Through their MIC funding, we have approved 52 municipalities to implement 52 infrastructure projects with a budget of 452 million. A further 111 million has been committed towards constructing 70 outdoor gyms and 30 combi courts, particularly in rural areas. Since introducing the ring-fence MIC for sport infrastructure, there's been a welcome increase in the supply of sports facilities. Honorable Chair, I just want to pause here and say that no more shall money that's meant for upgrading sports be used by municipalities to pay salaries and for things that's unrelated to sport. Gone are those days. We are fixing. We recommend in this House that the provinces should develop clear guidelines in collaboration with COCTA and provincial confederations to establish legitimate local sports councils. We also intend to engage COCTA to change the MIC conditional framework or policy to allow investments in schools from 2026 to 2027. During the MTF, the mass participation grant increased over the 3 years from 627 million in 2025-26 to 656 million in 2026-2027, and it will reach 685.7 million in 2027-2028. We'll continue to need the provinces to help us make this a huge success. This year, we shall continue to repatriate the human remains of freedom fighters who fell outside the country during the struggle. Our heroes who fought for us, like Duma Nokwe, Bethel February, Tot Machikita, and Florence Muposo, have been brought home. But there are thousands more we need to fetch. And I'm intending to fetch all of them during my term and asking Cabinet to assist with that further. Heading into the current financial year, our technical teams is expanding its focus to Angola and Lesotho, while we continue our work in Zambia and Zimbabwe. We have those that ask us, how much does it cost to bring back these heroes? My answer to them is very simple. They've already paid the ultimate price. They've paid with their lives. We are also leading negotiations with Scottish authorities to repatriate the remains of our Khoi and San forebears from the University of Glasgow Antiquarian Museum by September 2025. Chairperson, I want to thank you. I want to thank the Antiquarian Board for agreeing yesterday to the repatriation and not making this matter a fight between us and them. They are bringing the remains of the Khoi and San back with immediate effect. We are going to fetch our leaders. We shall soon conclude the reburial of 58 ancestral remains from the Northern Cape in partnership with the Nama, Griqua, Korana, and San communities. Last month, under the theme, Reimagining South African Heritage for a New Era, we started the important process of seeing our museums entering the digital age. Honorable Chairperson, our museums are old, it has never changed, young people are not interested in it. We are changing our museums and make it more interesting and bring it up to world standards. We have started with Robben Island. Robben Island is closed as we speak. We are fixing Robben Island. Robben Island will be unrecognizable in its defects. It will be brand new when we open it in the next month or so. One of the first projects, as I said, is Robben Island. Also the transport challenges we are fixing. The adjudication for the MGE open call has been completed, and all 152 successful applicants have received the grant letters and now need to move quickly to submit their compliance documents. I want to assure this House that what is different this time with people getting money from government, in 3 days, we shall make available the names publicly of the companies that has won money. We are done with this secret thing where people continuously win year after year, and they don't deliver. So in 3 days, we shall be making public all the people that are getting money from the department. The department has received 350 million from the Presidential Employment Stimulus Program, and 2 entities have been earmarked to implement this, the NAVF and the National Arts Council. We also want to be clear and say that government has been giving billions to the NAVF, but there's not one blockbuster that has happened, because we are trying to tell American stories better than Americans, while we have our own homegrown stories here, screaming to be told about our heroes and our stories. We'll continue to create infrastructure and access to creatives. Construction is starting. In partnership with provincial departments, we are bringing to life the Bakwena Arts Center in Northwest, the Darling Intercultural Hub in the Western Cape, the Port St. John's Arts Centre, and the PD Arts Centre in the Eastern Cape. I can mention many that we are busy. It's a very busy time. We are the Ministry of making things happen. Construction on the new Polokwane Theatre is progressing well, having now reached the midway point. In support of the preservation of the Khoi land and San language, we have set aside 2 million for that. Before I conclude, I want to answer the million-dollar question everybody keeps on asking me. Are we going to financially compensate the people who have been winning at everything? The answer is unfortunately no. Because if we give our many stars those bonuses, they will bankrupt the state with the way that they are just winning at everything. We are winning everything. Honorable Chair, I want to share something with the House today. You know, I can't find no better way to say this, but we live in a great country. South Africa is a very, very great country. And I'm not just saying this, I have had opportunity to be in business, I've had opportunity to be in parliament, and I've observed for a year. We are the lawmakers. This country is a beautiful country. We should not make our differences make us destroy this country. We, the people, have voted for all of us here. And we should make sure that petty differences does not make us lose our country. I want to speak. Being in opposition doesn't always mean you have to disagree. And being in government doesn't mean you should behave like an opposition. You have to choose a side. We can't be together in government sometimes. And you are fighting us more than the opposition is fighting us, but you are with us in the government. It can't happen. We see nobody speaks about it, but somebody needs to say it. I was asked, why don't you attack President Ramaphosa more frequently? I said, when he called me, he asked me, do you want to be part of my government? I said, yes. If you want me to attack him more frequently, I should have said, no, I want to remain outside so I can attack you more. Where we see mistakes, we are not quiet. We fix this thing. As in government, we are sitting in cabinet and we are fixing those things. Because you don't hear us, that doesn't mean we agree with everything. But you can't be with us. And we don't know, are you going to vote for our budget? We know MK is not going to vote. We know EFF is not going to vote. But some of us don't know if the DA is not going to vote. You guys need to really behave better at the Democratic Alliance. This is a great country. You can't behave like that. It is wrong. You hold us ransom every time. I've come to the stage where I am really tired of this randomness. We don't know where we stand. And lastly, that's what you think of colored people, that they get bought by 100 rands. You never say that about a white person. Yes. I would like to leave you with a poem for all the people that laugh. The chairperson, can you protect me against this white man here?
Please give the speaker on the podium a chance.
Honorable Chair, right in the back of our point of order, right in the back of our book, there's a phrase that's not allowed here. He cannot call me a white man. Because I can do the opposite and then I won't be allowed in this house.
Can I call you what? Cannot call you what? I didn't hear that part.
Minister just called me can this white man keep quiet, Chair? I'm a member of parliament. You can say Honorable Badenhorst. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for the point of order. Honorable Keza, please keep your posture. Honorable Badenhorst, will you please keep your posture? I think that what is critical, to say someone is white is not an insult. No.
Can we turn it around?
Yes, it's not an insult. But what I'd like the House to observe is that we must have some sort of a restraint when speaking with each other. So the point of order is not sustained. You can continue.
Thank you. I would just want to add something. Thank you, Chair. He has blatantly just accused me of bribing somebody, and he's accusing me of a crime. Yes. The lady you're talking about, her son has died. So I just think you better lower your voice. So I'm just...
Honorable Badenhorst, you cannot have a commentary with the minister, please. If you have anything to say, raise your hand and have a point of order. Please. I think that Kesha is also unparliamentary. We know very well Rule 61.8. We cannot be offensive in this house. The offenses can come in two forms, in the form of language or in the form of gesture. So I think that we must have restraint here in this house. Over to Minister.
All right. I just want to, for the people that love South Africa, I can see you are trying. So I want to leave you today with a poem, one of my favorite poems.
Everybody knows. I think now you are overstepping. You are overstepping now because I've made some sort of a ruling around that. You are overstepping on a recording host. I think I'm naming you now. I think if you can have that adding further, and then I'll request the usher of the black road to usher you out. Over to Minister.
Yeah. I would just like to leave the honorable members with this poem when you feel you meet people that don't share your values and what you're trying to achieve. It's a poem called The Victor by C.W. Longnecker, which must remind us what we do in this department in the government of national unity. It goes like this. If you think you are beaten, you are. If you think you dare not, you don't. If you like to win, but think you can't, it's almost a cinch, you won't. If you think you lose, you've lost. For out in the world we find, success begins with a fellow's will. It's all in the state of mind. If you think you are outclassed, you are. You got to think high to rise. You got to be sure of yourself before you can ever win the prize. Life's battles don't always go to the stronger or faster man, but sooner or later, the man who wins is the man who thinks he can. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Mackenzie, for articulating your policy and programs of your department. I think that we have listened carefully. We'll take something home tonight. And then the next speaker on the podium is going to be Honorable Fanny from the Eastern Cape, home of the legends, the chairperson of the Select Committee.
Honorable Chair, let me take this opportunity to greet you. But first and foremost, let me extend my greeting to the only real CIC, the chief in commander, not the fake chief in commander. Honorable President of this country, with a clear mandate of being a chief in command. Chairperson, I think it is important that we must, Honorable Minister, we celebrate as a nation our victory. When we stand together and united, it's some of the fruits of unity when we're behind our national team this weekend. I think you've done a very good job in terms of leading the nation on that one. That is why our team have managed to perform to that level. Let me also greet the Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, the Chief Whip of the NCOP, honorable members of this August House, premiers, the MSCs, SALCA delegation, ministers indeed in our midst, and Deputy Minister that is always with us as a select committee, Imbokodo. We cannot downplay your presence amongst ourselves. We are appreciating indeed your guidance and presence. Patriots and fellow South African, I greet you all
Indeed, Honorable Chairperson, it is important that I must do what all the other speakers have done, because we have lost the son of the soil that has been in this parliament, served the people of this country with distinction. After his send off, we continue to celebrate his life. Our former Deputy President, Titi Maboza. Indeed, Chairperson, there is nothing that we can say less in celebrating, in supporting this budget vote. It is very important to note that there will be those who consistently bicker. They always try to find something, even if there is nothing. We must not bother ourselves. We must move forward. They will realize at the later stage that they have wasted the time and the mandate that were given by the citizens in order to participate in a democratic process. It is so unfortunate that we are making allegations to some of them to be on the left side, even though they do not know where they are standing. Because the People's Camp, Honorable Chief Whip, I do not agree with you. The People's Camp is always the progressive camp. Therefore, if you are not there, you are a reactionary. So there is nothing that we can say about you in terms of understanding what is left. Honorable Minister, akukho nto sinoyenza ngabantu bakababa. Uyayazi uba what does that mean? So don't bother yourself with abantu bakababa. They will have to go and consult ubaba, and then they will be told what to do. This debate, Chairperson, takes place as we are celebrating the 70th celebration of a Freedom Charter. Freedom Charter, Honorable Chairperson, was the dialogue of the people. It is the culmination of the dialogue of the people of this country, irregardless of race, class, but across. So it culminated to the very progressive document called the Freedom Charter, with progressive clauses indeed, which was beginning to shape and determine how the future of this country will be. And one of those that I will be concentrating onto is the clause that talks about what we are dealing with today, the doors of learning and culture. More specifically, culture, Chairperson, because the culture that we have, that we were forced to inculcate, that does not belong to us, was meant to destroy us, was meant to make us to be uncultured, not to be the human beings that we want to be. Therefore, Chairperson, as correctly said, that it identified the crimes of whites that caused damage to the development of South Africa in the fields of both learning and culture, but further mandated the democratic government of the ANC to discover. It was then giving mandate to the African National Congress to discover, develop, and encourage national talent for the enhancement of our cultural life. And as a result, here in this country, that call was responded unto by uNkosi Rolihlahla Mandela, uDalibunga, when he took the reins as the president of this country. He also looked in terms of how to practicalize that culture. So he approached one of the designers, the creative artist, by the name of Mr. Sonwabile Ndamase. That is why today we are wearing the Matiba shirt. I think the minister must be introduced also to the Matiba shirt, because it is the product of our local art minister, so that when we talk about the question of talent and also the culture of us as South African, we can see, because every time you see the president of this country, you will see him wearing very beautiful shirts. Those are called Matiba shirts. So you must continue, Honorable Minister, with the legacy of Matiba. As I can see that, Honorable Minister, you are eager to continue with that good legacy. He encountered that Mr. Sonabile Ndamase, when he sat with our former president Mandela, he said that he wanted to wear something conservative enough for him to go to address the captains of industry and also address the masses without having to change. It was his simplicity of acknowledging the talent, and also how do you begin to practicalize the question of uniting the culture. Honorable Chairperson, I think it's important for me to start from the beginning by highlighting that according to the first quarter report of 2025, Stats SA, unemployment in this country is sitting at 32.9% and 43.1% by extended definition, which includes discouraged citizens who have given up on looking for work. This is an anomaly that should keep all of us awake at night and needs to be addressed as a matter of urgency. One of the areas that we have not deeply debated about as a country is the potential expansion of our creative economy in producing large-scale employment and entrepreneurial opportunities. According to the United Nations Trade and Development Agency, in 2022, the global exports of the creative industry services were sitting at 24.8 trillion, while creative goods constituted 12.7 trillion. In recognizing the great potential of the arts and creative in contributing to tourism and employment for small-scale entrepreneurs, the 55th ANC conference took a resolution that strategic funding for local artists and projects which transcend social and national boundaries must be established by government. And as a result, Mzansi Golden Economic Job Creation Initiative within the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture does exactly that. This program targets the creation of work opportunities through creative sector stimuli. And as the Select Committee on Education, Sciences and Creative Industry, we support this initiative. We are satisfied that this initiative has the highest allocation in Program 3, receiving 626 million, which is 36% of the total budget of the program. And these funds will be channeled to create 10,000 job opportunities in the cultural and creative industry sector by March 2026 through its workstream and cultural development programs. This will complement the Presidential Employment Stimulus Program, which created thousands of jobs in the sixth administration. As the committee, it is our role to hold the department accountable in ensuring that there is transparency in the funding of creative projects and that every cent invested is accounted for. No manga business. Honorable Chairperson, I would like to further reflect on how the support for the creative has enabled for the export development as well as local and international market access. The research is speaking on itself, Chairperson, that South African Cultural Observatory Area access in 2020, total gross value added to the South African economy by the cultural and creative industry was 161 billion, representing just under 3% of South Africa's total economic production, making the sector the same size as agriculture. In 2020, South Africa's cultural goods exports were around $360 million US, which is amounted to 5.6 billion, which made up of 0.3%, which tell you that that Chairperson, if we can put more effort and put more energies in following the money that we are putting in the budget as we are currently doing. Our concentration will not be narrowed, but for the question of economic recovery, creative arts and culture have their stake to contribute unto. It is therefore a call, Honorable Minister, to ensure that our support is not a meaningless support, but we see, a vast contribution of the Department of Port to different sectors of this economy. Honorable Chair, Black Industrial Program is an attempt by the state to resource and fast-track South Africa's industrialization of Black-owned and managed enterprises. We call on the Black Industrialist Program to extend to the creative industry, to increase ownership and control by Black people, including women, youth, and sponsorship. I was not happy when I saw that when our women were playing on the weekend. I must make this clarion call to women themselves, because these struggles, you must not leave struggles to men, because once these men are beginning now to take control, you are not going to have anyone to support you. It was empty at the stadium. They were not supported. Even their performance was not the performance that was expected, because they saw that they were alone. The stadium was empty. But look what happened when the man was playing now. The stadium was full. Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister, I challenge you once again. That must not happen again. And Honorable Minister, the people of Kariega and the people of Zwide, Denkeke Stadium, we're waiting for you as we promised them to go and see how can we ensure that we preserve what was left and what is left. Unfortunately, you couldn't meet up to that promise, but I know you will come back with your energy, Honorable Minister. Please do come back and ensure that we make these promises a reality. The African National Congress, in a nutshell, is supporting this budget and further saying that we must not waste our time with people who do not know what they want to do. We can't begin to do that.
On that note, your time has expired.
Well, I'm still left with 6 seconds. Thank you very much, Chair.
All right, thank you, Honorable Chairperson and the Minister. We'll have a lot of PLENARY out of this meeting. So, Honorable Peter and Honorable Fanny, you'll have your own PLENARY after the meeting. Can you? The next speaker on the podium is Honorable Adrians from the Northwest. Over to you.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable members and fellow South Africans. The mission of this department should be the foundation of our Rainbow Nation. It is, and I quote, to provide an enabling environment for the sport, recreation, arts, culture and heritage sector to drive an active, creative, winning, socially cohesive and unified nation. Nothing unites us like sport, music, film and art. From the Springboks' unforgettable victories to Tyler's Grammys win, Charlize Theron's Oscar and Trevor Noah's global influence, these moments don't just entertain us, they inspire us, they affirm our identity, they hold this fractured nation together. And yet, I rise today not only in celebration, but in warning. Because the very people who bring this sector to life, the artists, musicians, filmmakers, sportswomen and men, writers, remain unprotected, exposed, exploited. The creative industries have immense, untapped economic power, especially in rural and township communities. But their future is under threat, not only from underfunding and lack of resources, but artificial intelligence. Let me paint you a picture. A South African TV show goes viral. It looks authentic, flawless visuals, compelling characters. The lead actor, a digital blend of Rian Kruiwagen and Minister Mackenzie's faces, speaking with Trevor Noah's voice. It's believable, it's popular, but here's the catch. No contract, no permission, no payment, and no specific law was broken. Why? Because South Africa has no specific legislation regulating AI-generated content. And this, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable Minister, is not science fiction. This is already happening. In the age of AI, your face, your voice, your body, in short, your likeness, can be cloned, sold, manipulated. You don't own your likeness anymore, and you have no sufficient legal recourse. The Cyber Crimes Act of 2021 criminalizes deepfake pornography, but it says nothing about political impersonation, commercial mimicry, or reputational sabotage. While the rest of the world races to regulate artificial intelligence, our artists are being cloned, replaced, and erased from their own careers. Public figures are being misrepresented, and ordinary South Africans are next. So I have to ask, how serious are we truly about job creation and sustainable livelihoods in this sector? Where's the legal reform? Where's the funding to protect human creativity? Will this budget address these threats, which is just as serious as data management, cyber and copyright risk, or will they be forgotten once again? Despite being raised before, remember, this is not only about our artists. This is about all of us, every member sitting here. Without swift legal reform, and South African likeness could be used to spread disinformation, words you never said, messages you never endorsed. It's a threat to privacy, to livelihoods, and to our democracy. We therefore call for urgent reforms, including a statutory right of publicity to legally protect a person's image, voice, and likeness, the criminalization of deep-fake identity theft, dedicated funding for AI detection and takedown tools, a digital rights enforcement unit within the National Prosecution Authority. Recognizing image ownership in law will not only protect artists, it will attract investment, professionalize the creative sector, and unlock new job markets, especially in underserved rural areas where talent and creativity are overflowing. I stand here today for those whose stories, bodies, and voices shape our national identity, but who are gradually being silenced by technology and ignored by policy. Creativity is not a luxury. It's a driver of economic growth, dignity, and national unity. Digital culture is culture. If we fail to protect it now, we risk losing control of our narrative, our economy, our opportunities, and our democracy. So yes, let us fund more infrastructure. Let us promote inclusivity and access. But let us show also leadership. Let us act with the same boldness as Denmark, who has now used their copyright law to protect human likeness and dignity in the AI age. South Africa doesn't need more slogans. We don't need more Facebook posts and TikTok performances. We need legislation. We need urgency. We need to get the job done now.
Thank you, Honorable Adranse, for your articulate input. The next speaker on the podium is Honorable Kaula, MEC for Arts, Culture and Sport, KZN. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, my colleagues, the MECs, Honorable Members. On behalf of the province of KwaZulu-Natal, I stand before you today with renewed hope, driven by a common purpose to change lives, to uplift communities, and to unlock the full potential of our people through sport, arts, culture, and heritage. We in KwaZulu-Natal are not just dreaming of a better future, we are building it deliberately, systematically, strategically. As the government of provincial unity, we have embraced the bold task of transformation with both hands. In KwaZulu-Natal, change is not an event, it is a process anchored in a structured and strategic talent identification, development, and progression model that starts at grassroots and grows into the podium glory. Chairperson, KwaZulu-Natal continues to cement itself as a place, as Africa's playground. And over the past few months, we have shown one and all that we are the best hosts in impacting positively to the mood of the country. To name but a few, we hosted the Soweto Derby in the Nedbank Knockout Finals. We are the home of annual Comrades Marathon and the annual Durban July. Over the past weekend, we were hosting all provinces in the National School Sport Winter Championships, which ended in Durban yesterday with the Western Cape scoring overall gold and KwaZulu-Natal the overall silver. During the upcoming weekend, we are looking forward to hosting an exciting Dandi July traditional horse racing event in Umzinyathi district on the 19th of July. At the end of the month, we'll be hosting the KZN Premiers Cup, which features the 6 KZN teams playing in the Betway Premiership and the National First Division. This is a pre-season tournament that allows our teams to prepare for the start of the new season. TNL is currently taking place in Durban at the ICC, started yesterday, concluding on Sunday. On that vein, I would like to congratulate Durban City for their promotion into the Betway Premiership and Midlands Wanderers for earning themselves a spot in the Motsepe Foundation Championship, the NFD. Chairperson, our strategy is as grounded as it is ambitious. We have adopted the pyramid model of development, where the base is a mass participation and the apex is elite excellence. Through our district-focused operations, we are planting seeds of potential at ward level, planting seeds of potential at ward level and nurturing them all the way to national and international stages. Our 12 departmental district units are the heartbeat of this machine, re-energized with both human and financial muscle. To this end, we'll deploy sport mentors and art mentors working hand in glove with district officials and community stakeholders. The department in the province enjoys a good, fruitful, and lively partnership with the provincial federations, the Provincial Sports Confederation, and the provincial cultural and creative industry in all these programs. These mentors are not just guides, they are the guardians of talent and architects of the future. In March this year, we launched our flagship campaign dubbed #ISUKILE KZN, which seeks to ignite townships, cities, and deep rural communities, all as part of a relentless effort to get KwaZulu-Natal playing, singing, dancing, and rhyming again. Isukile is structured to target talent at grassroots, utilizing our mentors and district officials to identify raw skills and usher them into formal structures of progression. Isukile KZN is our province's flagship movement to mobilize communities into action, physically, culturally, and socially. For the 2025-26 financial year, KwaZulu-Natal Department of Sport, Arts and Culture has an allocation of about 1.5 billion to ensure that our programs are not just aspirational but operational. This is inclusive of a grant funding and equitable share. 402 million has been ring-fenced for sport and recreation, 364 million for cultural affairs, 496 million for library and archives services, 186 million for critical infrastructure development. Of course, this is not enough, but we make do with what is available to us at a time and ensure good use of it. At the heart of our approach as KwaZulu-Natal Department of Sport, Arts and Culture is a deliberate structured talent identification, development, progression strategy. Our pyramid model begins at our wards, moves through districts, and culminates on national and global stages. We are employing dedicated sport and arts mentors who, in partnership with our district teams, federations, and CCI, will drive this agenda from the ground up. These mentors are not just coaches and guides, they are talent shepherds working with our youth from first contact to final achievement. With 447,000 per district across the 12 departmental districts, we are injecting capital directly into communities, supporting local artists, athletes, and creative entrepreneurs. But more than the money, Isukile is a movement of hope. It promotes healthy lifestyles, reawakens cultural pride, and restores social bonds fractured by unemployment, crime, and marginalization. We are building platforms. Chairperson, honorable members, our mission is not only to develop talent, but to ensure it feeds families, builds careers, and fuels the economy. The buzzword is monetization. No longer should our sport, arts, culture, and heritage sectors be viewed as charitable pursuits. They are industries, and we are building them as such. We are building platforms where artists and athletes compete for livelihood, and heritage sites generate tourism income. Our partnership with the Moses Kotane Institute is helping us to quantify the economic value of these sectors. For example, the Dandi July alone contributed over 96 million to the economy of Umzinyati district in 2024-25. The potential of a fully formalized equine industry stands at 2 billion in GDP impact and over 40,000 jobs. These are the opportunities we seek to harness fully, and we'll be looking for partnership with the national department and private sector. And Minister, we have invited the Minister and the Deputy Minister on Saturday. I hope you'll be there. From kickstart fields and community art centers to minor sport facilities and libraries, our infrastructure programs ensure that no child must travel far to dream big. Part of our infrastructure programs include construction of 5 major sports complexes this year. Over time, we intend to have each of our rural districts having their own sports centers. We're also hard at work with the construction of community libraries, art centers, as well as 13 minor sports facilities, combo courts, and outdoor gyms. Through our national DSEC, we have just completed a massive, beautiful art center at the Royal Palace in Enyogeni. We know, Madam Speaker, that Inkunzi is Sematolini. That is why we are reviving our school sports as talent hubs through the Dlala Thursday initiatives. Every Thursday across the province, schools will vibrate with activity, with young athletes on the field and emerging artists on the stage. School leagues are returning, teachers are being capacitated, and equipment is being distributed. This is structured intentional grassroots development, feeding our pyramid from the very bottom. Our partnership with the Department of Economic Development in KwaZulu-Natal and the KwaZulu-Natal Amafa Heritage and Resource Institute is focused on heritage-led tourism. The revitalization of Zulu King's grave sites project at Emakosini and Siburu Cave Interpretation Center are more than just symbolic projects. They are strategic economic anchors. The formal nomination of eMakhosini to UNESCO World Heritage Tentative List would be submitted as a strategic win for tourism and cultural preservation alike. KwaZulu-Natal Department of Sport, Arts and Culture enjoys a warm partnership with His Majesty, the King of the Zulu Nation, King Misuzulu KwaZulu-Natal. With the royal family, with Amakhosi of the kingdom, and all cultural institutions and structures, we partner with His Majesty in the custodianship of culture and heritage in the province. Honorable Chairperson, we are changing gears. We are shifting from sporadic programming to systematic progression, from consumption to production, and from passion to profit. We are not only closing the gap between the grassroots and the global stage, but we are also building a bridge that carries our youth over that gap with dignity. As KwaZulu-Natal, we have embraced the government of provincial unity as mandated by the citizens of our province on 29 May last year. My political mentor and the late founder and President Emeritus of the Ingathi Freedom Party, Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, umntwana kaPhindangene, became the symbol of tolerance, unity, and hope when he led the erstwhile KwaZulu government in later years. It was during Umntwana's era where we witnessed the industrialization of the province in unprecedented proportions. I'm comfortable to mention that under the leadership of the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Honorable A.T. Ntuli, the government of provincial unity is aggressively reigniting the economic flame through reindustrialization and catalytic projects. Honorable Chairperson, we are committed to inspiring new hope that is structured, sustained, and self-reliant. Chairperson, in KwaZulu-Natal, siyadlala, kodwa sidlale. I thank you. Ngiyathokoza, ngiyalobonga. We support the budget.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. The next speaker on the podium is going to be Honorable Matekwana, a special delegate from KZN. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to yourself, honorable members, honorable ministers, MECs present, our members in the gallery. Now, Honorable Minister, if South African stories are so inspirational to you, why come here and quote an American poem? Could you not maybe find something that was South African inspirational to you? But you can just wait for me. Our government is neither on its mark, set, or ready. Can we not expect anything to go forward? This is what this budget represents. Words that cannot run a race or become lyrics to bad song. The arts have long been abandoned by successive ministers and administrations. And it would seem that this administration is no different. There are very few artists or athletes that could say they feel supported by this administration. And no, Honorable Minister, I'm not referring to celebrity athletes.
A chance to speak.
I'm referring to athletes in rural and peri-urban areas around South Africa. How many of them can you say you know? These are the results of having leaders who cannot empathize with the dreams and fears of others. A budget that is careless in its allocations because it is based on a political patronage. For too long, appointments in critical roles have been based on political loyalty and not merit. This practice cultivates patronage networks, prioritizing personal or political agendas at the expense of institutional integrity, consequently undermining public service delivery and potential economic growth. And I come to the crux of my engagement today. This budget will not improve service delivery within the sports and culture domain. To prove my point today, honorable members, I will focus on three critical areas that expose the profound failures within the budget allocation of sports, arts, and culture. The three areas are the lack of attention in the South African rural places, the mismanagement of the creative industry, and the collapse
in the leadership capacity. Firstly, let us address the glaring lack of attention to the rural South Africans. This budget, much like its predecessors, fails to genuinely uplift our rural communities. The department's own annual performance plan for 25-26 explicitly identifies the lack of such facilities and rural areas and the lack of well-maintained facilities as significant threats. This is not a new problem, it is a persistent oversight. For provinces like KwaZulu-Natal, with our vast rural landscapes and vibrant communities, this neglect, talent goes undiscovered, dreams are deferred, and the access to transformative power of sports, arts, and culture remains a distant fantasy. When the national budget cuts are imposed, as noted in the estimates of the national expenditure, it is these already rural urban areas that are in the firing line. The National Council of Provinces own Select Committee on Education, Sciences and Creative Industries, in its report dated 8 July 2025, urged the department to address challenges related to infrastructure development and maintenance, particularly in the rural areas. This is a clear indictment that the budget is not doing enough to support those who need it the most. We cannot foster a truly inclusive society when basic sporting facilities or cultural hubs are non-existent or debilitated in most parts of our country. Secondly, we must confront the stark mismanagement of the creative industry. The arts and culture sector, a vital engine for economic development and job creation, is clearly struggling under the weight of poor governance and inefficient resource allocation. While arts and culture promotion and development receives a significant allocation within votes 37, the impact on the ground is minimal or unsustainable. Various artists, institutions, and associations have cited that the current administration is not managing the economic potential of the creative industry. You see, Honorable Minister, a few celebrities succeeding does not make a creative industry. I know it can be a tempting desire. Finally, and perhaps the most critically, this budget reflects a collapse in the leadership capacity. Recycling appointees who lack adequate qualifications or sector-specific expertise by the minister directly weakens the oversight mechanisms, compromising effective governance and accountability within public institutions. This then presents our issue as South Africans. Individuals have prioritized personal and political agendas instead of institutions that they serve. The systemic issues we observe, from neglected rural areas to the struggling creative sectors, are symptoms of a deeper alignment and lack of decisive and effective leadership. The department's annual performance plan states that the finalization of standardized indicators for provincial institutions is still dependent on the finalization of the medium-term development plan, which as of February 2025 was still not finalized. How can we expect when the very roadmap for strategic planning and implementation remains incomplete? Furthermore, the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture identifies insufficient cooperation, collaboration, and alignment between stakeholders as a major threat. This speaks volumes about leadership unable to foster the necessary synergy between national, provincial, and local entities. The NCOP Select Committee, in its 8 July report 2020-25, explicitly recommended that the department strengthen its monitoring in the evaluation of mechanisms to ensure effective and efficient utilization of resources to improve accountability, and that it expedites the finalization of the medium-term development plan to provide a clear guidance and targets for provincial institutions. These are direct calls for a leadership to get its house in order. Without a clear vision, robust oversight, and efficient coordination from the top, this budget will continue to be a document of aspirations rather than the achievements. In conclusion, honorable members, this budget vote 37 is merely a financial statement. It is a reflection of a government that is failing its people. We, the people of South Africa, deserve a government that is truly on its mark and ready. It is time for a real change, for a budget that genuinely serves the people of South Africa. Honorable members, I urge you to reject this budget or risk having corrupt gangs run our sports, arts, and culture institutions.
Right. Thank you, honorable delegates. Can the House be in order, please? Honorable Machobin. Honorable Machobin. Honorable Makakwana, thank you for your input. The next speaker on the podium is Honorable Brett from the Free State. Honorable Mkai, take your seat, please.
Chairperson, I might be a slight bit controversial with the person I'm about to quote, but I think he drives the point home quite eloquently. Vladimir Lenin once said, "If you want to destroy a nation, first destroy its arts, its culture, and its history." When we reflect upon the current state of South Africa's sports stadiums, theatres, and the growing hardships of our once treasured artists, it most certainly seems as though the government has thrown in the towel. Kom ons skets 'n prentjie. Jy is 'n jong, belovende atleet van 'n kwesbare gemeenskap, dalk in die Vrystaat. Jou drome is groot en jou entoesiasme ewenaar dit. Jy hoor van die plaaslike munisipaliteit wat 15 miljoen rand spandeer om 'n nuwe sportstadion daar te stel en jy is opgewonde hieroor want dis 'n boublok in jou gemeenskap, 'n boublok vir jou toekoms. Hierdie einste stadions kan jou toekoms bepaal, maar nou, 'n jaar later, is hierdie sportstadion 'n verwaarloosde plek wat gewandaliseer word en dis nie eers voltooi nie want die kontrakteur is weg met die geld. For young and desperate athletes in the Free State's Nketwana local municipality, this is the reality. By 2023, the stadium in Lindley had stood unused for over a year, while local athletes were forced to play in the open ground, losing out on not one, but 2 SAB League soccer franchises. Once again, government dropped the ball at the Charles Mopeli Stadium in Malutiapofong local municipality after spending over 14 million rand for upgrades, yet to this day the pitch is unusable. The toilets and furniture are in a state of disrepair and the stadium remains in a deplorable state. Or in Letsemeng local municipality, where the Koffiefontein Sports Stadium had been upgraded many years ago, but still hadn't had a pavilion from 2015, and now in an unusable state. Instead of having completed this and kept it in a maintained state, now money is spent on another sports stadium in Letsemeng, Bola Kanong Sports Facility, that is still standing incomplete and is quite possibly being vandalized as we speak. And more often than not, it is sports centres is not vandalised or stripped to the bone, cattle forage for food on the fields, while communities cry for decent sporting facilities. En dan het ons nog nie eers naby die toestand van ons kunste gekom nie. Pakhofs, the Performing Arts Centre of the Free State, wat eens op 'n tyd die juweel in die Vrystaatse kunste was, is nou 'n vervalle ou teater wat nie eers sy eie klavier kan stem nie. Produksies wat daar aangebied word, moet ten duurste betaal vir die venue, maar terselfdertyd of hulle eie toerusting inbring, of nog addisioneel betaal om die toerusting wat daar is en moet werk, weer in 'n werkende toestand te kry. Besides the rampant corruption and looting of state fund programs, many structural issues continue to threaten the success and livelihoods of South Africa's athletes and artists. And if we want South Africa's arts and sports sectors to thrive, we must treat our artists like professionals. Just take COVID-19, for example. The majority of our artists receives little meaningful government funding due to bias and exclusion. For example, 488 of the more than 5,000 artists were helped by the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. That means over 90% of artists were left to fend for themselves. Agbare minister, jy het 'n droom. Jy droom groot, maar jy spandeer ook groot. Jy wil 350 atlete na die Olimpiese spele in 2028 neem en jy wil Formule 1 terugbring Suid-Afrika toe. Kyk, ek gaan nie kla daaroor nie, maar altyd die drome is waardig. Maar minister, as jy 'n kietjie kan neem met 'n sportster en dit op die belastingbetaler se onkoste doen, dan doen jy dit nogal graag. Laat ek jou net die volgende vra. Is 'n kietjie die geld werd of kan dit nie beter bestee word nie? Kan daar nie beter oorsig oor byvoorbeeld sportfasiliteite in ons munisipaliteite of ons vervalle teaters wees nie? Onthou wat ek aan die begin gesê het. If you want to destroy a nation, laat dit nie met ons gebeur nie. Ek dankie.
Thank you, Honorable.
Honorable House Chairperson, august members of the House, distinguished guests, and all citizens observing this debate online. As we gather to deliberate on Vote 37, we are reminded of the profound role that sport, arts, and culture play in shaping our national identity and fostering unity. These pillars, Chairperson, not only celebrate our diversity, but also serve as powerful tools for healing, reconciliation, and progress in our society. At a time when our nation faces complex social and economic challenges, investing in these sectors is more vital than ever for building resilient communities and nurturing the spirit of Ubuntu. The Department of Sport, Arts and Culture's mandate goes beyond infrastructure and programming. It is about empowering every South African to contribute to and benefit from our shared heritage. Through strategic investment and inclusive policies, we are laying the groundwork for a society where every individual, regardless of background, has the opportunity to participate and thrive. This budget reflects our collective determination to create a future defined by equity, creativity, and social cohesion. Chairperson, the GNU, only those who are not in denial, prioritize promoting an active recreation program that improves the health and well-being of our nation. Our mass participation strategy distributes 627 million across all 9 provinces in the 2025 and 2026 budget, ensuring equitable access to sport and recreation. Chairperson, the Minister touched on figures. I would love to tell the Special Delegate of NK that the figures that I'm giving him now is the exact figures. You must listen carefully. Gauteng, 120.3 million for supporting our most populous province. KwaZulu-Natal, 114.3 million for fostering talent in the sports heartland. Eastern Cape, 75.1 million developing rural sporting potential. Limpopo, 68.9 million, bringing sports to previous disadvantaged communities. Western Cape, they gone. 63.1 million maintaining competitive excellence. Mpumalanga, 53.7 million for rural sports development. Northwest, 49.2 million for grassroots participation. Free State, 48.6 million for community sport promotion. Northern Cape, 34.1 million addressing geographical challenges. This distribution ensures that every South African...
An honorable perpetrator, you'll be thrown out. Do it again, you're out.
My time.
Your honorable Pence. No.
My time. This distribution ensures that every South African, regardless of location, has access to sport and recreation opportunities, aligning with the ANC's commitment to leaving no one behind. The government of national unity, again, not for those who are blind, has strengthened our collaboration through the groundbreaking memorandum of understanding signed between this department and basic education. This partnership marks a significant step forward in transforming access to sports and cultural programs in schools. It ensures that rural, township, and underprivileged schools can access facilities, coaching, and equipment comparable to those available to more advantaged schools. Furthermore, Chairperson, facilities are designed to serve multiple schools through shared access. We need to move beyond the over-reliance on private schools as talent feeders, and 2,500 schools, hubs, and clubs receive equipment and attire annually. This partnership directly advances the government's priority should be for equality of access over mere equality of outcome. Chairperson, on social cohesion, advocacy, and anti-GBV and femicide initiatives, the government must continue to take a firm stance against gender-based violence and femicide, with initiatives that include the Jolekani campaign has achieved increased awareness on GBV matters and community engagement through collaborative efforts with various stakeholders. This program has fostered community solidarity, with more individuals actively engaging in discussions and initiatives to combat gender-based violence and femicide. These initiatives align with the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide of 2020 to 2030, demonstrating the ANC's commitment to creating safer communities for all South Africans. Chairperson, the budget has secured dedicated funding for heritage preservation, with an amount of 2.787 billion allocated to heritage promotion and preservation in 2025-2026 budget. The Resistance and Liberation Heritage Route program recognizes communities, icons, places, and sites that record epoch-making stories of our liberation struggle. Notably, the Nelson Mandela legacy sites have been inscribed as UNESCO World Heritage Sites, including 14 components across 4 provinces, and encapsulate the legacy of South African liberation through the 3 tenets of human rights, liberation, and reconciliation. On language diversity, Chairperson, and cultural preservation, there are 4 multi-year human language technology projects of the amount of 36.7 million annually. Support 6 human language technology projects, advancing digital preservation and development of our indigenous languages. 19.9 million annually funds 900 tertiary language bursary students, ensuring the development of qualified language practitioners and supporting linguistic diversity across our higher education institutions. These investments demonstrate our commitment to the constitutional principle of multilingualism and preserving our rich cultural heritage. Community arts centers serve as nerve centers for community participation and development. We have received business plans from community arts centers in all 9 provinces, focus on building capacity in arts administration, arts programming and financial management, encouraging young people to engage in positive activities. The Community Arts Center strategy of 2021 to 2025 is being implemented through partnerships, ensuring these centers remain accessible spaces where diverse communities came together through shared cultural experiences. We are advocating for the strengthening of participation in the National Youth Service Program, aligning with the GNU's commitment to expand and institutionalize the National Youth Service in partnership with the SANDF. The Young Creatives program mobilizes communities and engages youth in arts and culture, providing a structured 1-year program that develops skills while fostering social cohesion. Through sports, arts, culture, and heritage, we are building bridges across the divisions of our past and creating a foundation for prosperous future. The 6.3 billion invested in Vote 37 will definitely touch every community, from the 627 million rand reaching each province through mass participation grants to the 1.4 billion rand supporting community libraries. This is transformation in action, ensuring that every South African can participate fully in the cultural, sporting, and creative life of our nation. In closing, Chairperson, let us reaffirm our commitment to the vision of a united, non-racial, and non-sexed South Africa. The initiatives and investments outlined in Vote 37 are not merely line items in a budget. They are the building blocks of a nation where every citizen feels seen, heard, and valued. And by supporting this budget, we are choosing to invest in the dreams and aspirations of our people, ensuring that the legacy of our liberation struggle continues to inspire future generations. Let us move forward, harnessing the transformative power of sport, arts, and culture to bridge divides and build lasting social cohesion. And with the support of this House, we can realize the promise of the Freedom Charter and create a South Africa that truly belongs to all who live in it. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Baines, for your articulate input. The next speaker is going to be on the visual platform is Honorable Mabuza, the MEC for Sports, Culture and Recreation in Mpumalanga. Over to you.
Now, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And let me take this opportunity to greet your good self and good evening to all the honorable members, and a special greetings to the Chair of the NCOP, Ma'am Tshweni Tsipane, and greetings to the Honorable Minister and all ministers and Deputy Minister present in this august House, my colleagues, members of the Executive Council from various provinces, the Portfolio Committee on Sport, Arts and Culture, and all honorable members in Parliament, all political parties that are present in the august House, as well as the representatives of the departmental agencies and councils with the responsibility of assisting the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture to fulfill its legislated mandate, the DG as well as line managers. Honorable Chair, the House were pleased to confirm that the policy budget vote number 37, as tabled by Minister Gating Mackenzie, has taken the people of South Africa into confidence when he outlined the clear details on the following. One, what the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture intend to accomplish with the funding which is being availed for 2025-2026 financial year in the context of MTDP and Government of National Unity priorities. Two, with time limiting, the department has taken a reasonable efforts to account for the public funds appropriated in the 2024-2025 financial year. Three, quite clearly, the department is not intending to maintain the status quo, but has given us a high-level tenet of its turnaround strategy in taking the department into the next level guided by its constitutional mandate. Not only that, the Honorable Minister has eloquently articulated the shared vision of the departments going into the future. House Chair, the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, leading to the Interministerial Committee on Resistance and Liberation Heritage Route, is driving a noble cause of healing the nation through repatriation and restitution work to give closure not only to the families but to the nation as well.
Honorable Mabuza, it looks like you have muted yourself.
Oh, my apology, Honorable Chair. I haven't. I was talking alone. My apologies. Support the constitutional injunction, open quote, honor those who suffered for the justice and freedom of our land, close quote. Sports, arts and culture and heritage combined are the jet fuel propelling the country towards nation building and social cohesion. The department's 2024-2025 milestone already showed that we are making a steady progress towards realization of the objectives. Over the years of our national teams has conquered the African continent and has conquered the world because of the material support they have received from Vote 37 and the moral support from people of South Africa, defined by traction of social cohesion, united in our diversity. Both our athletes and cultural workers continues to put South Africa on the global map. House Chair, our submission is that sports is the most cost-effective building block of a healthy and a productive workforce for any nation, and it facilitates the building of a social, integrated and inclusive society. A healthy mind dwells in a healthy body. With increased life expectancy as one of any key national outcomes, a sick nation put a stress on a health system. Although we can still do more on sports infrastructure, the allocation of recreation development and sports promotion is a responsive and a provision of mass participation opportunities, maintenance of facilities, even to the deep rural communities, to ensure that competitive athletes are developed across the length and breadth of our country. Under the constraint of limited resources, we are equally satisfied with the resources allocated to Program 3 and 4, and that is to promote and develop art and culture, language services, including preservation and promotion of South African heritage. Chairperson of the House, as indicated earlier, on the qualitative return on investment, is clearly realizing the progress we are making on nation building and social cohesion, but also the economic indicators from quantitative return on investment when looking to the steady increase of sports and recreative industry value chain contributing to the GDP. In the sense that our economy is benefiting immensely from this sector on the emerging job drive, a key player of a revenue enhancement strategy of all three spheres of government. Chairperson of the House, the catalytic effect sports and cultural tourism in job creation cannot be overemphasized. It is clear that the department adopt a resources allocation strategy, has a development approach to invest across the entire arts, culture, and sporting ecosystem with a strong focus of grassroots level. Surely, this budget, as tabled in a resolute and its commitment to transform sports and recreation, art as well as cultural landscape, and more importantly, it has a clear intention to enhance not only social cohesion but socio-economic prowess of the country as well as of the globe. However, Chair, with this presentation, we would like to submit the budget appropriation of Vote 37, which is the subject of the debate, to be supported as well as to be approved by this august House. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Mshengu. The next speaker is also going to be on a virtual platform, is Honorable Esingoko, the Eastern Cape MEC for Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture. On the virtual platform. Over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson, the Honorable Chairperson of Council of Provinces, the Chief Whip, the Honorable Minister of DESAC, the Deputy Minister of DESAC in Bogoto, Honorable Mabe, Honorable members of the NCOP, comrades and fellow South Africans, on behalf of the people of the Eastern Cape, the home of legends, Kamagwini. Let us begin our input in this debate, Chair, with the words of Marcus Garvey, who said, I quote, "A people without culture is a people without future." We participate in this debate not only as a Department for Sport, Recreation, Arts and Culture in the Eastern Cape, but as revolutionary servants of our people who are entrusted with defending the soul of the people of this country. We understand perfectly well that sport, arts, music, and culture speak to the identity, resistance, memory, and healing. These are not sidelines. They are front lines in the battle for dignity and justice. When our youth express themselves through dance in Mdantsane, when choirs echo in Lusikisiki, in Mtata, and when rural football teams gather in Flagstaff, that, honorable members, is a nation building in motion. Honorable Chairperson and members, we are battling with youth unemployment and cry out for opportunities. And as such, the department has committed to capacitate 2,261 people in the arts and culture, sport, recreation, and school sport programs. Our NDT ECPAC is implementing its capacity building initiatives in film, visual arts, craft, and design. About 202 practitioners are to benefit from capacity building opportunities in the libraries and archives program, and 19 people are to be employed to deliver school sport programs. 1,450 people will be trained to support the sport and recreation program. Chairperson, DISRA continues to preserve heritage resources through support to ECPRA and ECPGNC. We are also forging ahead with the promotion of the legacy of our fallen heroes who were buried outside the country, and to date, we have repatriated and reburied at least 8 local heroes and heroines through the exhumation, repatriation, and reburial program. In the words of Tatu Nelson Mandela, I quote, "Sport has the power to change the world. It has the power to inspire, to unite people,
in a way that little else does, close quote. Slalo, these words became a reality for us in Nelson Mandela Bay Stadium in the past weekend, when our Springboks claimed their victory against Italy. When scores of our people from all walks of life filled the stadium in support of the match. When all facilities of accommodation were also fully booked in Gqeberha. The economic spin-offs from this hosting of such an event are a welcome contribution to our fight against unemployment and poverty. It is with full knowledge that nothing can kickstart an economy as well as sport does. Slalo, Philippondo Lengwele, we are looking forward to hosting the Cricket World Cup, as recently announced that as part of hosting the ICC 2027 World Cup, the Eastern Cape province will have 2 host venues, one in Nelson Mandela and the other at Buffalo City Metro. We are hoping for the same magnitude of support which was shown in last weekend's rugby match during the cricket tournament. As a home of legend, we greatly welcome the Minister's commitment to revitalizing and making sports more accessible. This commitment will ensure that all children have access to physical activity. Further, all children from all walks of life will have an opportunity to develop their sporting talent so that they may grow to represent our country on international stages as part of our goal of building a winning nation. Chairperson, over the years, significant progress has been made in transforming sport, ensuring that access to sport is expanded and sporting opportunities are also enjoyed in previously marginalized communities. Chairperson, true transformation means more than changing the faces on the field. It means changing the systems that decide who gets to play, who gets to lead, and who gets to dream. It means ensuring that a talented child in Lusikisiki has the same chance to succeed as one in Sentin. It means investing in rural and township schools, developing coaches from underrepresented communities, and holding federations accountable to equity access. As the province, we continue to position ourselves as a destination of choice for the various sport codes. Our rich history and efforts to unearth raw talents remains one of the best. We fully support the scouting, identification, and development of talented athletes. Chair, we support the recommitment of the following as outlined in all the strategic documents of DESAC. 1, the provision of leadership to the sport, recreation, arts, culture, and heritage sector to accelerate its transformation. The budget will surely help us promote social cohesion and nation building through social transformation and social interaction. Chairperson, on behalf of the people of the Eastern Cape, we commit ourselves to ensuring that we'll be among those who will ensure that successful implementation of these plans in line with the presented budget. Salo, Diabule.
Thanks a million, Honorable MEC, for your wonderful input. The next speaker on the podium is also from the Eastern Cape, Honorable Peter.
Sihlalo ngaphambili ohloniphekile, malungu alendlu ahloniphekile, kwizwekazi loMzantsi Afrika jikelele. Ndithi mandinquthume ndiqondele phantsi, ndicela umtshakazi ehombela umyeni wakhe. Ngokuthi ndihloniphe lendlu yowiso-mthetho lwamaphondo, nditsho ndithi kuwe mphathiswa omhle, ayinakuze itsale ingenamavili, iyawurhuqa qha mphathiswa. Ndivakalise inkxalabo noloyiko lolu hlahlo lwabiwo-mali lwezobugcisa, inkcubeko kwanemidlalo. Ndime apha namhlanje ndime nematha lolu hlahlo lwabiwo-mali lutyebe luteketeke kangaka. Ndisitsho ndisithi nelenka ngoku isebe lisusiwe yi-GNU ephetheyo. Umbuzo umile, uphina umsebenzi wakho GNU, mphathiswa wesport and arts and culture. Kubuzwa abemi beli lizwe bexhalabile bemangalisekile ukuba i-631 billion rand iza kusebenza na. Xa ungamanisa ezi zigidi-gidi zolu hlahlo lwabiwo-mali awuluboni kumaphandle ethu ngakumbi kwiilali zethu. Umzekelo woku phaa edutywa utata uNgumbela esakuba ephila wanga umoya wakhe ungalala ngoxolo, wafaka isandla kwipokotho yakhe ezama ukuphuhlisa isport kuzo iilali ngenxa yokungabonakali kohlahlo lwabiwo-mali lukarhulumente. Ingaba ke ngoku xa siyi-GNU sisekhona na isizathu sokunyolana esweni okanye kuqatsele ubuhlanga? Umzekelo wesibini, phaa eBhofolo iFort Beaufort United kunye neThuba Lethu High School ziye zaphumelela ngokungenamathandabuzo kwezombhoxo, kodwa awuboni nkxaso, ungaboni tyalo lwezakhono luxhaswa ngoomasipala abakhoyo. Ibala lecricket phaya eBhofolo elalisakuba ngundaba-mlonyeni seyilidlelo lokutyisa imfuyo. Andithethi nge-Alice eDikeni ke ukutsho, umbhalo ubhaliwe. Xa ugqitha usiya eQonce King Williamstown, usizi lumilodwa, iziseko zamabala zachithwa, akukho nethemba lokwakhiwa ntoni na. Kunanamhla amehlo asajongile enkalweni, GNU uphi ngoku? Kuloo ntlungu injalo ikwa-UDM ebamba imibhiyozo kwaneminyhadala yezesport ikhuthaza ulutsha ukuba lube kude kwizidakamizwa bazilolonge ukuze kwakheke ikamva elihle. Mphathiswa, umbono wokuzisa iFormula 1 ne-VAR technology apha eMzantsi inganqweneleka kakhulu. Siyi-UDM silixhasa kakhulu eli phupha lakho. Mphathiswa omhle, urhulumente umemeza nge-district development model. Ingaba olu hlahlo lwabiwo-mali alungqubani na noko? Umzekelo, iphondo ngalinye lusekelezele kwisiseko ezithathu, lusekelezele kwi-district, kwi-local, kwi-wards, kwi-VDs. Ingaba le budget iyakufeza na oko? Le district zintathu zine sithi thina siyi-UDM inquzo olu hlahlo lumelane ne-district. Mphathiswa omhle, xa ndigqibezela, xa siteketisa umphathiswa lo ukhoyo umtsha sithi yibhoyi yasekasi, khawuzibonakalise ke bhoyi yasekasi kwezi progressive forces zikwakhele umkhanyo ukuba kuba uyakwazi na ukwenza i-service delivery, ngoba le bhasi uyiqhubayo hleze nathi siwe nayo sihlekwe zezi progressive forces. Khawusikhulule, usihlangule. Enkosi. I-UDM iyayisapota le budget.
Thank you, Honorable Peter, for your input. The next speaker on the podium is going to be Honorable N.S. du Plessis, Gauteng Maboni.
Honourable House Chair, Minister, Deputy Minister, members and fellow South Africans. You cannot have unity without diversity. These words, spoken in the 1960s by a Native American activist, Richard Twiss, still rings true not only within his own society, but also within the South African slogan of unity in diversity, or Ke I Karate, in the original Tam. This department is central to this. It addresses the spirit, soul, and body of a nation. Culture is the very essence of who we are and what we do. Through culture, we find ourselves, and then we find each other in calm confidence, respecting and enjoying our differences. Art is the expression of our souls, our spirits, our identities, and it moves and shapes paradigms. Art has changed the way entire nations think. Sport is the great equalizer. It opens worlds and gives opportunities based only on physical ability. It also, based on scientific studies, heals PTSD in traumatized people. However, before I speak to the technical aspects of this budget, allow me a moment to share personal experiences. I've lived a privileged life, but not in wealth. It has been in being exposed to the richness of South Africa's peoples and cultures. Born 2 years before the brutal and racially driven state of emergency, I was fortunate to attend one of the first mixed-race schools in Pretoria on a bursary. The real privilege wasn't just access to education, but the friendships I formed across racial and cultural lines. Friendships forged on sports fields, in art rooms, and on the stage. However, on looking back, our experiences to and from school were vastly different, and very unfairly so. In the 1980s and 1990s, my non-political parents had academics from all ethnicities visiting our home, breaking bread while sharing knowledge and experience. This incredible privilege, made possible by my parents' passion for the arts, opened a world of knowledge and understanding and brought home the principle of unity in diversity. Visiting my mother's work in the 90s, Goeiemôre South Africa, a fellow broadcaster, Alice Chivanduka, took time, made effort to engage with me as a preteen. This stayed with me. At my father's job, I watched him direct performance pieces in the streets of Hillbrow, where art brought people together, regardless of background. Later in the 90s, we moved to Hermanus, where I again attended a diverse school, lucky enough, through a bursary. I spent my afternoons in Houston with my childhood best friend, whose family worked to keep the youth out of the numbers gangs, through arts and sport. Her mother's heritage of being a Griqua princess, contrasted with the stark realities of her youth in Elsie's, opened my eyes to a very different world than my own. These experiences, repeated many times over, showed me the true meaning of privilege, being invited into the lives of others. They taught me that sports, arts, and culture aren't just activities, they are bridges. They help us see past our differences and connect as people. Why then has the department seemingly dropped the ball? With scandals in boxing SA, swimming SA, dilapidation in the Saint Duplessis Theatre, previously world-renowned, Joburg's heritage sites, unfinished projects like the Exit Houses, Sarah Bartman's monument, and the Women's Living Monument in Tshwane, to name a few. Even high-profile sports like soccer under Danny Jordan, rugby and cricket have not escaped controversy. The Audit General report shows improvement, but reports that it is not enough, with an increase of irregular expenditure over the past year. It also reports that weak accountability reporting and weak systems have strengthened the networks of NPOs who get paid even if they do not perform their mandate. This lack of transparency and accountability sadly makes sense when reading the Minister's Executive Authority statement in the APP report. It states, and I quote, "The concerns they raise tell us that there is a need for transparency and accountability. To this effect, it is clear that we cannot. End quote. This relates to a parliamentary request regarding the athletes and artists still owed COVID relief monies. He further explains that the current beneficiaries should not be on the list. Yet, artists like Charlene Surti-Williams would have really benefited from this assistance for life-saving healthcare. Will the remaining 177 million overdue then not be paid to the beneficiaries listed? Or one could speculate, will the money be used to buy support? On analysing the budget, it shows various other inconsistencies. One example is the alleged cost of job creation in Mzansi Golden Economy versus in cultural and creative industry. Mzansi Golden Economy is asking for 1.2 billion to create 10,000 jobs. This is 120,000 rand per opportunity. Yet the cultural and creative industries requesting 54.8 million for 3,000 jobs. This is only 18,266 per opportunity. Why is there such a marked discrepancy? If the minister states that artists must be financially responsible in the same executive statement, surely the department should lead by example. Additionally, policy cohesion, reworked resource allocation, improved intergovernment implementation, addressing infrastructure decay, and alignment with the fourth industrial revolution is paramount. Honourable House Chair, there is a difficult hypocrisy that needs to be addressed, especially within the context of nation building. Why does the minister drive a divisive and racialized narrative on the ground, in committee and in the House? Ons mense reminds me of various national party slogans. The personal attacks on members in committee based on ethnicity and using racially charged words in responses to oral questions, flouting parliamentary standing rules, shows a philosophy of division. Our words as public representatives carry weight. And using words to intentionally divide a nation, seemingly for power and influence, has been used throughout history, and it is unacceptable. Divide and conquer is a trick often used to cover a multitude of irregularities, maybe the 55 million that has disappeared in irregular expenditure, or the 175 million that is meant for athletes and artists. Honourable Chair, we took an oath to protect the principles of the Constitution, and this includes non-racialism. Thank
you very much, Honourable Du Plessis. Good afternoon, honourable members, ladies and gentlemen. Honourable members, the next participant in the debate is the Deputy Minister for Sports, Arts and Culture, and that is the Honourable Mabe. Honourable Mabe, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Greetings to honourable members, greetings to the Minister. House Chair, we join millions of South Africans in paying tribute to the recently departed former Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, Honourable David Mabuza, a freedom fighter, an outstanding patriot. Long live the spirit of David Mabuza, long live. This budget vote debate takes place shortly before we celebrate the birthday of the founding father of our democracy, our revered icon, Tata Rolihlahla Nelson Mandela, who declared that sports has the power to change the world. It has the power to inspire. It has the power to unite people in a way that little else does. This is a very famous quote. More than 3 members have used it. Tata Mandela was relevant. The department's primary objective is to develop, transform, preserve, protect, and promote sports, arts, and culture at all levels of participation, to foster an active, creative, winning, socially cohesive, and unified nation. Our goals align with the objectives outlined in the South African National Development Plans by aligning our efforts with these overarching frameworks, we strengthen our commitment to national priorities and ensure that our work has a lasting and sustainable impact on the lives of our fellow citizens. Honorable members, the African proverb that once says that once you carry your own water, you will learn the value of every drop. Mirrors the prudent and meticulous budget allocations to meet the increasing demands within limited resources. The budget allocation of 6.31 billion for the year 2025-2026 is aimed at the following: to develop and promote sports, arts and culture at all levels, to promote social cohesion and facilitate national building, to transform and build capacity in the sports, arts and culture levels, to transform and build capacity in the sports, arts and culture sector, to build and maintain the heritage assets. Sports is a powerful tool to unite diverse groups and foster a social cohesion society with a shared national identity. Investing in sports, arts and culture is essential for building a well-rounded society. The Recreation Development and Sports Promotion Program receives 4.1 billion of the department's budget over the medium term. This allocation demonstrates our commitment to enhancing mass participation, talent development, and infrastructure support to strengthen sports and recreation across South Africa. Honorable members, on the 16th of July in 2024, we made a commitment in this House to promote healthy lifestyle and physical activity in line with the National Development Plan. Through Active Nation program, we support the provision of mass participation opportunities in sports and creation. I am pleased to announce that in this financial year, the 2025-2026, department has budgeted 24 million for the construction of 30 community outdoor gyms and children's play parks in municipal open spaces. We are fostering a winning nation by continually creating an enabling environment for top athletes to excel on the international stage. Our teams and athletes have set the sporting scene ablaze with their performances and achievements. We are proud of the achievements of the Team South Africa that proudly hoisted our flag at the 2024 Olympic and Paralympic Games. We also made a commitment to revive school sports. The Department of Arts and Culture and Basic Education signed the Memorandum of Understanding, which in the main addresses the challenges that prevent the establishment of well-coordinated and seamless sport, arts and culture programs as a critical factor in the development of young people of our country. We ensuring that every learner has access to good quality arts and culture, education and training in public schooling system. The promotion and development of arts and culture is crucial for heritage preservation, promoting diversity and social cohesion. For the 2025-2026 financial year, the cultural and creative industries development is allocated 32 million to facilitate access to local and international markets. The Mzansi Golden Economy Strategy foster job creation, economic transformation, and inclusivity. We aim to create 10,000 job opportunities through financially supporting 27 projects that facilitate local and international market access, empowering artists and creative practitioners to expand their reach. Honorable members, we are creating opportunities and breaking into new international markets. Our artists' footprints is expanding exponentially. Amapiano is taking the world by storm. Before, when we used to travel, when you say South Africa, they will say, oh, the people of Mandela. But recently, when you say South Africa, they say, Amapiano, Amapiano. So no doubt that Amapiano has taken the world by storm. We've seen that through the historic triumph of the South Africa's dynamic DJ duo, TXC, at the 2025 BET Award in Los Angeles. This marks not only a personal achievement, but a monumental step for the South African Amapiano music scene. Honorable members, as we chart the way forward, one of the key focus areas in the development and elevation of the design industry in South Africa, this dynamic sector encompassing fashion, industrial design, digital innovation, architecture, and more plays a critical role in entrepreneurship, job creation, innovation, and the shaping of our cultural identity. I think the portfolio chairperson spoke also on this issue, that it is cool to wear locally made clothes. Let us promote our designers, because if we don't buy their products, nobody will support them. So members, you are encouraged that you support local designers. Like I am wearing a locally made garment, and Comrade Jane as well, Honorable Jane as well is wearing a locally made. I want to see if the minister is wearing a locally made print as well. This initiative forms part of a broader vision to position the creative industries at the center of South Africa's economic recovery, youth employment strategies, and global cultural competitiveness, promoting social cohesion and facilitating nation building. Honorable Chairperson, I wanted to, in closing, talk about the Fantuka of a program that we hosted as the department on the 5th of July, 2025, as the department in honoring the 68 years career of Mama of service in the arts sector of Mama Abigail Gubeka, that it has opened more opportunities. We intend to host the legendary tour. Through this, we will honor other cultural icons across our provinces, fostering pride, preserving legacy, and importantly, creating income generation opportunities for veteran artists. Having said that, I table the budget before the House that honorable members approve.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Thank you, DM. Honourable members, during an earlier debate today, one of the participants indicated and confirmed the role of the South African local government in this House as members of this House. And they now take the podium, the South African Local Government Association, in the form of Councillor Mahlangu, who will be talking for 10 minutes on this debate. Honourable Councillor Mahlangu.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Mary Filwe Mutweni Zipane, Honorable Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Chief Whip of the NCOP, Honorable House Chairpersons, Honorable members and special delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Sanbonani. Honorable members, this budget presents a critical opportunity to advance inclusive development through the pillars of sports, arts, culture, libraries, and heritage. Municipalities are the face of government on the ground. We are the closest to the people and must ensure that this budget translates into tangible change in communities through, amongst the others, arts centers and vibrant public spaces that foster participation, unity, and pride. We commend the department's continued focus on school sports, mass participation, and drugs-free initiatives. They must reach our informal settlement, rural villages, and townships where children are hungry for opportunities and where the playing field must be literally and figuratively leveled. We further commend the construction of 100 community outdoor gyms that the department has planned. Outdoor gyms are not merely for fitness, moreover, have a positive contribution towards the building of a healthy communities, which were needed by a country whose health system is under a lot of pressure. Honorable Chair, we also welcome the department's commitment to the arts, heritage, and library services. However, we must speak about the need for improvement, particularly in the funding and functionality of library services. While we welcome the 2.3% increase in the public library services allocation, which is used for constructing and upgrading libraries, hiring personnel, and purchasing library materials, we wish to emphasize that libraries are more than repository of books. They are community anchor of knowledge, digitally access, youth support, and lifelong learning. Yet, many libraries operate with outdated materials, inadequate internet connectivity, and insufficient staffing. Some rural libraries are barely functional, while the community library conditional grant remains a key instrument of support. It is imperative that 1. Funding allocations are increased over the medium term to enable sustained staffing, procurement of materials, and maintenance of library facilities. 2. The grant criteria is reviewed to better accommodate rural and under-resourced municipalities that often struggle to co-fund a function that should be adequately funded by the department. 3. Capacity building and digital innovation programs be expanded to help municipalities modernize library services, including mobile libraries and access to e-books and online learning tools. Honorable House Chair, our libraries must become 21st century acknowledged hubs, connected, inclusive, and actively contributing to youth development and digital literacy. For this to happen, local government must be treated not just as implementer, but as a core strategist in the revitalization of our nation's library infrastructure. In conclusion, honorable members, this budget vote is more than a financial plan. It is a reflection of the values we place on culture identity, social well-being, and human potential. Let us ensure that the investment we make in sports, arts, and culture through reach the people, especially at the grassroots where the most vulnerable are anxious looking for the opportunity that could improve their quality of life through the talent that they possess. We therefore commit ourselves as local government to working with the department and all stakeholders to turn this budget into real change. Change that is visible, sustainable, and transformative. Let us invest not only in infrastructure, but imagination. Honorable House Chair, with that said, SALGA supports the budget vote and believes that it demonstrates commitment by the Minister and the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture towards addressing the social cohesion challenges in the country. I thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, MMC Mahlangu. Honourable members, we are now back in the House itself, and it's the turn of the Honourable Chirika from the Economic Freedom Fighters. Honourable Chirika.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good evening to the ministers and the officials, colleagues. I am perturbed this afternoon in what has transpired here when thousands of athletes and artists are watching on television to see what is in this budget for them. Some of our colleagues in the ANC came here to do personal attacks on parties and people that speak for the marginalized, the vulnerable, and the poor. This is low, this is scandalous, it doesn't belong in politics, and it cannot be called politics. Let me tell you, I have seen in my life, in my 58 years, I have seen a lot of arrogance of people that were in powerful positions in municipalities, in private sector, and because of their arrogance, they refuse to listen to people. You can come with me, I will show you how they walk beside their shoes today. They became forgotten, rejected people in their communities. And this is what is happening with the ANC today. The masses are rejecting you. Yes, you've attacked us, It's our turn. The masses are rejecting you because you never delivered to the people of South Africa. You have become a forgotten people, a forgotten party. Let me draw your attention. Yes, let me draw your attention. The gloves are off. I don't stand back. In 2022, when some of the senior officials that are seated here today were in the very same department, a young athlete from Port Elizabeth by the name of Michael Whiteboy, a judo expert, that had to go and participate in Uzbekistan in a judo competition, had to withdraw because of a lack of funding. His dreams were shattered. And so can we go on and go on. There was a total denial of people that are struggling to fund themselves, a total rejection and a total arrogance of people in high positions. But we have news for you. The EFF is here to restore our country. Yes. EFF is here. EFF is here to restore integrity and dignity. You can laugh at us. We are a revolutionary organization that will stand for our people.
Honorable Kirika, won't you take your seat for a moment, please?
Rise in terms of Rule 68, Chair.
Yes.
Which affords the right of delegates to speak and not be disturbed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Peza. Yes, indeed, delegates may speak. Delegates may also heckle. There is a ruling to that effect as well in the back of the rule book. Honorable members, I do urge you, though, please, to allow the speaker from the podium to put forward his arguments. Let's listen to each other and act with decorum as far as possible. You are welcome to heckle, but let's not make it into a conversation, and let's not drown out the debater. Thank you, honorable members. Please proceed, Honorable Kirika.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, the Economic Freedom Fighters rejects this budget vote on sports, arts and culture. Chair, today I rise to debate a matter that speaks to the soul of our nation, the budget allocation to the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. This department is not merely about recreation or entertainment. It is a cornerstone, Mr. Minister, of national identity, youth development, social cohesion, and economic opportunity. And yet, it remains chronically mismanaged and undervalued. Worst, we debate today on a budget that was not even tabled in the Select Committee. The large portion of the budget still goes to administrative costs and maintaining national institutions, while community-level development programs remain grossly underfunded. This results to art centers being without equipment, community choirs without sport support, and youth sports development programs struggling to survive. Sport, arts, and culture are powerful tools for nation building. They unite us. It gives us young people a purpose, preserve our diverse heritage, and stimulate the creative economy. Community sports fields, local theaters, museums, and libraries are not luxuries. They are lifelines. It promotes healthy lifestyles, create jobs, fight crime, and give our people dignity and identity. And yet this department failed our communities dismally. Yet across South Africa, Chairperson, artists die poor. Cultural institutions are neglected and township sports facilities lie in ruins. This is the result of corruption and fraud in the department. Chairperson, the EFF also notes with concern the lack of leadership shown by the department regarding the growing frustration and anxiety within the music industry regarding SAMRO. SAMRO is a structure which gives disproportionate power to music publishers. The EFF is particularly concerned about the board's ongoing failure to act on the damning findings of the Fundutsi forensic investigation, which exposed widespread corruption and fraudulent claims of royalties by individuals and publishers, some of whom still occupy positions of power within the organization, Mr. Minister. This has led to South Africa's creative industry, artists, musicians, and cultural workers staging an uprising at SAMRO's extraordinary AGM. Last week, resulting in the immediate removal of 3 board members. The EFF once again reiterates its unwavering support for the rights of artists and the principle that their intellectual and economic contributions must be respected, protected, and governed with integrity. All over the country, sport upgrade facilities lay abandoned. The money is simply just gone. Chair, the EFF is deeply disturbed by the persistent corruption and mismanagement plaguing the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. This department, which should be at the forefront of nurturing talent, preserving our heritage, and promoting unity through sport and culture, has become a symbol of incompetence and looting. Abandoned infrastructure projects, unaccounted expenditure, inflated tenders, and fruitless and wasteful spending have become synonymous to this department, Chairperson. Billions are pumped into the department, yet communities remain without functioning sports grounds, libraries, museums, or sport support for emerging artists. This is not a failure of funding, it's a failure of governance. The continued corruption has robbed young athletes, struggling artists, and cultural workers of opportunities. Sport is not just a pastime, it's a proven tool in the fight against crime, substance abuse, and social alienation. For many young people in townships and rural areas, local sports grounds are the only spaces where talent can be discovered, displayed, and cultivated. The abandonment reflects a government that has turned its back on the aspirations and potential of the youth. Sports programs in rural schools are non-existent. Local artists go without support while the department hosts extravagant, unproductive events. Meanwhile, corrupt officials and connected contractors enrich themselves at the expense of the people. Despite repeated promises from the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, communities continue to witness multi-million rand sport infrastructure projects left incomplete or uncared for. Funds are allocated, contractors are paid, and yet the end result is dilapidation and despair. This is not just incompetence again, it's the theft from the poor. Chair, projects like National Academy of Africa's Performing Arts in Soweto ask for completion. Construction has stalled due to funding shortfalls. The project initiated in 2018 remains unfinished, with incomplete recording studios and missing essential equipment. Sarah Baartman Center of Remembrance in Henke in the Eastern Cape, the project has faced prolonged delays with 247 million rand later. The delay impedes the preservation and celebration of significant cultural heritage. The delay hampers efforts to nurture local talent and provide educational opportunities in the performing arts. Kagiso Memorial and Recreation Center, Mogale City, Gauteng, 14 million rand was allocated for heritage components. The center remains largely non-operational, with reports of malfunctioning facilities and unauthorized usage. Boipatong Monument and Youth Center in Gauteng, over 12 million rand in operational cost. Since its inception in 2015, the center has failed to deliver on its promises, lacking functional educational and recreational programs, and the youth in Boipatong are deprived of intended educational and empowerment opportunities. School for Life Events Technology South African Roadies Association, 4.3 million rand allocated for the 24-25 financial year. There's delays in fund disbursement by the department, have stalled the establishment of the school. Complaints have been lodged with the public protector regarding the delays. The delay affects youth empowerment and skills development in the life event sector. Netball South Africa is currently facing significant scrutiny over allegations of financial mismanagement, governance failures, and mishandling of serious misconduct cases. These issues have prompted investigations by both domestic and international bodies. And Chair, the EFF is also deeply concerned about NSA's financial practices, particularly regarding the 90 million rand allocated by the government for the 2023 Netball World Cup in Cape Town. Nearly 2 years after the event, audited financial statements have yet to be finalized. Expenditures including 190,000 rand paid to a social media influencer, over 2 million rand in consulting fees, and 41,000 rand categorized under condolences. This is the thrilling stories of this department. The unfolding situation within Netball South Africa underscores the need for robust governance and accountability mechanisms within sports organization and the failure of the Department of Arts and Culture. Then, Chair, the SAFA saga, the EFF was in the lead to request for an independent investigation into SAFA's finances, alleging that Jordan's leadership has led to stagnation in football development and unequal pay between men's and women's teams. In March 25, the association reportedly failed to pay staff salaries on time, citing cash flow problems. Additionally, a 2023 investigation revealed that SAFA spent 65 million rand on a water park intended to become a center of excellence, which remains incomplete and is projected to cost the taxpayer 600 million rand. Chair, just in the Northwest province alone, projects like the Fout Copy Heritage, Hill Klerksdorp, that's great, 2 provincial heritage site featuring Khoisan rock and historical mining remnants, suffer from vandalism and neglect due to insufficient security and maintenance. It's fine, and we're not worried about the budget. We're educating the public through television. That is what we're doing. We're educating the public that listens to us at the moment. The deteriorating condition deters tourists, undermining its potential as a cultural attraction. Mabana Arts, Culture and Sports Foundation, once a beacon for arts development in the province, the Mababana centers have faced significant challenges. Established in the late 1980s, they benefited from substantial funding until 27. However, post-27, these centers have struggled with reduced financial support, leading to operational difficulties and diminished program offerings. Northwest Cultural Kala Bestahu, initiated in 1994 to celebrate diverse cultures and nurture young talent. This festival thrived with support from entities like the Transnet Foundation. However, the withdrawal of key sponsors has led to its discontinuation, depriving the community of a vital cultural platform, while this department didn't support these centers. Chair, in rural areas and towns, children with immense potential are denied opportunities because there are no coaches, no instruments, no art supplies, Mr. Minister, and no space to perform or play. Cultural events that could build unity and pride are scrapped due to a lack of support, Mr. Minister. I want you to take note, Mr. Minister. We have seen our young people, when engaged through sport and art, stay away from drugs and crime. The continuous corruption in this department is cutting hope from the people. It's an insult to communities who use sport and art to heal, to grow, and to organize. Chair, as the EFF, we will request an urgent forensic investigation into all tenders and infrastructure products under the department in the past 5 years. For these reasons given, the EFF will not support the budget. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Honourable Chirika, and for your judicious use of your time. It's appreciated. Honourable members, we now zoom into the province of Limpopo, where the MEC for Sports, Arts and Culture is the Honourable F.J. Maseko, who is the next participant in this debate and has been allocated 10 minutes. Honourable Maseko.
Thanks very much, Chairperson of the session. Allow me to acknowledge the presence of the Minister and the Deputy Minister, members of NCOP, fellow South Africans, good evening. Chair, on behalf of the people of Limpopo, all the athletes, as Limpopo, we want to support the budget vote, and we are committed to its full implementation with excellence and accountability. Allow me, Honourable Chair, to commend the Honourable Minister for presenting a budget that resonates with our shared vision of building an active and creative nation, promoting social cohesion and nation building as stipulated in the National Development Plan. The National Development Plan recognizes that sports, arts, and culture sectors for social understanding inspires creativity and promotes a sense of shared identity. Further leverage the potential of a creative industry to create jobs and stimulate economic growth through initiatives like the Mzansi Golden Economy, your MGE. The plan, Honorable Chairperson, also promotes equitable access to sport, arts, and cultural activities for all South Africans, ensuring that these resources are accessible to everyone, regardless of their background or the location, which aligns with the National Sports, Arts and Culture vote speech. In the province, our rural cricketers are able to witness availability of cricket sets. Compi courts have been built in peripheral areas. Hockeys and rugby have been introduced in those previously disadvantaged areas because of this important budget. Honorable Chair, this budget is about investing in the spirit of our nation, a spirit that lives through our athletes, artists, languages, stories, heritage sites, and libraries. In Limpopo, in Northern Lesotho, we say, Sechaba, Sisa Shumero Moro, Kasena Bukamoso. A community that does not work together does not have future. And this department is entrusted with holding that community together to make sure that we promote unity, oneness, social cohesion, and nation building. It should be noted, Honorable Chair, that the budget speaks to the provincial priorities, of which the allocation which go a long way in supporting the rural sport development and competitive school sports. Infrastructure renewal for libraries, museums, and community arts centers, grassroots talent identification and nurturing, promotion of indigenous languages, traditions, and oral history, the preservation of cultural heritage and archives while supporting the township and village-based creative industry. A few days ago, Honorable Chair, I had an honor of addressing a team before their departure to the Winter National School Sports Championship that took place in Durban this weekend. The passion I witnessed reaffirmed that with the right support, the next Banyana Banyana, the next Siagi Kolisi, the next Castas Menya may very well emerge from rural Limpopo. We have witnessed as a province the significance of the budget that has been allocated, Chair. That one, for the first time, the budget will assist us in constructing a provincial theater where talent will be exposed, where young people will be given an opportunity to come and, of course, expose their talent. We are, through this budget, going to conclude or complete 2 libraries and construct 2 new libraries in the province. And together with the Limpopo Academy of Sports, the private sector, we are mobilizing resources, Honorable Chair, to build a high-performance sports center for the majority of our talented athletes, which to us is a very fundamental priority. In the arts and culture sector, our artists are not only creative, but they are catalysts of economic activity and cultural identity. They tell our stories, reflect our struggles, and inspire our dreams. This budget is crucial in supporting the development and funding of the emerging artists, especially in the province. The expansion of community arts centers and theaters, and the hosting of local and national cultural festivals like Mapunguzwe. The former President Nelson Mandela once said, if you talk to a man in his language, that goes to his heart, that wisdom guides our approach to the heritage languages. That's safeguarding our heritage and identity. South Africa's story is incomplete without its indigenous language. Limpopo, we are proud custodian of the rich heritage, from the rings of Mapungubwe to the royal legacies of Bapedi, Bavembe, Bavenda, and Tsonga people. We are using this funding to honor the historical of the past. And thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much indeed, Honourable Maseko. Honourable members, we stay on the virtual platform. Moving across the northern border, we are now going to the northwest. The MEC for Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation is the Honourable Tlhape. Honourable Tlhape, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me greet Honourable Chairperson of NCOP, Mary Filemtsweni, the Deputy Chairperson, my Minister, Ndate Mackenzie Limbe, Deputy Minister, Mayor Pismavi, and all members that are on the platform and that are on your house. Let me be safe and say all protocol observed, Chairperson. Honourable Chair, I intend not to delve much on the 24-25 departmental achievement, but rather make it a brief presentation on the recent milestone reached by the department. The department has made considerable strides in accelerating the development, the growth, the transformation of sports, recreation, arts, culture, and heritage in the Northwest Province. Allow me, honourable members, to reflect just a bit on one or two significant milestones that the department has reached in the 24-25 financial year. Otherwise, a full detailed presentation, Honourable Chairperson, on our successes will form part of the budget speech that will be delivered next week. In giving effect to the strategic priorities of the medium-term development plan, especially with respect to the evolving global economy, it is important that government respond to the growing need of inclusive growth by promoting economic growth and job creation initiative in our rural areas. The Department of Arts, Culture, Sports and Recreation, in giving effects to the latter strategic priority, has in previous financial year created more than 1,000 job opportunities through EPWP, learnership and internship. Honourable Chair, human capital development is a key enabler of our department's success. In the previous year, the department awarded bursaries to its employees, and by so doing, the department is upskilling employees to be competitive so that they sufficiently contribute to the service delivery. Honourable Chair, the department remains committed in executing the National Strategic Plan on GBV and femicide. Our fight as a department against GBV and femicide is evidently visible through our series of campaigns that demonstrate our relentless efforts in combating the pandemic of GBV and femicide. Our mission is to forge a society where a girl child and a woman live together with men in harmony without any possible threat or prey on them. 3 of our libraries, the one in Mirdol and another one in Matau, as well as Edcake, in the previous financial year were successfully completed and provided with the necessary books, furniture, material for operation. As we speak, Honourable Chair, our communities have access to those libraries. Honourable Chair, allow me to briefly speak to our mandate vis-à-vis the recent milestone we have acquired. In executing the Arts, Culture, Sports and Recreation departmental mandate of fostering the social cohesion and national identity, as well as increasing the economic impact of sports. The Northwest Province, through its partnership with Netball South Africa and other key strategic partners, hosted the 2025 First Power Week edition of the Africa's largest franchise competition, which is the Telkom Netball League in Sun City Super Bowl. The African Premier Franchise Netball Tournament has brought together people of diverse cultural backgrounds and has had serious boast of the economy, transport, tourism sector, as well as the employment of the local rural people. The Department of Arts, Culture, Sports and Recreation, like all other departments, has the responsibility of community engagement as a way of bridging the gap between government and its people. Government service in striving to build strong and lasting relationship between the department and the Northwest University community. The department has on the 3rd of April held a public lecture under the theme "The Place of Literacy, Works and Media in the Sustenance of Our Indigenous Language and Culture in South Africa." And the lecture was delivered by the political head of the Northwest Department of Arts and Culture, which is myself on behalf of the Minister Mackenzie. The Department of Arts, Culture, Sports and Recreation as a provincial custodian of a national commemorative days, in collaboration with the provincial government led by the Northwest Premier, held a successful Freedom Day celebration on the 30th of April in Leader Sports Ground under the theme "United in Resilience for the Defense of Our Freedom and Democracy." The official Provincial Freedom Day commemorative event was presided by the various activities organized and led by the MEC of that department. Honorable Chair, in recognizing the athletic teamwork, strategy, and commitment involved in cheerleading, despite it being widely classified as a simple activity of cheering on athletics, the Department of Arts and Culture striving to give recognition to cheerleading as an equal traditional sports that requires high energy, outlines consisting of stunts, jumps, tumbling, and etc., held a welcoming ceremony with athletes who participated in the year's competitive cheerleading in Orlando, in the United States of America. In developing and promoting sports with the aim of bringing together diverse groups and creating a socially cohesive society with a common national identity, the department has provided athletes who participated in the 2025 Comrades Marathon with all the necessary support to uphold and advance the legacy of the Northwest Province in the ultimate human race. Beyond the latter support, the department has also warmly welcomed back the Northwest Comrade Marathon runners in OR Tambo International Airport, and the department held Comrades Marathon welcome ceremony in which the department has honored Ntate Dijana for his third Comrade Marathon, as well as other champions from the Northwest who dominated the 2025 Comrades Marathon on the top 10 achievers. The Northwest Provincial Government, through the Department of Arts Culture, held a successful June 16 Youth Day Commemoration Day in the Northwest University in the Regional Farm Stadium, Potchefstroom, in JB Max, the local municipality, under the theme "Skills for the Changing World, Empowering Youth, the meaningful economic participation." The June 16 Youth Commemoration event was presided by the Cultural and Creative Industries Youth Career Expo on June 15 as a build-up to the main event on the June 16 Youth Day. Honorable Chair, in supporting and promoting the legacy of the Northwest athletes in the global sporting arena, the department has also on the 20th of June led a launch of the Project 350, which was pronounced by the Minister Mackenzie. In accordance with which was pronounced, Chair, by the Minister Mackenzie. And the MEC has held this event successfully, and the athletes has attended this. We are going to make sure that as the department we support this project, as we were the first to launch the 350 that was pronounced by the Minister. In supporting and transforming the sport fraternity in the Northwest, in the Northwest Province as part of the apex priorities of the 7th administration in driving an inclusive growth, building a capable and ethical development state. The Department of Arts, Culture, Sports and Recreation will be establishing in relation with the Department of Arts, Culture, Sports and Recreation has long established relationship with the Orbit College, a football club that dates from the some time back. The department has been providing the club with the necessary support that were needed by the football club. Through the Department of Arts, Culture commitment in creating platform for cultural and local artistic creatives, in driving the competitiveness in the national and global stages. Lowest Children as one of the unique talented theatre production with some of its works supported by the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and Mabana in preserving the Botswana cultural heritage. In pursuit of this provincial government investment.
Thank you. Thank you, MEC. Unfortunately, your time has expired.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, MEC Tlhapi. Honourable members, debating next on behalf of the Patriotic Alliance at the podium is the Honourable Farmer.
Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Minister, Honourable Deputy Minister, Honourable members, fellow South Africans, I greet you in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Saviour, the God without whom we will not succeed. Honourable Matekwana, how can you complain of being neglected as a province when you once had the country's president for 2 terms, who, by the way, is now your party's president? If you look for poor leadership, start at home. Chairperson, the day when the Freedom Front Plus quotes Lenin, we must be getting somewhere as a country. Honourable Du Plessis, the apartheid's beneficiation difference is still felt by us Mensa. You can wish it away as much as you can, it remained a reality. Honourable Giereke, I have it under good authority that both you and me will not be alive anymore by the time the EFF governs this country. Chairperson, today I stand not only as a member of this House, but as a proud patriot. Because this budget vote speaks directly to the heartbeat and soul of our nation. Our sport, our arts, our heritage, our pride. Chairperson, when our young people run onto the field, when our artists step onto the stage, when our heritage is celebrated in our communities, we see hope, unity, and economic potential come alive. And that is why the Patriotic Alliance stands firmly in support of this budget vote, led by none other than our party president, the Honourable Minister Gayton McKenzie. Born as a gifted athlete in running. That's why this portfolio suits him like a glove. This vote is not just about funding events or building stadiums. It's about building a nation that knows who it is, where it comes from, and where it can still become. Honourable members, far too often sport, arts and culture are treated like an afterthought, a nice to have when there's money left over. But for the Patriotic Alliance, this sector is a frontline tool for nation building, job creation and social cohesion. Our sporting heroes inspire our townships and rural villages. Our musicians and artists put food on the table with their talents. Our cultural workers safeguard our identity, our languages and our stories. If we invest here, we invest in community pride and economic opportunity. Chairperson, this budget will translate into real change on the ground. More community sport facilities that are safe, accessible and maintained. Genuine sport for local artists, not just big stars, but young, hungry talent in our towns and villages. Strong investment in township and rural arts projects, so that our young people see culture as a career, not just a hobby. Proper heritage site protection, because our identity and history must be preserved for the next generation. Honourable members, the Patriotic Alliance believes in accountability. That is why we will stand behind our minister and ensure that every rand spent here empowers a child to dream, an artist to create, and a community to come together under one flag. We know that under the leadership of Honourable Minister, this department can become a model of delivery and pride. It is not enough to clap when an athlete win gold, we must invest before they run, train, and compete. Chairperson, in every township street soccer game, in every rural choir practice, in every cultural festival, there is a raw power waiting to be unlocked. Our task as Parliament is to unleash that power and give our people the stage, the field, and the funding to thrive. We do not just support this budget vote because the Minister is our President. We support it because our communities need it and our youth deserve it. This budget must not fail them. And we as the PA will stand shoulder to shoulder with our Minister to make sure he does not. Let us build a South Africa that is proud, united, and inspired by its own talent and heritage. The Patriotic Alliance says, let's play, let's create, let's celebrate together. Honorable Minister, Muni Baizani, salute.
Thank you, Honourable Farmer. Honourable members, the next participant putting forward his arguments and those of the Democratic Alliance is the Honourable Billy. You have 6 minutes, Honourable Billy.
Must be worried when I'm trusted by the ANC. The Honourable House Chair, the Honourable Minister, the Deputy Minister, Honourable members of this House, and fellow South Africans. Chairperson, allow me to begin with a personal reflection. After his release from prison, the Honourable Gayton Mackenzie embarked on a motivational tour across the country. He shared harrowing stories of his criminal past, prison life, and the possibility of redemption. I was one of the learners in Chatsworth who heard him speak, and that moment left a lasting mark on many of us coming from crime-ridden communities like Umlazi and Lamontville. I share this because I believe in the power of second chances. But Minister, redemption in private life must now translate into public accountability and responsible leadership, especially within a department as powerful and as symbolic as this one. Chairperson, the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture is not a luxury portfolio. It is a powerful engine for unity, from Rugby World Cup to the Ministerial Carnival in Cape Town, from the African Cup of Nations to Umkhosi Umhlanga in KwaZulu-Natal. These moments of celebration remind us that we are indeed one nation. Honorable Chairperson, but our unity is sometimes fragile. It is deeply concerning that just last week, a member of the minister's own party, the PA, used a racial slur, calling another member of this House a coconut. Such language undermines the constitutional values of dignity, equality, and respect that this department is meant to champion. This might not be your fault, Honorable Minister, but this requires you to publicly reject such divisive rhetoric if your commitment to social cohesion is truly sincere. Maybe let me pause there and take this moment to also just reflect briefly on the comment you made at the beginning of your presentation, Minister, where you referred to one of the members of this House as this white man. Now, we differ quite a lot with Honorable Farmer in this House, Honorable Minister, but at no point do we call each other this colored man or this white man. I think you must self-reflect on that and perhaps do the right thing and apologize for that, Honorable Minister. Chairperson, the department's 2025-2026 annual performance plan sets out admirable goals, which is to increase participation, inclusive growth, empowerment of marginalized communities, and nation building. But these aspirations ring hollow if the department shields waste, mismanagement, or corruption. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, weeks ago, a former DA MP, Liam Jacobs, raised red flags about Vincent Blenny's resignation as CEO of the National Film and Video Foundation following allegations of wasteful expenditure at the Cannes Film Festival. Honorable Chairperson, Jacobs stated that resignation does not equal to accountability and went further, calling for Blenny's removal from the board of Boxing South Africa. Jacobs said His continued presence raises serious questions about the minister's commitment to clean governance. On a separate occasion, Jacob also accused the minister of shielding Netball South Africa from serious allegations of mismanagement and evading parliamentary oversight. In his words, and I quote, he said, "South Africans deserve a minister who respects parliament, enforces accountability, and protects the integrity of sport, not one who plays referee and a player at the same time." I'm not going to explain what that means. Chairperson, if the minister wishes to be remembered as a reformer rather than a protector of patronage, he must be bold and must take bold action. The same people cannot always be funded while emerging voices and deserving communities are ignored. Transformation without fairness is merely favoritism. Chairperson, we urge the minister to prioritize the following urgent interventions: equitably support cultural, heritage, and sporting events, not only those that benefit from political allies, but all that celebrate our diverse identity. We urge the minister to invest in infrastructure in undeserved communities, because talent does not reside only in Sandton or in Stellenbosch. It flourishes in Khayelitsha, Tembisa, Nongoma, and beyond. We welcome the MOU signed between the Department of Basic Education and the Minister's Department. This must produce clear results. The department's own strategic plan commits to youth, women, and persons with disability while creating safe and inclusive public spaces. We will hold the minister accountable to that promise. Honorable Chairperson, finally, Minister Mackenzie, your life story reminds us that people can rise from the ashes, as you've correctly said that the president trusted you. But South Africans now look to you to rise to the demands of ethical leadership. Let this department become a launchpad for the talented, the creative, and the courageous, not a platform for the politically connected. Let's stop using our artists as props at rallies as the ANC did previously. Let's build a sustainable, transparent, and empowering cultural economy, one that does not throw money at performers for photo ops, but builds real careers and dignity. I thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Honourable Billy. Honourable members, we proceed with the debate, and the African National Congress is now represented by the last participant in this debate, Honourable Mokwele. Honourable Mokwele, you have 15 minutes.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. Greetings to the Chairperson of the NCOP, House Chairs, the Chief Whip, honorable members, fellow South African. House Chair, before I share with fellow South African why the African National Congress support vote 37 budget vote, I just want first, Chair, if you can allow me just to appreciate the minister. I heard the minister when you were here on the podium. You were narrating to us your previous life. You even indicated that the real chief in chief, the President of the Republic, Cyril Ramaphosa, has taken a risk to appoint you as the Minister of Sports, Art and Culture. But I wanted to assure you that the President knew what he's doing, because your experience at the street is the experience that gives you to understand what is the real needs of our people. You are the one of the few minister, honorable minister, who understand the transformation agenda of the African National Congress. That is why the minister appointed you. It was not a mistake. And now, Chair, maybe before I even further share what I have with the fellow South African, I just want to make a small I just want to conscientize
the speaker who was here. Maybe I'll start with the MKP party, which I'm not going to be long on him. Minister, I heard that you said you will respond to him, just to educate him so that when he go back to KwaZulu-Natal, where he's on the opposition bench, he must understand that indeed, like you said, I heard you, Honorable Matengwan, when you were saying that the budget is not the financial statement. Let me just correct you. But Matengwan, thank you. Budget is a financial statement. I saw that you must know, you mustn't lie to the public to say that budget is not. So budget is a financial statement. And budget, if you can know throughout all the everywhere in the country, the budget. Let me give you the free lecture. Throughout everywhere in the country, we never had that budget is sufficient. Budget never be sufficient. So that is why always when we are preparing budget, we'll always look at priority. So that is why as the ANC, we are saying that this budget is a pro-poor budget. So that is the only message. Others, the minister will deal with you. I don't want it to be on top of you. They will respond to you. Coming to the EFF. Honorable Gerika, I heard you when you were in this podium saying that the African National Congress has been rejected by the masses. But the real truth is that if there is a party that has been rejected by the masses, the EFF, we all know that even previously, you are the only party that lost majority. And even currently, when we are speaking to in Limpopo, you are losing election. But let me come back to the subject. Honorable House Chair, we rise today to support vote 37 with unwavering conviction, focusing on transformative potential of infrastructure development and access in creating truly inclusive participation in sports, arts, and culture. This debate, House Chair, occurs at a pivotal moment when the ANC-led government of national unity has committed to accelerating infrastructure investment with over 940 billion allocated for infrastructure development over the next 3 years. House Chair, the foundation of our support as an African National Congress rests on the constitutional mandate to redress historical imbalances and ensure equitable access to cultural, sporting, and heritage resources. As emphasized in the ANC transformation agenda, Minister, as I said, our principal task remains to mobilize all strata and classes, including the new social forces born out of democracy around the national program of transformation to build a national democratic society. Sports, arts, and culture allocation of 6.31 billion for 2025-2026 represent a concrete manifestation of this commitment. The modernization of library service represents a cornerstone of our infrastructure transformation strategy. The community library service grant demonstrates government commitment with current funding growing from 1.39 billion in 2025-2026 to 1.80 billion in 2027-2028, remarkably 29.5% increase over MTEF period. This investment transcends traditional library concept, positioning this institution as digital hubs and community development center. This approach to library modernization aligns with the 2025 State of Nation Address commitment to invest in digital public infrastructure to give South African access to government services anytime, anywhere through relaunch platforms. Libraries serve as a critical access point for digital inclusion, particularly in underdeserved communities where internet connectivity remains limited. By offering free Wi-Fi, digital literacy program, and access to e-government services, libraries are becoming essential anchors in the drive towards a more equitable digital society. This transformation is vital for empowering citizens to access educational opportunity, job market, essential services, fostering culture and lifelong learning. Honorable members, we must emphasize that implementation of accessible infrastructure for persons with disability in sports, arts, and culture represent both constitutional imperative and practical necessity. As highlighted in a recent government commitment, persons with disability are not special category, but equal citizens, right holders, and co-architects of our democracy. There is even universal design implementation that all new infrastructure development must comply with universal design principle from conception of completion. This includes accessible entrance, pathways, sitting areas, and support facility in stadium, theater, museum, and culture centers. Heritage infrastructure modernization represents a critical component of our transformation agenda, with 2.779 billion allocated to heritage promotion and preservation, 44.2 of vote and 37 total budget. The investment reflects our commitment to preserving South African diverse cultural heritage while making it accessible through modern technology. We emphasize the importance of digital platform and ICT infrastructure as a strategic intervention to address historical imbalances in access to cultural and sporting resources. This initiative directly responds to the infrastructure challenges identified in rural areas where poor road infrastructure, district access to essential services, including healthcare, education, and economic opportunities. There is a need for us to address historical imbalances, honorable members. The prioritization of infrastructure development in rural areas and townships directly addresses the spatial inequality entrenched by apartheid policies. As documented, the 1913 Land Act that dispossessed Black community of land and prevented them from owning property was the watershed moment in the country's history and the primary reason why South Africa is presently one of the most unequal countries in the world. That is why the redistribution of land must happen now, not later. We want to emphasize on the importance of provincial and municipal coordination. The integration of service delivery should mean effective infrastructure development that requires seamless coordination between national, provincial, and municipal government. The implementation of DDM must enable all key role players in government, business, labor, and community-based organizations to work together. Important to highlight is that intergovernmental coordination by the budget implementation includes joint planning committee across government sphere. Shares funding mechanism can leverage resources from multiple sources. Coordinated services delivery that maximize community impact, knowledge sharing that ensure best practices are replicated. Transforming infrastructure and access across South African provinces is central to achieving true inclusive participation in the sports, arts, and culture. Each province faces unique challenges ranging from rural isolation in Limpopo and Eastern Cape to urban congestion in Gauteng and Western Cape. By tailoring infrastructure investment to provincial needs, government ensures that the resources reach historical undeserved community, bridging spatial divides created by apartheid-era policies. For example, targeting upgrade to rural libraries, community centers, and sporting facilities in provinces like Mpumalanga and Northern Cape provide vital platform for the youth. Honorable members, Collaboration between provincial government, municipalities, and private sector is vital for maximizing the impact of infrastructure investment. By leveraging shared funding and mechanism and knowledge of exchange, the province can implement large-scale projects such as integrated public transport and system or regional sports academic that will be accountable in isolation. This partnership ensure that infrastructure upgrade align with the local development plans and community priorities, resulting in more responsive and sustainable outcome for inclusive participation. As I go towards conclusion, we support Vote 37. This budget provides these tools to transform this vision into live reality for millions of South Africans who have been waiting too long for meaningful access of culture and sporting. The journey towards inclusive participation requires sustained commitment, strategy, investment, and collaboration across all sectors in society. Vote 37 provides the foundation for the transformation, and we must ensure its full implementation with agency. By fostering culture of accountability and shared responsibility, we can create legacy and inclusive growth and opportunity for generations to come. And honorable members, before I go to the conclusion, Minister, you indicate something to say that we are currently in the government of national unity led by the ANC, which yourself, you are the minister. But I'm a bit disturbed by the conduct of the DA, which is also part of the GNU, which at some point, honorable members, the DA will choose which budget vote to support, while they are part of the government of national unity. I should think, Minister, you were more than correct, because you are more than correct, because when we are in government, all political parties in this house, honorable members, we are here to serve the community. Therefore, when we come here, like what the EFF they are doing and the MK they are doing, they say they reject the budget. Why they are here? Why they are in this house? Because we are here to serve our people. If you reject the budget, EFF, Honorable Kharik, that is why the community will always reject you. As the African National Congress, honorable members, we will continue supporting the ANC-led government. But
Chairperson, Honorable Mokwele, can I ask you to take your seat, please? Yes, Honorable Chirika, what is your point of order?
No, I want to ask whether the honorable member will take a question, please. Thank you.
Let's hear. Are you prepared to take a question, Honorable Mokwele?
No, I don't have that time. Honorable Minister, I wanted to assure you that don't ever be deterred, don't be destabilized by anyone. This ANC GNU-led government will always support you. Amanda, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mokwele. Spot on time. That was Honorable Mokwele debating Budget Vote 37, Sports, Arts and Culture. Honourable members, the time has come to close the debate, and therefore we invite the Minister, Honourable Gayton McKenzie, back to the podium to close the debate with his 5 minutes of comments. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. Let me start by thanking all the parties that supported and would support this budget going forward. Your words, it's too great to mention. And I want to thank you, and I'm profoundly grateful for the words that has been, and the support that has been lent to this pro-poor budget. I also hope the parties that didn't support this budget, they should be as brave to go and tell the communities that they didn't support this budget and they don't want to change the lives of the communities. It brings me to, Honourable Chair, Honourable Breed, AI manipulation is a serious concern for us. We are hard at work to counter this unwelcome enemy in our
space at the moment. Honorable Chair, there's an African proverb that says, until the lion learns how to write their own story, every story will glorify the hunter. So I want to deal with our story. Honorable Virgil Gericke has gone on here and says, telling the people how bad and how corrupt the department is, how we're doing nothing. We have 2 weeks ago fixed the stadium in your constituency. We spent 40 million rands. When you were there, you didn't do nothing for the people. That's why they rejected you and they voted for me when I was going up against you in your own ward. Thank you. The voters rejected you and they chose me. That's not from there. So, Honorable Peter, I just want to say, you have come here, Honorable Peter, and you've spoken your language. The Honorable Madekwana, you come here and you say, why didn't I use African things? But you yourself, you come here, you speak English with an accent like you are from Europe. First, go and get your accent before you come to. First, go and get your accent. Honorable Billy, I'm very happy, Honorable, that I've managed to play a role in your life. You say I must apologize, but you got selective outrage. You said nothing when this colored man was saying that I bribe people. It was a bribe. He's accusing me of a crime. But because your inability to confront right wrong has stopped you from standing up here and telling you can't tell a person. Secondly, you come here and you say, you quote Liam Jacobs extensively, but you don't quote him fully, where he said that he left the DA because it's a racist party. Black people don't have no place at the DA. So when you want to quote, don't quote selectively, quote everything. And lastly, and most importantly, I kept this for last. Honorable Du Plessis, you come here and you want to teach me about racism, something that has been, you know nothing about race and racism, something that I have experienced my whole life. You come here, Honorable, and you say you've got a privileged life.
Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair.
Honorable Mackenzie, won't you take your seat? Yes, Honorable Du Plessis, what's your point of order?
66.1. In addition to Rule 4, which is that cabinet ministers need to comply with the rules as well of the NCOP. The rule says during a debate in the council, a delegate may be allowed to explain a previous speech, but only when and to the extent that the speech has been misquoted or misunderstood in a material respect. Honourable House Chair, I would like to move that there was a misunderstanding or a misquotation of the spirit of the speech that I gave and the terms.
Thank you, Honorable Du Plessis. I'm not sure if you're asking me to rule on that.
Honourable House Chair, would you like more explanation? And I'm very happy to give more explanation. And if there's
I think you've made it clear, but
Thank you.
Yeah, you've made your point. Thank you. Honorable Mackenzie, please continue.
Afrikaans is my first language. When you say, ek praat van ons mense, and that I only speak about our people, that for me is an affront. So I want to just say to you, Honorable, you talk about Houston where you grew up. When you talk about how you grew up, you don't know what we went through in the very same Houston when we were growing up. We were killed, we were marginalized. You talk about racism. And that
Honourable House Chair, I'd like to rise again.
Honorable Mackenzie, please take your seat. Yes, Honorable Du Plessis.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. I rise again on Rule 66.1. There is a deliberate misunderstanding and misquotation of my speech by the Honourable Minister. Again, I'd like to remind the Honourable Minister of Rule 4, which means that says Cabinet Ministers have to comply with the rules of the NCOP.
Perhaps you can just detail what the Minister is misunderstanding, Honourable du Plessis.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair. I'd like to say that I never said I understood the experience. What I said is I was open enough to listen to the experience of others and to show empathy for what people have gone through. Additionally, I'd like to add, Honourable Minister, I had to actually walk through a protest in Houston when I was 13 years old.
Thank you, Honourable du Plessis. I think it's not a chance to reopen your debate, but you have clarified your point adequately. Thank you very much. Honourable Minister, please proceed.
Okay, I'm glad that you now no longer say that I'm racist, but I want to tell you that there's white people that didn't just walk through protest. They were imprisoned. They were with us in the trenches. They were fighting. Your closest experience to the struggle we fought was to walk past the struggle. And partly police would have done you nothing. In conclusion...
Point of order, Honourable Chair.
Well, Minister, your seat again, please. Yes, Honourable du Plessis, please, let's not turn this into a dialogue. But what's your point of order?
Honourable House Chair, this is not a dialogue. However, the Minister is continuing to misconstrue with intent and misquote and misunderstand in a material respect.
Honourable du Plessis, I think that whilst you've made your point clear, it is a matter for debate. The Minister is debating. I think the Minister should continue. Thank you, Minister. But please confine yourself to the content of the speech.
Yes. I've got 15 minutes left, seconds left. I just want to say to the Honourable Peace Mabe, the Deputy Minister of Sport, Arts and Culture, you are one of the most progressive people I've ever met in politics. Working with you as an honor. We are working in the GNU.
Thank you very much indeed, Minister. Honourable members, that brings us to the end of Order 2 for the day, which concludes the business of the day. I'd like to thank the Minister and the Deputy Minister. I'd like to thank all permanent delegates and ask for their attention until closure. Honourable members, if you can be seated until I've concluded. Honourable member, thank you very much. I'd like to thank the permanent delegates. I'd like to thank MECs that participated, all special delegates and SALGA representatives for availing themselves for the sitting. Honourable delegates, that concludes the business of the day, and the House is once again adjourned. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Alibongwe.